Welcome to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors for March 22nd. Supervisor Bohn, you did want to begin, so. Yes. All right, so maybe I know you're here, you were talking. Okay, so welcome. And at this point, we don't need to do a roll call because visually we can see who's not here. So let's go for the flag salute. And if you'll all please stand and join with me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so this is not working. Pardon technology. Nikki, can you work and help me do the Zoom along with this later? So it's a little bit of a different day this morning. We have a 9 o'clock, a 9:05 time set. So we'll begin our meeting by asking if we have any modifications to the agenda.
Yes, Chair Bass, there are modifications to the agenda. Item D18 and D20 have been pulled for discussion. Item D23 will be pulled and return at a later date. For that particular item, we would like to reevaluate the insurance requirements contained in the rental agreement.
All right, thank you. And since we do have a 9:05, we're not going to go directly into the consent calendar. So I'll give a little preview for those who are listening, because we can't actually even introduce the item until 9:05, that if you're watching this meeting today and you wish to make comment on an agenda item, the way you do that will be to call in. There's a number on the screen as well as on the front of the agenda. When you want to speak on an item, you press *9 to raise your hand. It's really important to turn the volume off on your video feed, because if you don't, there's a 30-second delay, and what you hear on the phone is real time, and what you see on the screen is not. And we've had several people lose their opportunity to speak under public comment. So with that, I have a few seconds left. It's not quite 9:05 yet. I'll very slowly go. Oh, it is now. County Council, can you brief us on closed session?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E3 to discuss written communications of potential litigation regarding actions of the Humboldt County Auditor, Controller, and Board of Supervisors.
All right, thank you. So we will go to public comment. Nikki, I'm going to rely on you to tell me, do we have any speakers on the phone?
Madam Chair, I have one speaker, and the last 4 digits is 1967.
All right, we'll go to our first speaker, 1967. You will have 3 minutes to speak. When you have 30 seconds left, you will hear a sound. And at the end of your 3 minutes, just a reminder, the microphone does get turned off. And we would consistent with everybody, because everyone should have the same opportunity to speak. So, have they pressed *6 to unmute their phone?
I've tried to ask them to unmute. Oh, there they are.
All right, are you there? Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jamie Marks, and I have raised my hand too soon, because I'm really calling about the abatement situation.
Oh, yes. That will be coming up later in today's agenda. Unfortunately, I don't know what time that's going to be. It is just not anytime soon. I suspect it will be later in the day. All right.
Well, I will just make later on, so thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'm not seeing any other speakers.
Madam Chair, we just had 2 other hands raised.
Okay, they're not showing up on here yet, but I appreciate it. Would you like to call their numbers since it is not showing on this screen?
We have callers ends in 3053.
All right, 3053. If you're speaking on the closed session item, this is your opportunity.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Thomas, welcome.
All right, so I'm talking about the potential litigation or threatened litigation. It's really sad. I support the Board of Supervisors, whatever they can do to protect the taxpayers' dollars. And then as a side note about it, maybe there would be more information shared if instead of Board of Supervisors meetings, I don't know if you could legally do press conferences or, different blog things or something like that to have your meetings. I know totally against the Brown Act, but that seems where information's more shared, and that's really unfortunate, instead of the proper public process where there's material submitted ahead of time, people can look at it, submit questions, comments, and concerns, and actually move forward in a productive manner. And I support whatever you guys do to move forward in a productive manner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And just so folks know, we go to the commenters on the phone first, and once there's no more hands up, we will be back to the public. So, sir, if you wanted to take a seat in the audience, we will be going over to the in-person shortly. So we have 0151. Thank you, Nikki, for sending the numbers over. And I believe that is Dottie. We are talking about the closed session item. So welcome.
Good morning. This is Dottie Russell. So in the paper I read, as well as listening to it on the Board of Supervisors last week, about supporting the arts. And I'd like to
actually, Dottie, that item, this is not general public comment, period. This is on the closed session in specific. All right?
Oh, sorry about that. Thanks.
No worries. We'll talk to you later. All right. So we're going to go to 0116, and I do believe, Ash, that's you. Press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Ash Teeter. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, and I've read a little bit of some of the documentation released. It was talking about the PARS system that was being used for, I guess, retirement purposes. And I think in some of the documentation said that there was a suggestion to switch to the CalPERS because it wasn't just like ran by a private bank, it was ran by the state. So I was wondering what's the hesitancy to switch over to the CalPERS from the PARS?
Ash, actually, we'll stop your time for a second. We need the comment that you're being about the closed session, which is a different topic related to the auditor.
Okay, that's a different set of allegations or a different set of discussion topics anyways?
Yeah, it's, you probably don't.
Gotcha.
Okay, thanks, Ash. All right. We don't have any other speakers on the phone, so those who are interested in speaking on this closed session item who are in the public, just come on up to the podium. There's an attached document, and it's at the thing. You can go online. It's regarding the auditor controller and some other issues. Yes, there's packets, right? That's why I said it's available on this table over there. Anyone else? Sir, you were up here to speak. Did you want to speak on this specific item?
No, I thought this was general.
No, general public comment is at 1:30 today.
At 1:30?
Yes. It's time set for that.
What is the closed subject today?
If you haven't, it's on that document, and if you haven't read it already, then you probably aren't interested in talking about it, but it's regarding an item with the auditor controller.
Oh, have fun with that one.
All right, thank you. Anyone else think they want to comment or not? All right. With that, how long do you expect us to be in closed session? No guess? Is that what you should?
Chair, 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, then we'll pad that by we'll try to be back in 15 to 20 minutes. There's not a guarantee, though. So, yeah, so we'll aim for 9:30. All right, so with that, we will be adjourning into closed session, and we will be back. May we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The board voted unanimously to schedule a meeting Monday, April 4th to discuss potential censure of the auditor controller and to make available the closed session update as discussed.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar minus items D18 and D20?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Supervisor Wilson, did you want to speak
Yes.
to one item?
Well, there is one item at the very beginning of the consent calendar, and it is an award for Open Door Clinic, and we have Scott here to start us off.
Thank you, Board. My name is Scott Adair. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. COVID-19 has been an economic catastrophe as well as a medical one. Throughout the pandemic, the CAO's office and our agency, the Office of Economic Development, have realized the importance of celebrating small business successes in light of the economic hardship which has been suffered in our community. That is why our agency, the county's Economic Development Division, partnered with the North Coast Journal to sponsor and develop the Best Company to Work For in Humboldt County campaign. We realize that when advancing economic prosperity and livelihoods in our community, it is important to recognize the employers who are doing things right. Last year, North Fork Lumber in Supervisor Madrone's district was awarded this honor. This year, through a process which involves direct feedback from stakeholders and employees, Open Door has been recognized as Humboldt County's best company to work for this year. Open Door will be featured in an upcoming issue of the North Coast Journal and will be presented with a certificate of recognition today as signed by Supervisor Mike Wilson. We do have a representative from North Coast Journal on Zoom today to make a brief comment about this campaign, as well as Thomas Steenblock from Open Door, who's here today to accept this recognition and certificate.
All right, thank you, Scott. And what I would say is I spoke with Mr. Steenblock about 3 minutes. Since this is trying to fit under consent in 3 minutes, hopefully the person that's listening from their journal.
3 minutes for
hears that.
each. Perfect. Thank you, Board.
And where do we find that person? We're looking for this. Well, at this point, what's the name? Yeah. Thomas, you want to come up? And we might go to you first. Just we're trying this. Technology is not always our friend. Can Thomas go first? Absolutely. All right, Thomas. We're just going to start that while they're getting the other person from the journal.
Wonderful. On behalf of Open Doors, Board of Directors, executive leadership, and all of its providers and staff, we really want to thank the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, the North Coast Journal, the Division of Economic Development, and all the people who supported us in receiving this award today. We're really grateful. It actually is an acknowledgement to us that the culture in our workplace is consistent with the culture in Humboldt County, which is one of strong community, support for our fellows, and caring. And it's really because of that that we can be what we are. We are truly the result of the way this community is and the work of all of you and the community members combining together to make this a better place. So we're really committed to continuing to be the kind of workplace that really supports the community in being like that. You know, healthcare really isn't just one provider and one patient. It really is a we thing. It is really a development of communities working together to support each other. It takes all of the resources and everything that we offer together for people to be healthy and whole. And we really are grateful to all of our partners in Humboldt County, the community, all of you, and everyone who contributes to us being able to be this kind of place. We're committed to being a workplace that makes it a joy to be part of Humboldt County. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have the other person? Scott? Oh, is Melissa. Oh, if Melissa, well, I know that Melissa was trying to get in.
I just
Okay.
asked her to unmute.
Yeah, I didn't see that until just now, so. Melissa, if you're there.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
I am, and if you can, we'll give you about 3 minutes. Sorry about that. I got a text late.
It's no problem. I just want to thank the county for partnering with us on doing this again this year. We had a tremendous amount of support from different businesses that nominated, and Open Door just had a massive amount of employees that nominated, and they really had a drive to tell us that they really enjoyed where they worked. And it made me feel like Open Door was definitely doing something great for our county. So it's an honor to host this contest for you guys, and congratulations, Open Door. You guys did a great job. That's about it. So thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I think, I guess I should probably recuse myself because I have a family member that works for Open Door, but I consistently hear, God, I love my job. And I think the last number I heard was 73% of the people in Humboldt County go to an Open Door clinic. And that's an amazing amount. And what Herman has done, what Herman has created in his legacy over the years, and what the family and what everybody else has taken Open Door to a new level. Some of the highest standard new facilities being built. Every time you turn around, they're breaking new ground to create medical access for all, not just for anybody, but for all. They're partners in the residency program, which has been proven to be so successful because some of those doctors have stayed. So this is a good thing. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. And for anyone who's listening, if they wish to comment on the consent calendar, which includes this item amongst some others, please press *9 to raise your hand. And when you do, hold on just a moment. When you do speak, you'll have 3 minutes, and let us know which item you're going to be speaking on. Yes, Supervisor Wilson, you wanted to deliver that?
Yeah, let's close this out if we can.
Well, we can't, since it's with the consent calendar, so.
I'm just going to close out the thing. If someone wants to comment after, they can. So I'm going to close this out. Thomas.
Well, we're not going to vote against it. But all right, Thomas, we'll let you get back to work. You can tell that we still haven't been used to our new.
Where's our? Okay, there. Oh, get us on there. Handing the award. There we go. Sorry, I was wrong. Where is it? Come up here. We're putting you under pressure. Hey, turn around, Mike. Come up there. This one? There we go. All right, there we go. See it? All right, there you go.
Thank you very much.
All right, so.
Thank you all very much.
All right, now we'll resume with our.
Hold on, hang on. I just have to say, Herman was a visionary,
Yeah.
but Cheyenne, she also carried it and is still carrying this. And I also have a similar. My wife works for Open Door. I had nothing to do with this. I just want to acknowledge that part of the thing. And Open Door is and I am an Open Door client as well.
All right, so we do have some speakers. Okay, before we go to the speakers, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just want to recognize your proclamation for Social Worker Appreciation Month. It's a very difficult job and so needed in many aspects, so I just really want to recognize that.
Yeah, a job that I couldn't do. They are amazing people, for sure. And we do have do we have anyone to accept this proclamation from staff? Well, we'll get it to them. So we will go to the speakers list, which Nikki, the speakers disappeared.
I have them on my screen.
Yeah, they have two, and mine shows there's no speakers. All right, so which is the first one? We'll get this straightened out.
We have caller that ends in 0116.
All right. 0116. Ash, I believe that's you. You have 3 minutes, and let us know which consent item you're speaking on.
Hello, and I'm since D18 with for Open Door at the clinic. I myself am actually, a patient at Open Door, so I want to say first and foremost that I appreciate all the staff there. They generally, do their best to create a positive, friendly environment. But I wanted to speak on the culture of our county and the damaging state and federal policy and the influence that it has on our local healthcare systems. which leads to medical discrimination for both the workers and the customers, how they're treated, were treated and are still treated with the mask mandates, and how the people who work there are treated with the ongoing vaccine mandates. And I know people who have had to leave the county for another job over these policies. And new policies coming down the line from the state, they're set to silence medical staff for speaking out against anything COVID related. And this is just so dangerous. And if we do not push back against this on a local level, it's just going to get worse and worse. It's going to create a hostile work environment and a hostile patient environment.
Ash?
Okay?
Yeah, just want you to try to keep to the subject at hand is the recognition for Open Door.
Okay. That's
Well,
what
I
it
mean,
is.
yes, I'm sorry, the whole consent. But you were speaking of, okay.
Okay, well, that's all I have to say on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I know we have 7108. And if that's you, press *6 to unmute.
Yes. Good morning. This is Bonnie Blackberry from Southern Humboldt, and I want to comment on item 23, which is the rental agreement for the room at the Garberville campus complex. It says seated 20, they have the number 20. My understanding was it's a table with 8 chairs. I don't know if you could really fit 20 people in that room. And all these other, I saw rent comparables. You're comparing halls and the whole building to a little meeting room. The Healy Center has a seating capacity for 75, and they do not require insurance. This idea of having to get $1 million coverage to sit around a table in a small room, to me, is just kind of almost unbelievable that the county would think that was appropriate. I'm surprised you're not charging the people that go into the library happen to have $1 million insurance to go in there. So if this is meant to serve the community, it sure doesn't seem like it at all. I comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonnie. Our next speaker is 3053. Press *6 to unmute. *3053. It's your turn.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, Thomas, we can.
Hello, Chair. Okay, sorry, it's muted, unmuted me 3 times is why I asked. I'm commenting on the drought. I don't know what the number is, but I'm in support of continuing that drought emergency. Although when we're looking at that and actually discuss things about that, looking at the county as a whole, not just one industry. From the cannabis industry, farmers I'm talking to, they've made business plans to renew licenses and grow multiple crops. There's clones that have been ordered or clones that have been cut in financial resources invested, as well as adding additional water storage. I know at some point in time we'll have that discussion, but just from a business standpoint, if there is any curtailment suspected in that industry, that decision needs to be made a couple months ago. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. 0151. If you're speaking on consent, let us know the number of the item.
Good morning, Dottie Russell here. I just wanted to say that all the people that I know that go to Open Door Clinic are very, very happy. They get really good care, and they're really appreciative of what a wonderful job they do. There is a little kicker, and that is that I also know some people, including a very sick 32-year-old that can't get to a doctor. So he's been trying for 6 months to get to see somebody. He's called Open Door and other places, and he doesn't have any way to see someone, and his condition is getting worse. So I'd really appreciate it if somebody from Health and Human Services or the Board of Soups would call me and tell me how the people that are not doing well and getting worse daily can find a doctor to see in this county. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dottie. I don't see any other hands up. Nikki, do you either? So we'll go to those in public. If you're here to speak on an item that's on the consent calendar, just if you're going to speak, just get in the habit of standing at the side of the room and forming a line. No raising hand. You don't have to raise your hand. But I did want to say, Supervisor Bushnell is right. 23 actually is not included on any decision. It is coming back at a future meeting, correct? So while it was listed on consent, it's not. There's no formal action with that today. All right. So I need you to come up to the microphone, please, ma'am. So for everyone, if this is the first time we've had a lot of folks in the audience, if you're interested in speaking, don't wait for someone else to finish. Please stand up and stand at the side of the room so I know that you want to talk. And when you come up here, you'll have 3 minutes. That's a very strict timeline. So, and when you come up, if you're speaking about a consent item, let us know what number. And we'd like to know your name if you'd like to share that.
My name's Joan Schlinkard, and I do not know what a consent item is. This is my first meeting.
All right. Well,
I wanted to talk about the North McKay subdivision plan.
No, that will be later.
Later today?
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jewel Frank.
Oh, can you pull the microphone down towards you? We can't hear you. Just
Can you hear me now? Testing. Good morning. My name is Jewel Frank. I'm a Eastern resident out of the Wichpeck area. And I just came to make a comment regarding probation, that I see the recommendations to approve and authorize Chief Probation Officer Sean Brennan to execute and attach professional service agreements with the Boys and Girls Club. And the only thing I would like to see possibly add is like education for prevention and awareness of alcohol and drug abuse. I don't know what I think it's an appropriate thing since we are in an interesting era of the cannabis industry and the impact on that. Since we're normalizing medical marijuana, and I think it's a good input to teach our children, what the impact truly is. Is that asking? Am I inappropriate in mentioning that?
Actually, we can't. We don't get to have a back and forth discussion, and any questions that come up, we can, prevent answers. And if you wanted to leave us any notes, you certainly can, as well.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who's interested in commenting on the consent calendar items? All right, seeing none, we'll return to the board. We do have a motion and a second.
And I have a final comment.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. First of all, Sean we'll make sure that Sean is notified of your comment, and so just want to make sure that you don't have to come up. Don't. Okay. Yeah. I just want to let you know that staff will make sure that probation hears what you had to say, and just want to make sure that happens. And then on the other thing, we have a proclamation with relationship to the social workers, and I just want to say thank you to everybody. Hardest working people holding the fabric of our society, the frayed ends together, and I just want to shout out. Naming a month for that or even a day is just not enough. It's really every day, and so I really appreciate that. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other supervisors have any additional comments? All right, seeing none, we do have the vote on our screen. Are they showing up with, are you seeing them, Nikki? Okay, I think a screen froze over here, but. Okay, he's re-signing in, so if you'd like
I'll
to.
do a roll call vote.
Yeah, for this one.
All right, Supervisor Wilson? Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Not true.
All right, thank you. So now we'll move on to items pulled from consent. The first one is C18, which comes to us from County Administrative Office, and it's regarding the purchase of vans used for medical purposes. And CIO Hayes?
Thank you, Chair Bass. This is actually a Health and Human Services item, and I believe Public Health Director Sophia is on
Okay,
Zoom.
thank you. Yeah, there's too many papers up here. I figured you'd know the right answer. And is Sophia able to show up on the screen? Okay. All right, Sophia.
Okay. Well, good morning, your board and Chair Bass. I'm Sophia Pereira, Public Health Director. And we have before your board today an item to purchase 2 modified Mercedes Sprinter vans needed for the provision of mobile COVID-19 testing and vaccination services in Humboldt County. So as you know, Public Health has been organizing mobile COVID-19 testing and vaccination clinics for nearly a year now, and this is really working to increase access across the county, including remote communities. Public health staff coordinate with community partners to organize these clinics, and we've seen a lot of progress in reducing disparities in access. The state has been funding the staff nurse mobile vaccination team since we started these mobile clinics, and this costs the state about $45,000 a week for their team and customized van. And at some point, this state-funded resource is going to sunset, and we need to incorporate some of these functions into our normal everyday public health duties. We have built up strong relationships throughout the county while coordinating these clinics, and we'd like to build upon these relationships to not only continue our current clinics, but expand to childhood and flu vaccines and provide public health clinic services like STD testing for high-risk populations, all using our own staff. So we did receive grant funding from the California Department of Public Health, which supports the purchase of 2 mobile medical vans to conduct testing and vaccination clinics throughout the county. So the attached agreement before your board with Boondock Inc., doing business as Texino, will allow for the purchase of these 2 modified Mercedes Sprinter vans for the purpose of providing these services. And just to give you a little bit of background, Texino was selected because they had a ready-to-go option, and the price they quoted us at was also less than the other quotes we received. Put that in perspective, one vendor quoted $150,000 to $165,000 per van, taking 5 to 6 months to fulfill the order. Another vendor quoted a custom build taking about 9 to 10 months with their base price without any add-ons costing $127,000. When reaching out to vendors, it was apparent that there was a shortage of these mobile medical vans, understandably given the scale of this pandemic across the country. And so with this information, we proceeded with the vendor Texino. These vans are customized with a vaccine refrigerator, with the appropriate temperature control, storage, has a testing window, and chutes to deposit testing kits. And so what we're requesting your board to vote on today is for capitalization, maintenance, and insurance purposes, we'd like to donate the vehicles purchased to the Motor Pool Division of Public Works. We recommend the board approve and authorize the Humboldt County purchasing agent or their designee to execute the agreement regarding the purchase of these 2 vans. And we would also recommend that the board authorize the purchasing agent or their designee to execute any subsequent amendments to the agreement after review and approval by County Council, Risk Management, and the CAO. And so that's just a bit of background about this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sophia. I know Supervisor Bohn has a question, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
So as I look at the contract, so you're saying these are ready to go for $107,000? Because the contract says is pretty open-ended about what it's going to not cost for us to custom design them, and you said that these were road ready. So that's one question. The second one is, will we have to, I know we have two mobile homes or RVs for doing services, but I know they sit for quite a bit out the trailer park. They kind of rotate in and out. Is that what we're going to do with these, or do we need two of them? And I know it's a grant, but somebody had to pay for the grant, so.
No, it's a good question. So with your second question, we definitely plan to put these out into the field. So, our clinic team has already been actively planning clinics for SNAP nurse clinics. They would transition those efforts over into our own team going out into the field. And so, we talked about COVID and doing that outreach, but we also want to use these for, STD testing. We want to use these for flu and childhood vaccines. And so definitely when thinking about doing school outreach for childhood vaccines, I mean, the nice thing is that we could have two vans be going out into the field at once and having a broader reach. And forgive me, Supervisor Bohn, what was your first question again?
Well, and we already have staff sitting around, but no vans now. That was the other thing. Are we going to have increased staffing with these?
So we have the staffing already on hand to be able to go out in the field.
And the other thing is, are they coming to us ready to go at $107,000
yes.
or what?
Yes, they are. And that was one of the advantages of proceeding with this vendor is that they have the vans ready to go. And I think they said within, 1 month, the first van, if not both of them, could get shipped out. So that was definitely an advantage with proceeding with this vendor.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm wondering, do you have schedules already set up as like the SNAP ones we're using now, I think are going every week? What would be the anticipated use of these vans?
It's a great question. So that is something that our team is working on. Once we actually have the vans, we'll be able to then do some more advanced planning around that. I know our SNAP nurse team is planned, through April with clinics. And so this will, with these vans, we'll be able to figure out, are we going to have routine sites that these clinics go to? Are there other organizations that we haven't had the capacity to partner with and do outreach with that now having these vans and having our staff be able to go out could help meet the demand? Because there are times where we've received a lot of requests, a lot of interest to go out and partner with an organization to do a clinic of some kind, and we just haven't had the resources to do so. So the short answer is that we don't have a set schedule set yet for these vans yet, but we have a lot of infrastructure in place where we can definitely scale that up pretty quickly.
Thank you for that. My second question, well, there's kind of two parts to it. So the vans will be multi-used, from my understanding, for normal vaccines for school-age children. And then also, I'm wondering, would other agencies be able, like Open Door Clinic, if they want to utilize these vans, is that an option?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think I would need to consult with our staff if we would need to do any MOU, any agreement on that. But we definitely partner with Open Door on other public health services. So definitely open into looking into that. And Supervisor Bushnell, you're correct that our intention is, yes, to continue with some of our COVID outreach, but really use this resource to make our public health services that we do more mobile. So we have a public health clinic here in Eureka, and there's, services that we would love to bring out into the community. These vans will definitely help with that.
Thank you for that.
Any other supervisors have a question before we go to public comment? All right, we do have one hand up. If you're listening to this and you want to comment on this item, press *9 to raise your hand. And again, we are speaking regarding the purchase of these vans. So we have 0116 followed by 1041.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Ash Teeter with Humboldt Freedom Coalition and HumboldtFC.com. I'm commenting on number 18 of the consent calendar, which proposes wasting $204,108.11 plus local, state, and federal sales tax on 2 modified Mercedes Sprinter vans. The tests do not work. The vaccines do not work. The world, our country, our state, and our county has become addicted to COVID emergency powers, used as a means to fund day-to-day projects and push policy that does not pass the smell test. The first step to recovery is admitting that we have a problem. It's clear that the problem is the general population and its elected representation putting too much faith in our obviously corrupt and morally depraved system. Trusting news and government agencies that tell lie after lie after lie, doing so for no other reason, everyone else is doing it. The CDC just removed 24% of child COVID-19 deaths, blaming a coding error. Parents who use this data as justification to give their children these experimental medications may feel betrayed by this omission. UK data now shows that 9 in 10 COVID deaths are among the fully vaccinated. Heart issues resulting from the shots are being normalized in our children, and there's no excuse for that. This is not something to be proud of. Are we proud of the learning setbacks in our kids from wearing masks unnecessarily for years upon end? Are we proud of the ongoing medical discrimination at work, requiring those at the county level to test, and those working for the city to get every booster and shot, no matter how poorly they perform, how dangerous they might be at an individual level, and how ultimately propagandized they are for corporate profits? My wife lost her job at City because hubris totalitarianism. Luckily, she was able to find work in the private sector. But all of you should know that your blind faith in the nonsensical mandates that trickle down to our Department of Health and Human Services are partially to blame. It set a local standard of groupthink, devoid of empathy, discourse, and reason, and continues to do so by every whimsical idea put forth by the DHHS that you endorse without a second thought. It is time to admit this was a mistake, think for yourselves, apologize to the people of this county, and for God's sake, stop listening to the Department of Health and Human Services. What we need to do is go back to the drawing board with our DHHS, get someone in there who looks at things at a local level, not just analyzing state or federal data, but looking at our own local data, doing our own studies, and forming solutions to our own problems. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next we'll move on to 1041. And if that's you, press star 6 to unmute. And if you're listening and you wish to comment, you need to press star 9 so that we know that you want to comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Donnie Creekmore from the 5th District up here in McKinleyville, Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I was calling about this preposterous idea that we need 2 Sprinter vans to distribute what's already widely available in every pharmacy across the nation. There's test kits at every single pharmacy. At the same exact pharmacy, you can go and you can get the vaccination if you'd like to. All of these things have been available to our population, and people have vehicles they drive around. And now we're sitting here thinking about using taxpayer money, regardless of whether it's coming from the state or the county. It's still going to cost us money because the gas prices today are $6 a gallon. These things are gas guzzlers. You're going to be driving $6 a gallon across the county, administering vaccines that people don't necessarily even really need because there's a 99.9% survival rate to this virus, and administering testing that no one really needs, that they can go pay for themselves at all kinds of locations across the county. It's really sad to hear the board ask questions, and none of the questions are, please provide reasons why that there's a need for these vans. Can you please tell me exactly how much money these vans are going to cost over a year's time just to be able to drive around this county administering tests and COVID vaccines? It's like all you guys listen to is just like, oh, it's available. Okay, Does this sound like a good idea to you? It's like, of course it sounds like a good idea to her. Like, of course it does. Like, it's like she's the one that's pushing it. It's like everything is just cyclical justification. It's really disgusting. It's sad too, because it's like the rest of the Democrat Party across the nation has got the memo like 30 days ago that this is over with, and they're pivoting hard. But it's, for whatever reason, Humboldt County is still like listening to Rachel Maddow like she has some kind of, credibility these days, and it's like, and then leaning on CDC of all things that constantly lie and change their messaging, leaning on the Department of Health and Human Services, who have consistently changed their messaging. It's like, I honestly actually kind of sympathize for you guys, because you had to sit there and pivot, every 2 weeks about the change of the narrative. But at the same time, it's like, I don't, because it's like you still are just so blind that you haven't realized that it's over with and you need to give up. It's just really sad. This entire thing has been a charade. It's been a failed policy from the start to the finish. It's been nothing but terrible for small business owners, for employees. It's caused nothing but division in the community. The masks don't work, and the mandating them was terrible. I mean, you guys literally...
Thank you, Donnie. Again, it's a strict 3-minute timer, and there are no other hands up on the phone. So if you're in the audience and you wish to comment on this specific item of the Sprinter vans, this would be your time. And I don't see anybody jumping up for that. Okay, if you're interested in speaking on this one, please now go and stand at the side of the room so we know you want to speak.
Am I that short?
No, I didn't see you up there. Welcome.
Thank you. This is a real big purchase, and being you say public health, and when I look at people, regarding boy, I should have did my hair a little better. But when I receive public services and I see a Mercedes, maybe you want to get something that's a little bit more conducive to people who actually need that service. That is a really big cost. It's like a 4-cylinder or a 6-cylinder.
Can you get closer to the microphone so we can actually, that way you can get caught on TV.
I got a loud voice though, and that thing makes me like.
That's right. Your time's ticking. So, but
I can hear you normally.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you talk about this item, please, ma'am?
I apologize. Is this better?
Yeah, but your time is still ticking. So.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to stand a 3-minute thing here because I didn't think I didn't know about the 3-minute timer. So.
Well, you don't have to use all 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I did want to comment that it is overpriced for transportation, and a Mercedes at that. That maybe everyone's gearing towards the electrical vehicles these days. I don't know what area she covers or what these vehicles, where they're going to cover. They're going to cover the entire Humboldt community, from southern Humboldt to the Hoopaw area to the Orleans area.
Continue, please. We go back to the board later. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. But I do think it's an overpriced request.
Okay.
I mean, could you imagine living on a very low budget and trying to go to a Mercedes for public services? It's a fair question. We want to be able to serve our people and not show up and make them feel not welcomed. And so if I seen a Mercedes come into my reservation, I would feel not good enough. And so I just want you to keep that in mind. I think that's a fair thing to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wished to comment on this item? All right, we'll go back to the board. I know Supervisor, I had a question or comment, but Supervisor Bushnell and then I think Bohn. I just wanted to confirm with staff, and from what I heard, it's like when, getting vaccinations to remote places is essential. It's important. I had questions about the Mercedes also. But actually, at the price that we're getting and what it's ready for, I'm fairly comfortable with that. But I wanted to confirm that we would have plans to take this, and it's not just about COVID. It's about childhood vaccinations, and I think that is what I've heard. And Sophia, if I misunderstood you, please let me know. And then if not, I will go over to Supervisor Bushnell, then Bohn.
Thank you, through the chair. So I also would like to have Sophia come back on, but for my community and my district, which is very rural, you don't have to partake if you so not choose, but the availability is important to the rural communities. And to answer the speaker's question, it is the entirety of Humboldt County, not just anywhere. It's Humboldt County Department of Human and Health Services. In my district specifically, we're a unified district in school, and we have 6 school sites, and then we have 2 private schools down there, a charter school and other schools that it could be utilized. It's important to me to allow that availability in the rural areas. Not everybody can drive to Eureka, to the Department of Human Health for those services. So, and as far as the Mercedes, for me, they're common. It's an emblem. It doesn't mean anything to me. It's a van that's set up, and it's the availability is my understanding.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to with a comment as presented. Actually, the Mercedes van is really, the commercial Sprinter van is very closely priced with the Dodge and the Ford, who comes out with commercial. You'll see the contractors using them because of the longevity, but they're all very, and the stripped down model I think is around $45,000. Dodge is around $42,000. The Ford somewhere about the same. So I don't think there's a status symbol with this big white box coming down the road with a upside down peace symbol on it. So I don't think anybody's going to be scared away of it. But the biggest thing is you've seen the SNAP van, you've seen our vans parked at the Wichipec Health Facility in up there across the bridge. They go to Hoopaw, they go to they've been out in southern Humboldt all the way out to Alder Point. We've had them. They basically serve all our districts, and they go where there isn't a medical facility, but it gives them a clean facility to administer or give advice on a myriad of health. And they're not limited to what they do. They meet all bases of, you can ask them questions. They will get you other services through DHHS. So with that, I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Second, we have a motion, and we have a second. And any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate this. I actually did have a question of staff with relationship to why we wouldn't think about or go towards electric vehicles in this regard. And I will say that I did get a response back that our Public Works is moving in that direction with purchases as well as hookups. And maybe if Sophia, if you're still there, I just have to ask the question: were electric vehicles considered in this potential purchase?
I appreciate the question. It wasn't considered merely for the fact of the county-wide infrastructure that would need to be in place. And so I know that larger conversation is happening with Public Works. But for us to maintain this access to most remote parts of the county, we did look for, gas vehicles.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, we're seeing ranges that are pretty big these days, but nonetheless, we're moving in that direction. I appreciate what's happening here. I also want to remind us that, Daimler Chrysler is part of the Mercedes-Benz group. And so, Mercedes makes dump trucks. They make buses. They make all kinds of utility vehicles. This is a utility vehicle in that regard. And so I'm okay with this. If we need to remove some emblems to have people feel better about it, I'm not opposed to that. I just want to be able to deliver medical services as far and wide as we can within our county. Thank you.
All right, so we had a motion and we had a second. And hopefully on your screens it'll show the little display. Almost. the long timeout on these computers. Actually, all right, motion passes 5-0. All right, so our next item that was pulled comes to us. Actually, it's from the library, but I think the CAO is presenting it. It's a resolution for the temporary employment of a retired annuitant for the library.
Thank you, Chair Bass. This item was on consent and was pulled due to procedural requirements dictated by CalPERS in bringing back a retired annuitant. Adrian Quiros, excuse me, Adrian, if I'm mispronouncing that, is set to retire on April 1st. She is serving as the bookmobile library assistant, and after 11 years of service is going to leave a hole in the bookmobile services. The library director is pursuing a recruitment, and the use of this retired annuitant would help to onboard that recruitment and shift that institutional knowledge over to allow for a seamless service provided to the community. And with that, I conclude that staff report and pass it to your board.
All right, thank you. Anyone have questions or wish to make a motion?
I just appreciate the bookmobile in the rural areas, and I'll make the motion to accept staff recommendations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Bohn, did you want to add something before? All right, we'll go to public comment now. If you're wanting to comment on this item, you should have your hand up, and there are no hands up on the video. And is anyone in the public care to comment on this one additional item? All right, seeing no one, I think we're ready to vote. And motion passes 5 yes and no no's. So with that, we'll move on to the next set of items, the matters initiated by board members. And the first one, actually, I'm bringing forward regarding County Medical Services Program, the CMSP Governing Board. There's an opening, and they are basically asking for names of the specific counties if we have people we wanted to put on the write-in candidate list. We are precluded ourselves, my understanding is from Karen Lang, because our CAO now sits on the CMSP board, and as she represents Humboldt, none of us are available to be written in. So my suggestion would be to support Oscar Villegas, who is the person who's actually listed in print on the agenda. He's from Yolo County. So that would be my motion, is for us to support Oscar Villegas. I guess I can make a motion. All right,
Please.
Supervisor Bohn, you can talk
No, make the
first.
motion, I'll second it, and then the question is do we have anybody actually enrolled in CMSP right now? Any clients?
Great question, Supervisor Bohn. I would actually need to refer to Health and Human Services. Maybe Connie has that information readily available?
Because I know about 5 years ago, we didn't have anybody involved, and that's when we kind of stepped back, so we didn't have to pay the fee.
Connie is on Zoom and has unmuted.
All right, Connie.
Hi, thank you. Can I check real quick? Last time I heard there were like 8 people, but I'd like to confirm that and get back to you.
No. And Connie, I don't think you have to. I just want to know that we're still utilizing it sometimes, because I know we've gone down to 0, and then it's not. Anyway, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Is there anyone from the public who has raised their hand? I'm seeing none on my display, Nikki. All right, there are no speakers from the public. Is there anyone in the audience that wanted to comment on this item? All right, seeing no one, we can go back to the board. And If there's no additional comment, I think we're ready to vote.
Chair Bass, can you clarify for me, please? Who is it that you're supporting? I don't have that name on.
Sorry, Oscar Villegas from Yolo County.
Viegas. Do you know? I don't have it on mine.
We'll get back to you on the spelling. It might be
Okay,
VILL.
well, that's fine. I can.
Okay, we'll fix it for you.
Okay.
You can look them up online.
Yeah, she's on there.
So let us know when you're ready to vote. Okay. We can vote. All right, motion passes. 5-0, I know. So we'll move on to the next item. And that comes to us from Supervisor Bohn, and it's a letter of support for Senate Bill 1326.
And this was brought forward at the request of RCRC and Sarah Duquette. And I understand there is some things changing on this, and there's some input from some outside input. So I wouldn't be reluctant at all to maybe take a pass on this. I was going to pull it, and I probably should have pulled it earlier. But I think they're negotiating something that's more advantageous for the Appalachians or smaller counties, and so it doesn't favor the larger counties. And there's some work being done with RCRC, a contingent of our local small growers and our growing community. So I would actually probably look at maybe pulling this and bringing it back with some additions to it.
So would that need a motion, or can we just let it die? Yeah, you can just say a motion, bring it back at a later
I'll make
date.
a motion that we bring this back at a non-time specific when the added verbiage has been agreed upon. Does that make sense?
You want to second that?
Yeah,
Supervisor
second.
Wilson?
Just bring it back at a later date. It's fine. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. We will go to comment of those on the phone first. There's no hands up. So we will go to those in the room. If you're interested in commenting on this item, this is your opportunity. All right, and seeing none, I'll come back to the board. I think we're ready to vote. When the machine shows up on there. There we go. All right, motion passes unanimously. So we'll move on to our department reports. The first one comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding the Code Enforcement Unit Annual Report. Director Ford.
Good morning, Chair Bass and members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford and Karen Minnell with the Planning and Building Department to present the annual report on code enforcement. Our objective of this report is to give the board a report on some of the successes and challenges that the code enforcement unit has faced. While it's not possible to recount every single action that's happened throughout the year, there is a list of all the new complaints and actions that have come in during the 2021 calendar year, and also a report of all the cases that have been resolved. So Karen Minnell will now provide the highlights for the year.
All right, good morning, Board. My name is Karen Maynell. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager. So this report describes the activities of the Code Enforcement Unit during the 2021 calendar year. We've had some significant accomplishments and challenges, and we've made progress, and we have laid out a solid plan on how we're going to move forward. One of the accomplishments in early 2021 was the request for proposals for developing a pre-qualified list of contractors to select from to conduct county abatements. Having this pre-qualified list of contractors has greatly reduced the time involved with performing county abatements. The result of streamlining this process is evident in the number of abatements performed in 2021, which has quadrupled over the previous years. So the contracts with these companies expire in January 2023, and we will be circulating another RFQ for the next 2 years. In 2021, the county conducted 4 abatements. These were performed on cases where the property owner was unwilling or incapable of dealing with the public nuisances located on their property. This was done as a last resort and only after repeated attempts to get the property owner to perform the abatement themselves. The first was the demolition of a fire-damaged church on Elm Street in Garberville. It had become an attractive nuisance for the community, and in addition to the dangerous conditions of the building, there was a vast amount of solid waste accumulating in the property, and the community was demanding that enforcement take place. The violations on the property were abated in February. This is a second picture of the site after cleanup. The second county-led abatement involved a long-standing case on Walnut Drive in Eureka. This residence had several substandard housing violations, and the property was littered with solid waste and junk vehicles. In April, the solid waste and vehicles were removed from the property, and the residence was boarded up to prevent entry. The county recorded a lien on this property for the cost of the abatement, and the property is expected to be auctioned in May of 2022, and the county will be in a position to recover the costs associated with the county abatement. The third abatement took place in Fields Landing on 3rd Street. The property owner was making extensive renovations to the residence that rendered the structure dangerous, and the property around the residence was full of solid waste and was spilling out onto the street. This abatement was completed in July, and here's the picture of the site as it looks today. The last abatement of 2021 was a motel in Oric that had flagrant substandard housing conditions. The process for this abatement required the county to progress in several phases. First, the county issued relocation benefits to the registered tenants of the motel. Then the structures making up the motel were boarded up to prevent entry, and the solid waste littering the exterior of the motel was removed. In preparation for the demolition, there was asbestos and lead paint testing performed, and the buildings were fumigated to prevent the cockroaches, bed bugs, and rats from entering the community when the buildings will be demolished. These phases of the abatement occurred in October through early January 2022, and demolition is scheduled for later this year. This is a summary of the 4 abatements that the county led during 2021 and their associated costs. Code enforcement is following the procedures for recovery of these costs through the assessment, liens, and/or adding the recoverable costs to the property tax rolls.
Supervisor Bohn, I think, has a question for you, Karen.
The 84,000 on the Cutton location, is that an accumulation of the 3 cleanups we've done, or is that just the last accumulation?
That was the last one.
Okay,
there was a previous one, and when it goes to
there's
auction,
a subsequent one, everything's back. I'm not smiling. I can't smile. The neighbors, this has been a 9-year project.
Yeah.
And now I've got the pictures on my phone. It is almost as bad as the picture was. Both at the house and the 2 adjoining buildings are full of trash again.
Correct. We have witnessed that. We're in a position now where between now and May, it would be very difficult to go in there, abate what's there, get it assessed, and get it on the tax rolls before it goes to auction, and thereby making it difficult for us to recover any costs we were to invest in that at this time. It would be very, very tight. So we have considered going back, but it's...
So the neighbors will do, okay.
Okay, so back to the PowerPoint. All right, thank you. Okay, so these were the assessments for 2021. For cannabis cases in 2021, there were 200 new cases. 119 came from satellite imagery review, and 89 came from attending law enforcement warrants. And in 2021, there are 119 cases closed of the 200 cases. So I've mentioned in previous year annual reports that the code enforcement has had a backlog of cases. In fact, more cases opened every month than are closed. So in 2021, we tried several approaches to address the backlog. First, we performed a widespread review of open cases. We used satellite imagery and we drove by many, many properties to attempt to verify the validity of complaints. The approach was successful in that we were able to close about 25% of the previously unreviewed cases. Another approach we took was to try to focus on a geographic area with a high density of cases. This is Fields Landing, and the parcels highlighted in orange are open code enforcement cases. So Fields Landing stood out as an area where some deliberate and simultaneous enforcement actions would make an impact. In addition, we were getting calls on a daily basis about what was going on in Fields Landing. So we decided to take a focus and address the issues there. So some of the properties, what we were dealing with was like a massive homeless encampment, an easement that was blocked with junk vehicles, and several properties that had solid waste and junk yard type conditions. So this is a picture of the easement that had just become a graveyard of broken down vehicles and solid waste, and it wasn't passable anymore. So the owner voluntarily abated this by evicting his tenant who was causing the problems, for one, and then the property was eventually cleaned up, and this is what it looks like today. The case involving the homeless encampment came to a creative conclusion. The property owner who lived out of the area had the occupants of the camp remove all of the solid waste and garbage that had accumulated in exchange for the property owner assisting the occupants in finding alternative housing. So this is the condition of it before voluntary abatement, and then today all of the garbage and solid waste are removed, as well as the homeless. And so here's kind of a before and after of Fields Landing. On the left are the cases where we had cases open early in 2021, and now the green parcels on the right indicate the cases that have been closed. And if you can see, well, maybe the laser doesn't work, but at the corner of 3rd and C Street, there's still a orange square, and that is the Bodie property that the county led an abatement on. So while the property has been cleared of solid waste, we're still processing the paperwork and getting that recorded on the lien and on the tax rolls. And so we don't close the case until we've recovered and done everything we can to recover those costs.
Supervisor Bohn has a question.
So on the gateway coming in on 3rd and Main, feels like you've got it green where the mobile home is falling down, the roof is caved in and everything else, and it's still in place. Is that considered, and the fence is blocking the alley and stuff, is that considered closed then?
Well, there was nobody living in the manufactured home, and it's not accessible to anybody. So there wasn't a violation that we could keep it open for.
What do you mean accessible? I was there last weekend.
I mean, no one's living in the trailer. Are we talking about the same parcel?
The one that's falling down on the gateway, the first house you see when you pull into Fields Landing is that wetland area with the old trailer block and with the fence blocking the alley. And it went from orange to being a case, and nothing's been done with it, and now it's green as a closed case. So we didn't do anything. We just closed the case. It's the one I see every day when I drive by it.
I don't know if we're talking about, I'm not certain I'm familiar with that particular case.
I got pictures.
We will reevaluate that and take another look at
Thank
that.
you.
I know what you're talking about.
You know the one, you and I have been there, yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Bushnell has a question.
Why was it closed if nothing was done?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what case he's talking about.
Well,
And-
Director Ford does.
Yeah, I can't answer that right now. We need to go back and look at that file in particular and see what the decision-making was. There is a derelict old trailer home there, and there is some other trash on the property. I haven't been by in a while to see and to look at it. I don't know what the condition of the property is currently, and that's what we will reevaluate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we found out in trying to do a geographic focused approach was that it took a lot of staff time away from other projects. And while it, was good for the northern end of Fields Landing, it, we realized there was just too many areas of the county needing attention to essentially sideline other projects to focus on one area at a time. So we can continue to explore the new approaches to addressing the backlog. And so toward the end of 2021, with our newly allocated positions, and thank you, by the way, we found ourselves with the bandwidth to completely revamp the processes that we follow. The new process mimics the efficiency of the cannabis cases in that we start with a letter to, once we get a complaint, we send a letter to the owner notifying them that a complaint was received. And the complainant also gets a copy of that same letter so that they know that we're taking action on it. Within 2 weeks, we review the case. We look at satellite imagery. We look at permits. In a lot of cases, we drive by to see if we can see evidence of the complaint being valid. Sometimes we can't see things from the drive-by, so we'll send a consent letter, which asks for permission to come onto the property to try to either refute the complaint or verify the complaint. And what all of this does is it just systematizes our process and makes it so that we're not doing one-offs and not each individual officer isn't having to create a letter and send a letter individually. We're doing these all in bulk. And so it's really streamlined our process. And we've had pretty good success with this just in the last couple months of 2021 because that's when we implemented it. So we're going to be continuing this in 2022. And one thing I just want to point out is that should we determine that a violation exists on a property, either through driving by or a consent inspection, we notify the owner. If we are not there in person, we notify them by letter saying, you have a violation, you should call us. Our next step is to issue an NTA and maybe an NOV, but you should call us and talk to us about it because we want to work this out with you before we have to take the next step in enforcement. And we did that because we just didn't want to go straight to you have a violation and noticing people who may or may not be aware that they are in violation. We've found that a lot of people just aren't aware of that what they're doing is in violation, depending on what the issue is. So that's the steps that we take currently.
Can I ask a question, please? Yeah. The letters that we send out to the owners, are they certified?
No, they are not certified. They're not an official notice. We don't send them certified, but we do send them to all of the property owners, and we do send them so individually is what I mean, and we send them to a tenant or occupant if there is one.
So you're notifying the landowner that there's a problem, but you're not sure the landowner's getting the notification. It's a
courtesy letter. And we could send them certified, but it's kind of redundant if they are going to be getting an NTA or an NOV if it's a violation. I mean, we can certainly change that and start sending them certified. It's just an extra expense that may or may not be warranted depending on.
And so you also send it to the person that's renting the home?
If there's an occupant, we'll send a copy to the occupant because sometimes the conditions are caused by the occupant. And we let them know what's going on as well. And the complainant gets a copy of that letter too.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on just a moment, Karen. I see someone signing up. You don't have to sign up to speak right now. That's for later this afternoon. So, okay. So I just didn't want to.
No, I'm just signing up.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so in how I was mentioning before that we've been able to close more cases in 2021 than we've opened. So that's a reversal of previous years where we've kind of turned the tables. In previous years, we've been behind the number of cases being opened and closed. So I think the new process moving forward as we work out the details and the kinks of it and get it working the best we can, that it's going to prove to be successful. So some of the challenges that we've met in 2021 include sites with deceased property owners and no identifiable heirs. These present a challenge because there's no one stepping forward to take responsibility for the property. And for these properties, we're just starting to work with the public administrator to identify how to move forward with these. Oops. Unpermitted buildings used in unpermitted cannabis operations are another challenge. It has been our practice to require the site, in these cases, to be returned to pre-cannabis conditions and to require all the infrastructure to be removed, which includes the demolition of unpermitted buildings. However, recently this practice has received increased opposition, and because property owners often wish to retain the unpermitted buildings they've invested in. And then the other challenge we've experienced is the trend toward indoor cultivation. We have several instances where there's been a new unpermitted building erected in the same location as a previous outdoor cultivation. The difficulty with indoor cultivation is that there's, obviously the satellite imagery doesn't work, but there's very little we can do. We know we're not getting PG&E records or anything like that. And so it's easier to go, undetected by code enforcement. It creates a big, hole in what we can enforce on for that.
Rex?
And then...
You lost me on that one.
Like why it's difficult to enforce on indoor?
Yeah, go back. I mean, you went from the outdoor to the indoor, and I lost something in translation. I'm not sure what.
Well, what I was saying, that our challenges were how to deal with unpermitted buildings used in cultivation. So that was indoor, and sometimes it's a drying room or something like that. And then we also are challenged by a trend we're seeing that where we have previously seen an outdoor garden or a greenhouse on a graded flat, that's gone now, and there's a new building that doesn't have permits in the same location. Yeah.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I think that's going to be a part of this discussion. I know this has been a huge issue, and I don't know where we break into it, but I've always wondered, and we've successfully negotiated some of these under the safe home programs and stuff like. Are you ready to pounce? Or you?
No,
Okay.
I was listening because we do have the next item coming up too.
I can wait. I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to get through, but
Yeah,
follow through.
we're coming back with the next item to ask for direction in that regard. Okay, so moving forward, some future objectives we have are using the drug ordinance to abate properties where controlled substances play a role in the public nuisance. This is an area we've yet to explore, and we would like to do that moving forward. Second, we're developing an approach to actively identify and enforce on night sky and light violations. And then we're also looking at different ways to address homeless encampments because they do present some of our challenges as well. And then lastly, we're setting up a receivership program because it would be a method to correct substandard housing cases through rehabilitation of the structure. And this would allow the county to maintain and improve the quality of our housing stock rather than losing housing. So this is a chart that shows the cases that we had opened in 2021 by supervisor district. And just to give everyone a minute to absorb what's here, we have in the cannabis cases, District 2 had, by and large, the majority of the cases, I think 138 cases. And then for traditional type cases, it looks like the 5th district had the most cases. I think there was 54. And then I also put on there the closed cases also for 2021, so you can see where the cases open closed. This is data regarding our cannabis cases. So new cases in 2021, there was 200. Those that were opened because we participated in a warrant from the sheriff's office was 89 cases. That means 119 were opened through our office. Without law enforcement participation. There were 58 no penalty compliance agreements. 6 of them did have penalties. I think that was for $187,000.
Supervisor Bohn.
I was going to ask what the average fine was, because we throw out these fines that are going to be $35 million if you don't do anything. And I'm just, why do we do that when we don't do that? Should we bring those back into a reasonable, or is that just to scare the panties off them?
Are you talking about the compliance agreements specifically? These compliance agreements, the only reason there were fines on these compliance agreements is that people didn't stop cultivating. And I think on 6 of the 7, or 5 of the 6 ones, they didn't stop cultivating, and on another one, they stopped and then restarted or something like that. But that was the reason why there were penalties. Can you go back to the PowerPoint, Nikki? Okay. And then there were 18 appeals requested. And so, as you know, the end of our process after we do penalties or an abatement, we come to your board for assessment, and this is the assessments that your board approved in 2021. And you can see some of them were for abatement costs and some were for penalties. And that concludes my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. And before I go to see if there's supervisor questions, I did want to say if you're listening and you wish to comment on this item, please press *9 now so that we know that you are interested in speaking. Any supervisor questions? Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you, through the chair. I had a few, actually. So when you say we're going to start utilizing this system for the homeless camps and the night skies, how are we going to do that?
So the challenges that we're seeing with the homeless encampments is that if they're trespassing on private property, and if they're there long enough, we're still trying to understand it fully ourselves, okay. But there are tenancy right issues that come with that. And so we need the participation of the owner to go through essentially what is an eviction process to remove the individuals, and then also work with the sheriff's office to, they already have a method to work with the property owner so that they can enter the property to check for people repopulating. So those are some of our issues, but it is going to be a partnership with us and the sheriff's office and, of course, the property owner, because it's really difficult for us to step in and remove items and if there's people still staying there. And so the challenge is getting all of those groups to work together and synchronize so that when the people are removed, the code enforcement can come in and work with the property owner to remove the solid waste and the debris left behind, or if they are unable or unwilling to do that, then we can perform a county-led abatement.
So with that statement, if you serve them an eviction notice, you're saying they have a right to be there, and also what you're saying is that it would take the participation of the person camping there to make this work?
Not necessarily the person camping there, but it goes a lot smoother if the owner is willing to participate in that eviction process, and that's the piece that we are not sure what happens if the owner is, an absentee landowner, for instance, and isn't interested in participating at all. How do we remove the people from the property? Because my understanding is that when they've been there long enough, and I don't know what period of time that equals, there are tenancy rights that they...
So my understanding is that if you file the no trespassing with the sheriff's department, you're recognizing that those tenancy rights are not there, that they're trespassing. So that I can imagine can be problematic when you're going to evict somebody that has no right to be there. So thank you for that clarification. And then the night skies?
We have some ideas. What we're trying to do are map out areas of the county where we can kind of vista point, if you will, where we would be able to look down upon large areas of property to try to see if there are night sky violations. We hear from people that there's a lot of night sky violations, and the last 2 years we've had staff go out middle of the night, morning hours, and evening hours to try to pinpoint these, and we've been unsuccessful to find them. So we would, if you're seeing this and you know what road we should be going on, please let us know, because we haven't been successful, but we're trying to identify these high areas where we can go and see a large amount of property at the same time to minimize the number of hours we're driving around and not being successful.
So the availability of using satellite for light is not available?
No.
No, okay. Thank you for that. And then I'm wondering, for traditional abatement, how do you prioritize?
Good question. A lot of it is how many calls we're getting about a property. It really does come down to the impact it's having in a neighborhood. And if we are getting a lot of calls from a lot of different people about the same issue, that's really where we focus our attention. They're not always the most egregious violations, but they're clearly having an impact because we're getting calls about it. And, for lack of a better way to measure other than environmental and health and public health and safety that, are happening, it's essentially what we use.
Okay. And then my last question, and thank you for the report, is I think there was $3 million that are plus that we assessed on cannabis properties that is hanging out there, and I think the total, that was for 2021, but the total's around 10 million. What happens with that? It just sits there?
After your board approves the assessment, then we record a lien on the property, and those sit there until the property transfers.
And those are recorded against the APN?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other supervisors have any questions at this time? No, I'm not seeing any.
Maybe I just
Wilson?
didn't catch about the nighttime satellite imagery. Can you repeat that?
At this time, we don't have the ability to do nighttime satellite imagery. It's something we can look into, but we don't have nighttime images.
I mean, we have a vendor for this, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Can we request something from the vendor on that?
We will look into it. There are some constraints just in terms of geo-rectifying and asking them. Right now, they fly over at a certain cadence and are able to take pictures at a certain time of day. And so that happens on a regular basis. In order to get nighttime imagery, the satellite has to be repositioned to be crossing over the area during the evening hours. So we will ask and see what the cost would be in order to get that.
I mean, they may have a partner vendor that has a different. Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, we've batted this around for a while, and it seems like we should be able to get that information. And I do understand like when their service is, but it seems like if they're here during the daytime, those satellites are somewhere else during the night, and vice versa. And I see them flying over, so I don't know if they're specifically taking photographs, but many are flying over, so help us out. Thanks.
All right. Don't see any other questions at this time, so we'll go to the commenters who are on the phone. Again, press star 9 if you wish to talk. Our first speaker is 1291. Press star 6 to unmute, and you will have a firm 3 minutes to speak. But you don't have to speak the entire 3 minutes.
Chair Bass, that caller just dropped off.
All right. If you were that number, apparently raise your hand again. Is that what you said they dropped off? All right, so we're going to go to 9449. And press star 6 to unmute. Are you there? Nikki?
They're unmuted.
Okay, if you are 9449, you are unmuted. So it's your turn to speak.
Oh, hello.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi. Okay, great. This is Nicole Norris. Thanks so much for taking my call today. I have worked with, as you know, at least 100 victims of the abatement program, and both as a reporter. Oh, let me. My son was very loud. Excuse me. So I've worked with several victims of this program, and you know, I really think that we need to give it a whole another look. Basically, the whole premise of criminalizing people who couldn't get through compliance was doomed from the start. It really feels more like the county's criminalizing their constituents for their own failings, and that farmers were set up to fail in a time when they're supposed to be getting ahead with the corporate takeover of cannabis that's underway today. It seems that legalization, just a minute, honey, has been a means to criminalize cannabis farmers again, recriminalize them. And I feel I've seen this with working with abatement victims, that the narrative that there are these bad actors that don't have permits and the good actors that do is completely blown out of proportion. And it's used to justify this entire program that's really inhumane and cruel, and it's robbing our entire county of generational wealth, of their property. I mean, 70% of abatements have come from District 2. We have a very small population. 9 out of 10 people, 8 out of 10 people I speak with have dealt with code enforcement action. This has got to stop, you guys. It's actually a triple whammy for a lot of people who've lost their livelihoods, they've lost their farms, they've lost their unpermitted homes or structures, and you know, some are even suffering from ill health. With Rhonda Olson, I just wrote an article featuring her. She hopefully just got out of the hospital for a condition related to stress. I'm hoping she can comment today too. But what you guys are doing to the county, particularly District 2 and 5, it's got to stop, you guys. It's not helping the environment. Most of the major farmers are permitted. The small legacy farmers are the ones getting abated that I've noticed. And it's got real dire impact to everybody across the board, including the government here. I mean, you can't capitalize on a brand that doesn't exist anymore. The brand is the legacy small farmers who are decimated by the abatement program, the cannabis abatement program in particular. So yeah, I'm just here today to beg you guys to reconsider not just the policy coming up, but the entire HEIR program in general.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for calling in. Our next speaker is 1291, followed by 7108. So if you're 1291, press *6 to unmute.
Well, that caller just dropped off again.
All right. For some reason, 1291, we keep having them drop off, so we'll keep trying again. We're going to go on to 7108. And if that's you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome, Bonnie.
Good morning. Yes. First of all, I want to comment about the report. It's great that there is a report. And on page 10, it had different new cases, HEIR, warrants, total traditional, all this stuff, and it's separated by district. So I think that's very helpful to see, because I live in the district where most of the enforcement is happening. But when you get to the list of all these cases for the second district that's over 16, they just all put on these spreadsheets. It's like random. And I strongly suggest that they be separated by district. So each district can look at not just the general numbers, but the specific things that are happening in their district. So that's my first suggestion. And then I wanted to talk about, the night skiving. People have been complaining, and basically hardly anything's been done. And you have this satellite, and I would think, you know, if you're going to be using a satellite, you should use it where it's really needed. And I would say this night sky thing, I've got a couple of them in my neighborhood trying to figure out what parts. Well, it's left up to the, you know, the people that live in the area to be able to identify. I also want to talk about, so lack of enforcement. You've got these ordinance provisions, and then they're not being enforced. And the other one that's not being enforced is the trucking of water. That's going on and has been going on in the ordinance that for cannabis, it's prohibited from using trucked water. So if they have these ordinances that are being carried out. And in my neighborhood, we have a code enforcement issue, I guess. It was a property that got a conditional use permit, and part of it was the
I think we lost our reception. All right. Sorry about that, Bonnie. I'm not sure. Oh, we lost connection. Okay. I was going to say, if our meeting is going to begin shortly, this is very... Looking at our technical... There we are. So sorry we lost reception, and we're back. We're not back? Don't let anyone fool you. Hybrid meetings are not exactly as simple as it all looks.
Chair Bass, we
Yes,
might
ma'am?
need to take a couple minutes because I can't bring anything up.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute. Is that 10 minutes? Sound good enough?
I hope so.
Okay, sorry, we have to come back in 10 minutes.
Oh, the office is saying the internet just
All right.
Alicia, that goes to Karen Flower. Yeah, okay. It came to me. There's not.
All right, we are back. We had a system failure, I guess you'd say, but we are back now. So we were doing public comment on the agenda item was the code enforcement annual report. And so we will go back to those who have raised their hands online. And our first speaker is 5953, followed by 4031. So if you're 5953, press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Lisa Gribby, and I'm a volunteer firefighter with Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department. And I have been the primary medical first responder for the last 26 years. I'd like to speak about the building abatement and proposed donation of
Oh,
the
actually,
building to the volunteer fire department.
Lisa, that is actually
Yes.
our next item, and we won't get to that till after 1:30. This is a different abatement item. This is
Okay.
on the report we just received on this year's activities. Okay, so yeah, definitely we'll talk to you. We'll hear from you a little bit later. So again, we are talking about the report, the annual report from code enforcement. And 4031, it's your, is that right, Nikki? 4031?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hello? Hello? Hi. I think that you're going to tell me that I got to come back at 1:32. My name's Rhonda Olson, and I wanted to talk about the article that was in the paper.
Okay, yes, exactly. You get to take a lunch break. And we'll be, we won't get there before 1:30. It's not exactly at 1:30, but it definitely will not be before then. I said it's, yeah. Can you call back then? To give a little process for people, at 1:30 we have a time set, which is general public comment. We will do this item, the following item, after that. At least that's what people in the audience were expecting. Okay, so how about 0150? If you're 0150, press *6 to unmute. Are you seeing anything?
They have lowered their hand.
Okay, the hand is now down. It's not showing down on here, but all right. All right, so I'm still seeing 0150 on the Zoom.
It's because I.
Okay.
But on your Zoom, you see it?
I do, but on here I have.
Now that they just raised their hand. When I just looked, they didn't. So I can call on them, or you can call on them.
I can call on them. This is so much fun today. 0150. If you wish to speak on the Code Enforcement Annual Report, this is your opportunity.
Hi, this has been a major nightmare trying to get on, but I'm at least on. This is Dottie Russell. So I am absolutely beside myself. 4 abatements were done last year, and 1 was a Christian Science church. That in itself is insane. The other thing is that there's all kinds of reports about that you relocate people. The guy that was causing the trash went there without permission. When the sheriff had a letter signed from me saying that they could go onto the property, they could remove anybody that was there, this fire happened 4 days into people being in the church with blankets on the window. If they were going around every single day on their rounds, like they said, with the letter that I said that they could go in, the church never would have been burned down. But the church was burned down, and then there were people going in there. Then the county said they wanted me to board up all the windows. I did it exactly when they wanted that done. Then we called Adult Protective Services to see what could happen with this man because he had a mental illness and had been homeless for 10 years. And then the report says that you're relocating people. I don't know where that's happening, but it's not happening in Southern Humboldt. This guy just the other day went into the cabin in the back that was boarded up. So he got the boarded up piece of wood off there. It's a standing building. It's allowed to be there. And he went in there, and I went by there like I always do because nobody else does. And so I went by there to make sure nobody was there, and I noticed that there was some kind of debris in front of the church. So I went over to the sheriff's station. So as far as I know, it had been like maybe less than a day. And I went over there and I said, don't blame me. This guy is there. I don't know what's going on, but he's not allowed to be there. There's no permission to be there. I'll drive around town, tell him that he can't be there. Now, in the meantime, when I was abated, all of this stuff said nothing was happening, nobody got better, nothing got done. That's 100% not true. So you should ask Shauna for any pictures that she might have taken about when Ron was arrested and put in jail. I went and took all of his recycling. This was during COVID. You said that it's a hard thing and they really need to get participation from the landowner. As a board member, as a landlord, as a board member, I actually worked with Shauna to call DHHS, to call social services, to call Adult Protective Services. She came down. We always greeted her whenever she wanted to come. We stopped everything that we were supposed to do. And I don't know who was calling, but the bottom line is Michelle Bushnell was trying to help negotiate for the hospital to buy the property. We were in negotiations with that. We hired a $3,000 lawyer and did
All right. Thank you, Dottie. Sorry about that. 3 minutes. 3053, and it's the last hand up in the online queue. Just press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. Can you hear me correctly?
Yes, Thomas.
So there's pros and cons to any governmental system. So some of the pros are, those properties that you mentioned that the county went in and cleaned up and abated are no longer nuisances to the communities and the areas they were in. Some of the cons, I've heard some reports of, and I don't know if it's unfounded or not, but it would be nice if the board went through with the other option or alternative that structures could, if allowed through the zoning, could stay permitted.
Hey, Thomas, that's the next item, and that will happen sometime after 1:30. Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
part of the code. I thought this was part of the code.
No, this is just the annual. This is the annual report. It's
Okay, my apologies. I will hold my comments till then. Actually, the last thing is the night sky thing. I hope there is something to deal with that. It is out there. I mean, people talk about it. It's out there, and hopefully there's ways the county can figure out how to do it. I would hope that they don't just target one area, but actually go around and see it, because that is not good for neighbors. In most areas, the neighbors will let their neighbor know if a tarp is blown off or something like that, but some communities it doesn't happen. So thank you.
all right. Thank you, Thomas. That's the last of the speakers we have online, so we'll go to in person. If someone wants to talk about the report we just received on the annual report of code enforcement, this would be the time. Just get up and stand by the side of the room, and if there's anyone else who's interested in talking, don't worry about raising your hand. Just stand at the side of the room, and we'll get a line going. Okay. Come forward. Welcome, Glenda. And just a reminder, it's a strict 3 minutes, so the clock's right behind me.
All right. On the annual report and that stuff, I'm wondering, of the cases, the 1,200 cases that they have open, some of them have been open for years and years and years, and they continually stay open, but they're not prosecutable. And I'm going to speak afterwards on my case in the deal because I want to have it told, because we have some discrepancies in legal proceedings, I think, if not anything else. But how long are these cases to stay open, and how fast are they doing them? Because it seems like the ones that are way behind get way behind for years and years, and then they come every year and put something out, you know, and then they say that they're continuing the case again, and then they wait about another year and they continue the case again. And that's what I have a problem with, is the new cases show up, but the old cases keep showing up as new cases too.
Okay. All right, thank you. And would you mind stating, I know who you are, but would you mind stating your name for the record? Sorry about that.
I'm Glenda Rozella, and I live at 2225 Walker Avenue, McKinleyville.
All right, thank you, Glenda. Is there anyone else who wanted to comment on the report that was just given? All right, I'm not seeing anyone, so. Oh, that's the line. Please come forward. Don't wait to raise your hand. Just in the line, whoever's in the line would come up. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah Bean, and I guess I'm coming to be the voice of the voiceless. I think it's a great concern in our community that our assets and our community members are being used in a positive and professional way. I'm concerned that our community members are no longer being proactive, positive community members. They're too busy worrying about whether there's plastic pots in their yards. They're being persecuted and criminalized because they have a greenhouse in their yard that they may never have even grown cannabis in or have the goals to in the future. I've now gone to many friends of mine in the pursuit of growing fruits and vegetables, and they are afraid and reluctant because of all the other persecution that's going on. And in the time in which we're in, where there's potential food shortages and gas is astronomically gone up in price, if people are afraid to grow food in their own yards, we really need to reconsider how we're directing our energies. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for coming. And please come forward if I saw somebody getting up, but no one else wants to comment on this item. All right, well, we're back to the board. I mean, the basic motion would be to receive and file the annual report.
I was just hoping that Director Ford could maybe
Answer some of
address
those? Okay.
some of the public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the things I'd like to start by saying is that code enforcement is not a criminal process. It is a civil process. And so we're not criminalizing anybody. We're not making people villains. We're identifying where there are violations of county code. And we are asking that those be corrected. And if people are willing to correct them, as Ms. Manel mentioned, we start with a letter which is really intended to educate. And if people come to the understanding that they're in violation and are willing to voluntarily work to fix that, there is no further action on the part of code enforcement. If people are unwilling to change and address the violations that exist, there are situations where fines and penalties can be imposed. And so I just want to make that really clear to start with. This is not a criminal, none of these are criminal proceedings. The other thing is that there was a comment made that it's small farmers who are getting abated and they're being decimated, and frankly, one of the concerns here is that we have been tasked with permitting farmers, both small farmers and larger farmers. and farmers who are not in the permit process and are cultivating and selling their product are engaging in an activity that's not allowed by ordinance. And so it is our responsibility to address that. I will also say that we have showed a lot of restraint in terms of going after smaller cultivation sites so that we are not entering into the situation articulated by the last speaker, that people who have small greenhouses and small areas, we're not even notifying that they are potentially in violation. We are basically have been leaving those alone, and I probably shouldn't say that, but that has been our approach. We have not gone after smaller cultivators, and so we absolutely want to have particularly small legacy farmers come into the legal system to be able to be permitted. There is a process available for them to come in and have a permit within 30 days. In fact, right now today, if there is somebody that's not permitted, they could have a permit by the cultivation season for this year through the county process. And I think that that is important for people to understand. There was a comment about lack of enforcement relative to night sky. We agree with that. That's why we are devoting energy and effort into that. We're placing resources on that as a priority. There's another comment made about trucking of water. This is an interesting dilemma for us because trucking of water is not an illegal activity. Using trucked water is an illegal activity for cannabis cultivation. And so we have to be there at the time that the water is being delivered in order to identify that they're using trucked water for irrigation. And so there are situations where we have been able to identify that. We have been able to have proof of that, but that is relatively difficult to obtain. There was a comment by the caller who was cut off relative to a violation on an approved cannabis site. That approved cannabis site has not initiated any activity relative to cultivation yet. We are pursuing that violation, which is an abandoned vehicle, through the code enforcement process. A letter has been sent out on that. There hasn't been follow-up. We are in the process of following up on that. I'd like to say that there was one of the callers thought that there were a lot of people being relocated. The relocation that Ms. Manel identified was relative to a site that was an old hotel where there were occupants living there, paying rent there. And so they had the expectation that that was their home. And there are legal proceedings and those are legal requirements in those situations for a property owner actually to assist with the relocation of those residents. And so what the county actually did in that case is we acted as the property owner to relocate those residents, and part of the cost that the property is being liened for is that relocation expense. And so it's really important to know that relocation is a property owner responsibility.
Director Ford, can I ask you a question right around that subject?
Yes.
With that caller, Ms. Manel made a reference to, in the future, we are going to possibly be seeking for homeless camps, being able to relocate and clean up with property owners' help, and possibly that, but that's a future, that's going to be coming, a future process. Is that my understanding?
Well, essentially, yes.
Okay.
The homelessness is a difficult issue.
Yes. I think that possibly the caller was referencing around that comment.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to clarify that that is a process that we are trying to work forward and towards. And I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Nope, that's fine.
Can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
And I just want to clarify, I'm not sure where the question was coming from exactly, but that What we did for the Oric Motel was relocation benefits for people who, like Director Ford said, have an expectation and they're paying rent for a place, not someone who's not paying rent and is essentially trespassing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
I think that's where I'm going to stop. I just want to reemphasize that code enforcement is not a law enforcement activity, and so we're not criminalizing anybody. Our primary objective is to bring sites, property back into compliance with the Humboldt County Code. And there are fines and penalties which can be administered, but the fines and penalties are really there if people are unwilling to bring the site into compliance. If people bring a site into compliance, there's no reason for fines and penalties. If people are in compliance with the county code, they won't be talking to code enforcement. These are sites that are not in compliance with the county code, and that's just an unfortunate reality.
Thank you, Director Ford. And we're
I have an additional question. Of the 4 abatements that you referenced in your report, the pictures, those were all noticed properly and had involvement, or you as the director had involvement with the property owners to try to resolve?
Yes, on all 4 of those, there were, in some cases, very lengthy involvement with the property owner trying to get voluntary compliance.
So they were well aware of the process and what was going forward and how things would take place?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any, Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks, you guys, for this. And as all of everyone up here knows, we get calls about code and enforcement and compliance on all kinds of things. And I want to also put out there, I mean, we really focused a lot today on locations where there's homeless folks. We've focused on cannabis issues, but there are also, and I know certainly in my district, where folks that are professionals and they just want to build, they just build what they build, and they're just causing all kinds of anxiety in their neighborhoods. Building fences very tall, creating character issues associated with, with that, and also just issues about putting in infrastructure that is maybe even going onto other people's property, all kinds of stuff that happens amongst what we would consider, everybody else too. I mean, not just cannabis and not just homeless things, but we're talking about that as well, and that does cause a lot of anxiety in a neighborhood, and those are code enforcement issues. And what we see too is this: when one person does that in those neighborhoods, then everyone else feels very entitled to do that as well if there's not enforcement on that, and it just becomes becomes a bit lawless in terms of that, and it can really have a lot of impacts and a lot of anxieties on neighbors in a neighborhood. And so I just wanted to recognize that's part of that long list that you guys are looking at. It's not just the areas that we sort of focused in on today. So I appreciate the work on this, and I can't remember if there was a motion or not to receive.
There hasn't been one yet. Would you like to make it?
I'll make the motion to receive the report, and thank you for working on this.
We can't, the audience does not, we don't get to do comment. You can reach out to us separately, but this is not a time where we can go back and forth.
You're welcome to send an email and or phone calls, yeah.
Is there, right, you did public comment. There's a 3-minute public comment period each. Yes, same item. It's okay. All right, do we have a second to the motion? Second. All right. The one thing I wanted to say is, when we look on there, and I know the 4th District doesn't have a lot, but I want to just let people know, especially on the peninsula, it means a lot to them. And it's really hard to feel like it's hard to get any focus over there because there's so much else throughout a very 4,000 square mile county. So sometimes I know that is frustrating. I know we do work on it, but just, we may not be there may not be that many, but it does affect a lot of people on the peninsula in a negative way to have to live consistently with some of the problems. But all right, so we have a motion and we have a second. And do we have the little vote tab up?
Do you see yours up, Chair Bass?
I do not see mine up yet. Should we just do you want to do a vocal one on this one?
I'll just do a roll call vote on this.
Yeah, because it's not showing up anywhere.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so Director Ford, do we have one you want to squeeze in before we head to our lunch break? We'll be back here at 1:30 for the afternoon session. Is there one that you...
I do not have the Zoom in front of me to know if the appellant and applicant are on Zoom right now for the Crandall appeal.
Okay.
The Thomas Crandall, the appeal of the...
And, oh, there's someone, well, he's in the audience. Someone's there.
Okay, very
Right.
good.
So do you want, does that move, or do you think the other one would move more quickly? Okay.
The
who's
other
there?
one's continued. We can continue the one. The Forever Loving Humboldt is a continuance.
Yeah, I think we should do that because I don't want to assume, since Mr. Crandall here, I do want to give him our full attention, and we know that we will be breaking for a lunch. So, Mike, were you suggesting the continued appeal, if we can do that one first?
Just a question of process through the chair. John, do you feel like we're going to get through this appeal, not the one that's going to be continued, but the substantive appeal? Do you think we're going to get through that in half an hour with discussion and everything?
I'm concerned about that. When it was about 11:30, I was thinking that was a possibility, but now that it's 12:23, frankly, that it probably is giving this a little bit of a short time frame.
Okay. Yeah, so is the continued item...
The continued item needs public comment because it was agendized.
Okay.
It'll probably be shorter.
Yeah, I'm just... It's always... This feels like a time-guessing game, but that's what it is. Sorry, Mr. Crandall, to have you waiting out there.
I can come back after lunch.
Okay. Yeah, it's I can't guarantee anything. Yeah, it'd be definitely after 1:30. Not guaranteeing, and it'll still be a ways after 1:30 too, Mr. Kim. Well, actually,
could I, Chair? I'm sorry for interrupting. Could I
No.
offer maybe a modification to the agenda and move this up in front of North McKay to do the code enforcement discussion, then do this appeal because it will not last as long as North McKay, and then do North McKay.
okay. Yeah, whatever you say. So, do we need to? Can't we just unofficially move that around?
I believe you have the power to do that.
Yeah, exactly what he said. Yes. Well, let's see. We're going to come back at 1:30 and do general public comment on non-agenda items. Following that, we have told the folks that were here for the cannabis enforcement potential policy changes to come back. So, John, are you suggesting we do Mr. Crandall after that?
I would suggest we do Mr. Crandall after the code enforcement discussion, yes.
Okay, so yeah, definitely after 1:30. So, all right, thank you for your patience on that. So, Supervisor Wilson?
Can we at least get the continued item?
Yeah, I didn't know if there was anybody that was supposed to be zooming in or if you got all you need.
I can handle that one. That's fine. And I think the applicant has asked for the continuance. So this is on the item Forever Loving Humboldt Incorporated. It's an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to deny an application for a conditional use permit to allow 32,500 square feet of existing commercial cannabis cultivation.
And I'm going to open the public hearing. So thank you. That part is done now. And anything you wanted to add other than?
I'll just say the applicant has requested a continuance of this to allow them to work through the issues that were discussed in front of the Planning Commission before the board hears it. And staff would concur with that, and it has no timing constraints. Since the applicant and the appellant are the same, it seems appropriate.
Supervisor Wilson?
Does this require a motion to continue?
Yes, please.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue this item. We will go. Are there any hands up online? I don't see any, Nikki.
No. Oh, one just went up. 0150.
Okay, 0150. This is on a agenda item regarding a continuation of an appeal hearing. So if that's what you want to talk about, press *6 to unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. This is Dottie Russell. So I just think it's terrific that you guys are listening, paying attention, trying to work with people, making sure they understand, and continuing something so that you can all be on the same page. That's exactly what didn't work for us, because we thought we were working with you. We thought we were doing exactly what you wanted to do. We didn't do a hearing. We didn't do an appeal. We didn't do any of that because we thought we were working. Just make sure if you have a continuance with anybody that if you don't think it's working when somebody's doing what you ask them to do, then tell them that you don't think it's working, and that they need to appeal or apply or do something, whatever it is. It's the communication that is creating most of these problems with code enforcement. So I think it's fantastic that you're listening, that you're doing a continuance, and let's let this be the beginning of people all respecting one another. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No other hands up online. Is there anyone in the public who wished to comment on the continuance of this item? Seeing none, Supervisor Wilson? Okay, anyone?
Yeah, yep, I sure did. It's the system. It's our menu.
All right, so
I'll do a roll call vote.
You know, actually what's happening, we have to reset all of these because I still have the same numbers up from last time. So yes, a roll call, and hopefully we'll get this fixed up for lunch.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Affirmative.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we are going to head to lunch now. We'll be back at 1:30 for general public comment and the rest of the afternoon. We are back. Does everyone have, well, we're almost back. We're missing one. I think he's there.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay. Okay, there you are. I think you're needing to connect something there, it looks like. Do you need technical difficulties? You know what, mine. After we get everyone plugged in. All right, so we're moving on to our items that are comment on items that are not on our agenda today. So this is a time where members of the public can comment on other items. And we will go to those on the phone first. And if you happen to be interested in making general public comment, press *9. Remember to turn your volume off if you are making public comment, because if you're watching the video, there's a time delay. So we don't want anyone to miss their opportunity to speak. So we go first to those on the phone. And we have two numbers up, right, Nikki? Are we the same thing? All right, so our first one is 0116, followed by 1041.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ash, welcome.
Hello, my name is Ash Teeter with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com, commenting on non-agenda items. I sent every member of the board a link to an article. If you have not read it, you should get around to it when you have time. The 99-page study titled Worldwide Bayesian Causal Impact Analysis of Vaccine Administration on Deaths and Cases Associated with COVID-19, a big data analysis of 145 countries, found that in the U.S. specifically, the jab caused a whopping 38% more COVID cases per million. And even more astonishing, the jab caused a 31% increase in deaths per million. Results indicate that the treatment, vaccine administration, has a strong and statistically significant propensity to causally increase the values in either the Y1 variable chosen for deaths per million or Y2 variable chosen for cases per million, over and above what would be expected with no treatment. 84% of the statistically significant countries showed an increase in total deaths per million associated with the COVID-19 due directly to the causal impact of the treatment initiation, the vaccines. 86.78% of statistically significant countries showed an increase in total cases per million of COVID-19 due directly to the causal impact of the treatment initiation, the vaccines. Researchers performed a causal analysis comparing both pre- and post-treatment periods to come up with the difference in cases and deaths since the implementation of the vaccine by analyzing publicly available COVID-19 data to determine the effect of the widespread rollout. After eliminating all results from countries with low vaccination rates or incomplete data, there were 128 countries with sufficient data on deaths for the Y1 and 103 countries to examine total cases for the Y2, which comprised a total of 145 unique countries. Perhaps the most telling part of the study's results were that the countries which recorded the fewest COVID deaths in 2020 were the ones to experience the largest increase in cases and deaths once the vaccine was introduced, with some of them seeing increases as high as over 1,000%. Our county should perform its own studies on its own data and not rely solely on the state and federal data that in the last week or the week before, our Department of Health and Human Services has admitted that they have been doing. It is just very important. Double check, do our own research. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ash. And the last hand we have up at this moment is 1041. And if that's you, press *6 to unmute. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome, Donnie.
You guys can hear me still?
Yes.
All right, perfect. I had to press *6 a couple times. My name is Donnie Creekmore, 5th District out here in McKinleyville, Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I was calling just to make some generalized comments. Back in August 7th of last year, you guys threw up a mask mandate to follow the state, and that was, right after the quote-unquote Delta surge was hitting, and that peaked at 79 cases per 100,000 in the unvaccinated and 30 cases per 100,000 in the vaccinated. Fast forward to December and then running into January of this year, we had the peak of the Omicron. Fascinating. The mask mandate clearly didn't do anything. The vaccines clearly didn't do anything because what we see is a co-equal case curve that basically goes from December to January over a 2-week period, starting from 12 cases per 100,000 in the unvaccinated and 31,000 in the vaccinated, and then peaking at 153 in the fully vaccinated and 149 in the unvaccinated. So the fully vaccinated actually had more cases. fascinating because these are the same people that wear masks because obviously they've accepted a experimental product into their bodies, into their arms. That's a big step past even, capitulating to mask mandate tyranny. And all of it was a failure. None of it did anything. I mean, if it did something, it would have done something. You would see something different on the data than two co-equal cases. So the vaccine doesn't work. There's no reason for spending money for two Batmobiles to go out and spread vaccines that don't work and test for a virus that 99% of the people that get it survive from. This entire thing has just been a debacle. It's really, really sad because it's just all it's done is illustrate how you all are equally cowardly as much as you are stubborn, because despite all the facts, everything could pile up on your desk and you just sit on your hands and just wait for the state to do something so that way it's politically convenient for you to go ahead and make the same move. Well, that's not leadership, that's fellowship. And y'all should be pretty embarrassed that, hey, vaccine mandate Madrone over there, he wants people to vote for him. I wonder if he's thinking that the people that
Hey, Donnie,
lost their jobs because of his mandate
Donnie,
vote.
wait, I'm not cutting you off. You still have 30 seconds left. Our dinger, the little reminders didn't go off, so I just want to let you know you have 30 seconds left.
Are you starting the time right now, the 30 seconds? Or is it still rolling?
No, we're starting it now. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, so vaccine mandate Madrone over there, he's running for re-election, and I guess he's hoping that everybody's going to forget that he voted to basically for people to lose their jobs if they didn't capitulate to a vaccine that didn't work, that they didn't need, that they had every ability to refuse as an adult. My body, my choice. I guess you can kill a baby, but you can't, you can kill a baby in the womb, but you can't deny a vaccine. Really, really interesting logic there from old vaccine.
All right. Thank you, Donnie. We did hit the timer there. All right, so we can get back to that. We do have a couple more online, and I would like to let people know in the public that when we go to public comment on those that are in the audience, don't worry about raising your hand. Go ahead. If you're talking on general public comment, just making a line at the side of the room so we can move efficiently so we can get to the other items. So 9449, followed by 0326.
Hi, this is Nicole Norris calling back again as a resident of Salmon Creek and a freelance reporter. On behalf of the Hack and Squirt efforts that are underway currently with PG&E, I actually don't know anything about this except I was given a letter from someone in Alder Point who is experiencing, hack and squirt practices out there on March 28th. And as a renter, I didn't get any letter about my water in the land that I live on being poisoned in a way that is not legal in any way for anyone else except corporations on this level. And I'm calling today to ask, if our supervisors have any plan on putting a stop to the hack and squirt effort. Again, it's a toxic herbicide that is used, it's banned in Mendocino. It's known to cause all sorts of health defects, but it stops the trees from growing, and PG&E uses it as a cost-effective method to prevent, inhibit them from having to come back out and cut the trees again, right? I also find it really interesting how PG&E is allowed to use these chemicals all around our cannabis farms that are under such strict guidelines and testing regulations, and they're at risk of having their product not pass those standards as a result of PG&E spraying their land with toxic chemicals. I'm not sure why it's so dangerous to grow a plant versus doing that. Also, that makes no sense to me. And I'm wondering who's liable when those towns are failed by the testing agencies. And yeah, I'd like more information on how we can stop this hack and squirt effort going on across the county, not just Alder Point. It's going to happen in Salmon Creek. It's going to happen everywhere that PG&E just cut trees. And I understand there is a state agricultural exemption that enables PG&E and other corporations to do things like this still, even if counties like Mendocino, for example, they banned the practice. They still had to fight this corporation over the state agricultural exemption. But we need to stand up and say, no, this is going to impact future generations and our water and our land for so long. And it's just so important. And I really hope our supervisors step up and speak to whatever state agency, whatever person you need to at PG&E.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, we have 0326 followed by 1898. So 0326, I think, press *6 to unmute. Mr. Wilson, and are you and your wife both speaking?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start your timer first, and then we'll start one for Genevieve.
Okay. Anyway, on February 7, the Department of Homeland Security issued a National Terrorism Advisory System bulletin regarding the continued threat of an online environment filled with false or misleading narrative and conspiracy theories and other forms of mis, dis, and malinformation. That's mis, dis, and mal, which undermines public trust in government institutions. The CDC and FDA claim that these definitions apply to much of the information which is in conflict with their propaganda. And anyway, you get fed up with it all. Facebook, Google, and Twitter have routinely censored any dissent. And you may not be aware of all that, but we do. I suppose that means anybody who disagrees with them is categorized as a domestic terrorist. That's quite a title there. Anyway, now that we also have the Patriot Act, the bulletin itself undermines public trust in government. You get fed up with all this nonsense. At the California level, the proposed AB 2098 would designate the dissemination or promotion of misinformation or disinformation, some of the same words, related to the COVID virus by a physician or surgeon as unprofessional conduct, allowing the medical board to revoke their license. Now, that's their livelihood. That's what they put all their time into in college and internship, et cetera. The proposal would allow the board to base their action on so-called applicable standard of care, the lawyer protocol, and contemporary scientific consensus, the CDC and FDA. The state already uses the CDC as its oracle for truth, so anybody who disagrees with government will be severely punished and shut up. After the propaganda has been replaced by truth, perhaps we will be able to claim the board is spreading the true mis, dis, and mal information itself and revoke their licenses. You know, you get a bunch of these people which react in the opposite direction. The CDC has already shown its colors when it tried to pretend it could pass a law against evictions and with penalties of a $200,000 fine and 1 year in jail. Or consider, anyway, is that 30 seconds?
Yes. Yes, Charles.
Okay.
Anyways, now this made me now, Genevieve, okay?
All right.
Anyway, we have the cell phone. That's all right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for letting me talk too. By the way, we really enjoy this time that you don't have to wear a mask. The natural law, you can breathe with your nose, but people are still worried about it. But I just see the fact it's not. We are being conditioned like a security blanket. And recently I saw when I was in a lager bar, the Irish dancer was wearing a mask dancing. That's a strenuous dance. This is very detrimental to their health, and I was just could not see them. I should go out there and say, let me see the young girl's beautiful smile. Maybe they will take out the mask. But anyway, we really enjoy this. After election, everything will go back. You will have another one. I'm not being pessimist.
because they are passing the law now. Every year you need to take a COVID shot, and also 12 years old is without parental consent to take the shot. That's ridiculous. You still have to raise your 12 years old home. If something goes wrong, what you going to do about it? My point is, and also hospitals are very inhuman. People dying in the hospital, they want to see their husband. She had to take a shot. After she took the shot, and she was sick. They had to remove her gallbladder and part of her small intestine and some of her appendix. And then she come home, and then her husband survived from down south. Her husband come back to see her in the hospital. The hospital say either you take a vaccination or be tested. So he got tested and positive. He said, how can that be? I just come back from ICU. Home one day I got, so he will retest it. Negative. And the people testing department say, I only take your positive result. So he cannot see his own wife. This is wrong. This is totally wrong. Another family, he comes from Marseille and then something had a minor surgery in the hospital locally. What did they do? They ended up, the first day, the son-in-law had to see him. It's okay. The next day, they want vaccine passport. He cannot go in. He got worried. And then they say, oh, we give him a brain scan, something wrong with his brain. Because they give him all kind of drug, maybe sedate him. So the Marseille, the neurologist in Marseille, their own neurologist called the hospital, give me the report. And next day they released him, and he drove home with his own truck to Marseille. So how can anybody have to be stay in the hospital and able to drive home in the truck? This is insane. My point is, be careful. Anyway, talk to you later. Thank you for the time, and just don't be so happy that after the election you have another virus. Just be prepared and learn from your lesson. That's all I can say. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Genevieve. And now we're going to 1898. That's you press *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Bill Holt.
Welcome, Bill.
Hi. I apologize. I could not figure this out earlier, and you could tell me I can't speak, but it's about the North McKay ranch.
Actually, Bill, you'll get to speak, but it's not yet. It's a ways away still. Okay?
Oh, you haven't gotten to?
Oh, no. We will get there.
Okay.
It's one of those days. We will get there, though. All right?
Do you have an idea when? I've been juggling all day trying to be here, so I'm just trying to understand. It's like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Do you have an idea?
You know, I would like to tell you that I have an idea, and every time I do, it's wrong. So I would just say check in. We're hoping maybe 3 is what the planning director said. Okay. So, all right.
Sorry to interrupt.
Hey, no worries. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to those in the members and the public who are here. If you're here to speak on a non-agenda item, this is the time. We do have some people signed up first, so I want to find out if they're in here, if they still want, they may be wanting to speak on the later item. Vernon Price, I don't see Vernon back. Okay, so Vernon's not here. All right, someone's got to help me. It's number 2 on the line, starts with a C. With the last name? What's your last name? Garth. All right, welcome. And this is on items not on the agenda, correct?
I got a couple of things.
All right, and then also after you, I just want to let John Dean maybe know that he'll be coming up next. Go ahead. Welcome, and bring the microphone up to you a little closer so we can hear you. And you've got 3 minutes, and you can see right behind me.
I don't want to shout at you. Hey, I made somebody homeless the other day, this lady with 2 dogs. I helped her for a little bit. She limped into town in an old Winnebago from Eureka. She claimed she had a job up in Big Lagoon, but they had a gas problem. And I spent a few hours helping her. I thought I fixed it, but I didn't. She's seen me a few times. I charged her battery. And she's like, they're going to tow my car. I promised to help her. I feel real bad about it. But I was being abated, and I was stressed out, and I was trying to I was trying to put lipstick on my pig so that it'd look nice in my own house. And she got towed, and she's homeless. And there's a lot of homeless people in my town all of a sudden. They're all over the place. They're camping in the woods, but they live on the street, and mostly seem like nice folks to me, but I'm sure there's other things they'd rather be doing. And I just thought I'd point it out to you because I feel pretty bad about that. I wish you guys would call your dogs off and tell them to leave people alone so they can live in peace. And the other thing is I got COVID back in 2000, and 13 months later, it was a bad case too. 13 months later, I was pretty healthy. You know, that long COVID only lasted so long, 6 months or 8 months or something. Then I got vaccinated, and right away I had a bad heart attack. I feel really lucky to have survived the year after that. I had a bunch of major blood pressure events after that too, and I don't think they were normal. And I'm throwing that in, and hope you all have a nice day. I know you got hard work.
Great, thank you, Charles. All right, so there looks like I should have people just write this down in printing. John, is there someone with the first name John in the room that wanted? Did you want to speak under general public comment, or are you talking about an item later? Okay, all right, thank you. Glenda, you signed up. Is Glenda still here? All right, oh, there's a Glenda. Glenda, you still signed up. Did you want to speak under general public comment? Yeah. Okay, and just a reminder, it's specific to something different than what we've already talked about, so.
Well, it's my case. Still haven't
So
done
you're
all the
speaking
stuff
to your case, and there's 3 minutes.
Okay. November 2017, there was a notice of abatement to my property. I went in and signed a compliance agreement. The inspection did not happen until 2019. I've been accused of stopping the inspection. The code enforcement officer had the letter and not the contract. And I said, I want the contract, I don't want the letter. And she said, the letter is just as good as the contract. And I said, no, it isn't. So she left. And 2 weeks later, I got a copy of the contract. And my signature is signed and notarized. And code enforcement is not signed and not notarized. So they were trying to enforce a contract that they did not sign. Next thing that happens is November 2020, we have another complaint, and we have pictures. I'll bring them up later. The only one that's actually of my property is behind the gate. The 3 cars that are pictured as evidence are not on my property. They're on the 2 adjoining and abutting properties. The declaration of execution of inspection warrant and that stuff, and they find that it says the property owner was present for the inspection, and the property owner had 2 friends present who stayed at the front gate of the property during the inspection. No, they were told by the deputy that they could not enter, and they were my agents and representatives. They could not enter during the inspection. The property was inspected and found to confirm the previous violations, but nobody sent me any notification that I was still in violation. They sent me an email, and they seem to have trouble saying they can't communicate with me, but they can email me when they want to. They emailed me on March the 10th and said that I had not communicated with them, but they hadn't communicated with me. And so they said that in the 10th of March afternoon is Thursday afternoon, and they said if I didn't contact them by the 14th, which is Monday, that they were proceeding with the case. Okay. The next thing is that she served a proof of service, Sarah Quintrell, and she signed it, and I have it out there in the hall. I can't get it right now.
Glenda,
And it
I'm
said-
sorry that your time is up, but you can certainly send those documents to us through email. It's 3 minutes. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Glenda. We got to go move to the next person. All right. If you'd like to leave those. Okay. Thank you, Glenda. Okay. Peter Childs. Peter, where have you been all this time? So, Peter used to, I think you knew my dad when my dad was on the board. Okay, so this is on general public comment, is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
What she was just talking about. It takes a lot to break me up these days. But I had to come up and speak to this one because it reminds me so much. Can you turn his mic on?
Oh, yeah, actually, Mike, just a moment. Hold on, Peter, before you do it. I had to turn your mic back on. And this is general public comment on items not on the agenda. So if you're going to talk abatement, I'd try to take a different path than either of the other two items we've already had, because those are on the
I
agenda.
do intend to take a different path.
I should have known that. We'll let you.
Yeah, some of you know me. I congratulate you for being on the board that long. But let me just deal with all of these things that are coming down. And things that are being done are so wrong. They're just plain wrong. People who have done nothing wrong misery is being inflicted upon them. And it reminds me so much of the old code enforcement program because it's coming from the same place, the same mentality. And it's coming from staff. Now, don't get me wrong, staff does lots of things right. That's not the problem. It's things that are being done wrong, just as with the world at large. And that's what I want to talk to you about. And I want to talk to you as seriously and as urgently as I have ever spoken to you about anything. Because what I'm saying is real and it's true, and we push it aside and we ignore it because it's too big. But the world is trembling on the verge of catastrophe, the likes of which we have never seen before, except maybe with the flood. Give me 3 minutes more for that one. It's fascinating. All over the world there are legends of it. But we are in a condition right now, just from climate change alone, the United Nations International Panel on Climate Change is saying we may have 10 years left to escape global catastrophe. And guess what? It's already happening. Millions of people are suffering catastrophic results just from climate change alone. Never mind the nukes. By the way, read Daniel Ellsberg's The Doomsday Machine. It'll stand your hair on end. But what I'm trying to say is this. We're not in this mess, in this terrible peril, because of the things we've done right. Duh. We're in this terrible situation because of the things we've done wrong, with ever-increasing power. Doesn't take an Einstein to predict what had to happen eventually, and that's what's happening now. It's crashing down all around our heads. Really, I wish I was making this up. I've studied it carefully for 50 years. It's terrible. It's enormous. It's real. It's here. And it's crashing down on our heads. So what my point is this. It's so important. Now, it was always important, but now it's crucially important that we treat each other right. That we really seriously, in every aspect of our lives, I mean all of us, but especially you with power to affect people. It means more, of course. Who cares what I do compared to that? But it's so important now that we really seriously study what the right thing is in any case. And these people will tell you a lot of the details about what's wrong. So my plea to you all would be put your hearts at the top. That's the main judge. Use your hearts. Then think clearly about it and be open to what the victims of this terrible treatment are telling you and make it right. And then maybe there's hope. So God bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, we don't. Just a reminder now that we're back in public, we don't do clapping and we don't do booing or anything. You can do the thumbs up. Stuff is great. You got some thumbs up there, Peter. All right. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on items that are not on the agenda? If so, stand up and approach the podium. I don't see anybody. I think he's... Okay. All right. We're good. Okay. Okay. We're going back to the board. That's the end of that little piece. And so now we will move on to our next item, and it's the discussion on a policy regarding a specific type of abatement, I guess you could say. And I'm sure Supervisor Bohn is coming right back. Oh, and just a reminder to people, if you're going to be wanting to comment on this and you are on the phone or watching this, press star 9 now so that we know that you want to speak. All right. Thank you, John. Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon. John Ford with Karen Manel, the Planning and Building Department, requesting board direction in how to address situations involving unpermitted structures that are used in relation to unpermitted cannabis cultivation. The basic approach of code enforcement, as was discussed earlier, is to return a site to its pre-cannabis condition, which involves removal of the cannabis infrastructure. The practice has resulted in increasing concern relative to the removal of buildings, and thus we are coming before you to discuss this and request direction. This discussion was highlighted by a blog posted yesterday about new owners who have purchased property unknowingly that have enforcement actions against them and have buildings that have been requested to be removed. While these circumstances elicit sympathy and require understanding, and the Planning and Building Department attempts to work with new owners to resolve violations, they still raise the issue. This morning we're asking for a simple direction, and we will attempt to provide the rest of the story relative to the information that was presented in the blog. We're actually going to use the blog as kind of an outline of explaining some of the structures and what some of the facts are behind some of the structures for the board's consideration. And Karen Manel will now provide the staff recommendation.
Good afternoon, Karen Maynell, Code Enforcement Manager. I prepared a PowerPoint to show you which will help point out some of those, will point out the board item that we brought before you originally, and then also point out some of the facts that we think are missing from the blog. So if we could start that way.
So, and Karen, before we start doing the presentation, or Director Ford, do you want to have questions asked as they come up, or would you rather wait to do your presentation first and then have the board ask questions?
I'm perfectly fine with you asking questions as we go.
Karen, which one is that? Is it?
It's called unpermitted buildings.
I don't have it on this disc. Let me just. It was on the same drive you had earlier, correct? I only have your code enforcement, and there's a buildings, that one? Buildings? Doesn't say anything about unpermitted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I apologize. It was a different date on here. Give me 1 second for it to come up.
Hopefully it's the right one.
Well, we'll find out. Maybe. Yeah. There. Okay, Eric.
All right, looks good. Okay, so the item that we're bringing before your board today is, to address how and what policy guidance you can give us for how to deal with unpermitted structures that are part of unpermitted cannabis cultivation sites. So our current practice is that the site needs to return to pre-cannabis condition, and that guidance basically comes from the CCLUO that talks about what happens when somebody withdraws from the process or comes out of the process for legalized cannabis, and that ordinance does specify that pre-cannabis conditions are the goal there. So we also see structures of a variety of types, but oftentimes the structures are designed specifically for the cannabis operation, and we'll have some pictures of that. And then some are really well built, and some are not. And so those are some of the things that go into, or will need to go into this decision making. And then we have properties that are sold without resolution, like Director Ford mentioned, where new buyers are faced with the legacy violations that exist on the property. But even more so, we have many of these where the original owner is still the owner who still wants to keep the building. And, we struggle with the issue before your board today. Location also comes into play. Some of these buildings are the only building on the entire 40-acre TPZ parcel, whereas others are within a curtilage of a residence and, might even look like a barn or something that had existed unpermitted, but then was converted for an indoor cannabis operation. So we see a variety of situations come before us. And then we also see, like I mentioned earlier today, an increase in the trend toward indoor operations, and we're seeing buildings pop up in graded flats or open areas where outdoor cultivation used to be. We're now seeing unpermitted buildings in those areas. So that's kind of the playing field that we're starting with. And then the options under consideration for your board today are to continue with the current practice of requiring unpermitted structures involved with unpermitted cannabis, exempting residences that are actually residences. Or the second option would be to allow property owners to prepare a plan and description of how they intend to use that unpermitted structure in a permitted way going forward. This is a provision that is described in the 2.0 as part, it's like a second part of having to return to pre-cannabis conditions or submit a plan as described here. So some of the things to consider if this is the path chosen is that
Supervisor Bohn, I think, has a question.
Okay.
And maybe I'm jumping this, but the one that there's not environmental harm in the structure remaining, can we add to that and make sure there's no environmental harm by tearing it down? Because a couple I've seen have probably been over 100 truckloads of concrete and material to take it out. And I think it's, when you take a look at it, as long as, because my whole vision is if we can put a lien on the, just on the not a lien, but a little, on the title, that it will not be used and they will suffer consequences if it's caused. But I mean, like you said, a lot of these are pretty nice buildings and a lot of them would cause more damage taking them out. Then I'd like to see that weighed evenly if that's possible.
And all of those options are up for your board's consideration. It's really in your up for your consideration. So the things to consider are: is the building within the curtilage of an existing residence? Can it be converted to a permitted use? Whether there is or is not environmental harm in removing the building. And that the one part that we would ask is that if the building's allowed to remain and be permitted, that if that particular site is found to be cultivating indoor again, that we institute the day one penalties, which we can now do with ordinance, but we've never done before. So that would kind of be the understanding under which the buildings would be allowed to be remain and get permitted. So just going over the benefits and disadvantages of removing the buildings. The benefits are, it does act as a deterrent. The expense and inconvenience of having to remove a building can act as a deterrent. There's no opportunity for reuse. There's clear guidance, and it's pretty black and white. If they all have to come down, it's easy to maintain that and easy to convey that information to people. And then it may reduce the illicit cannabis produced and sold. Disadvantages are that, as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, there's increase in demo entering the waste stream. And then property values will be reduced. A lot of these buildings are on the tax rolls, and property taxes are being paid on these buildings even though they're unpermitted. And so not only would the value of the property potentially go down, but the county would also not be collecting those taxes. So conversely, we have the benefits and disadvantages of allowing those unpermitted structures to remain. benefits, reusing the building. A lot of these buildings can be reused. It's certainly less wasteful if we can reduce the amount of waste and recycle and reuse a building for another permitted purpose. And then those property values would be maintained, as well as the property taxes. Disadvantages, it would be less of an accountability for those who are engaging in indoor cultivation and unpermitted structures. There would not be the consequences that there are now. So that may be less of a deterrent moving forward. So turning now to the blog that Director Ford mentioned that came out this week. There were 3 cases highlighted in that blog, and this is the first of those. So I just kind of wanted to go over some of the information that was missing from the blog. These are a couple pictures of the structure, and in this structure, if you can see right in the center there, you can see that there's not much of a foundation and that there's quite a few black pots. So this structure appeared in 2018 after a previous case we had on this site was closed. At the time, the property owner was Somerville Creek. As you can see by those dates, the property was noticed to Somerville Creek, and in the meantime, the property changed hands into the current owners, the Mr. Thomas and Miss Morgan. So this is a kind of a classic case of the items crossed in the mail. We checked our ownership information. It checked out. We issued the notices, and in that amount of time, the property transferred ownership. So when they received the notices, they agreed to a consent inspection, and we did go out there and with their attorney. At the time, our code compliance officer, Brandon Houghton, was out there, and the owners at that time didn't express any desire to keep the building. They really didn't. They expressed that they didn't have a use for it. So they applied for a demo permit. We never did serve them notices because they were going to remove the building. They applied for that permit, and so we offered them a no penalty compliance agreement just to outline the terms of removing the building. And then which was that compliance agreement was signed and by everybody, and it gave them 6 months to remove the building with no penalties. And then something changed, and we're not quite sure what changed, but their desire to keep the building obviously changed. And so now we're kind of in this situation where we thought we had an understanding and agreement, and it doesn't appear that we have that. Just some things that happened is, the article was saying there's a cement foundation, and there's not really a cement foundation. There are pillars, but it's not something that you can drive a car in or use, as a garage, because there's no vehicle access. I'll show you the pictures in a minute that'll show that. The construction's not to code. It doesn't actually look very safe in the photos, and the TPZ zoning may limit what permittable uses are allowed. And the owner did send us pictures in February of 2022, which showed that there had been electrical work done in the building, which didn't have a permit. So sometime during that time, the electrical permit work was done. So here's the building. This is the only door big enough for a vehicle, but as you can see, you wouldn't be able to put a vehicle through that door. You can see that the foundation is just the pillars there. This is the side of the building. I'm not exactly sure if that's on dirt that's piled up or if erosion is occurring from rain dripping off the side. But you can see that there's a change in elevation from where the pillars are down below. This is just some perlite and remnants of a growing operation. This is inside. This is electrical supply that was left behind when the cannabis operation ended. Here's one of the indoor rooms showing the venting. You can see on the floor, and in the next picture even better, where the beds had been. Here's the framing that's holding up the 2.5-story building, and you can see the framing is not what looks like it's to code, so it's not. It looks potentially unstable that the framing is spread so far apart when that is what is holding up the rest of the building. And again, on the floor, you can see where the beds once were, as well as the ventilation. So that's that case. The second case that the blog mentioned was the Celino case in Miranda. We started this back in 2019 as a code enforcement case. At the time, the owner was Shipman. Property sold to Lehman, and so we reserved notices to Lehman. The outdoor cultivation stopped at that point, and Lehman apparently constructed this structure, and that's when the structure appears. Shortly after that, the property is sold to Celino. And so in July of 2021, we served the notices to Celino just for the building. It wasn't cannabis related at that time, even though the building had been used on the site of a previous cannabis operation. So right away, they gave us a call, and we tried to set up a consent inspection, but because of staffing, it took a while. Brandon let them know by email he was going to be out of the office for a week, and so that he was going to be unreachable. In the meantime, unbeknownst to us, law enforcement apparently had their own investigation going, and issued a warrant for this site, which we participated in, but we didn't know the location until the time of the service. So it wasn't until we were going to the site with the law enforcement that we were aware that this was a site that we had just noticed, and that we had, essentially set up a consent inspection, although it hadn't happened yet. So it's somewhat of a paths crossed situation again. So, however, they did apply for a demo permit, and we did offer them a no penalty compliance agreement. It was pretty late in the game when we heard that they wanted to donate this to the fire department. I heard about it yesterday, but so I'm not exactly sure when in the timeline that was first mentioned, but it wasn't in the beginning. The metal greenhouse structure that the article mentioned was under negotiation. That's never been an issue for us. That never needed to be removed. And the small house that needed to be removed, it wasn't really a house. It had no bathroom, no kitchen, no plumbing, and I have pictures of that. And then the foundation that the article said was permitted there was no permit, but the grading was permitted. So here's some pictures of the inside of the small house. So again, there's no plumbing, no kitchen, no bathroom in the house. Okay, and then moving on to the third property that was mentioned in yesterday's blog. Ms. Olson unfortunately purchased 3 parcels that were very encumbered with previous violations. There was a search warrant served, and then the property transferred to Rhonda very soon after that. And then we issued notices to the previous owner soon after that. All of this happening within a fairly short time frame. So again, this is a case of where the letters crossed in the mail. We checked our ownership, and we thought we had the right owner, but then it transferred shortly thereafter. After speaking with Ms. Olson, she seemed to be unaware that there were violations, but was very cooperative about taking care of those violations. And we didn't serve notices on her, and we did offer her a no penalty compliance agreement. That has yet to be signed. We haven't essentially been in communication with Ms. Olson recently. And on her case, really that's all that's left. She's removed the greenhouse. All that's left is some grading. She has 2 sites. One we're not really worried about. It's a old logging pad. It's probably been there 20 years. It was used for cultivation, and technically by ordinance it should be permitted. But since it's been there for so long, it's not a concern. I think it's, we can chalk that up to pre-cannabis logging activity. And then, but the other part of the grading is there is this tunnel that goes from one of these properties to the other underground and underneath a building, which needs to be addressed because it does present an unsafe situation. We haven't been in the tunnel because it didn't look safe to go into, but we think it's compromising probably the building.
Supervisor Bohn has a question.
How long and how big is the tunnel?
We weren't able to go into it, but it.
What? No. You know where it goes in, you know where you mentioned too, you know where it goes in and where it goes out. How long between the ingress, egress of the?
For that, I don't have that detail with me. If you want that, I can, Brandon Houghton's here, and he's more intimately familiar. He may have an answer to that.
A mile, 100 feet? I'd love to know.
Welcome, Brandon.
in the mic, please. Thank you.
Yep. Brandon Houghton, Code Compliance Officer. The entrance to the tunnel was a standard man-sized hole. There was no exit. It goes underneath industrial building. However, 6 law enforcement officers entered the tunnel to clear it, to make sure there was no one hiding in there during service of the warrant. And now as they came out, I went to go in, and they stopped me saying that it appeared extremely unstable and would not be safe for personnel to go in there otherwise. So for that reason, I didn't go in. But considering the fact that 6 grown adults went into the tunnel and I could not see them, I would assume that it would be pretty extensive.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. Okay, so that's Ms. Olson. So then we're, back to our, asking for direction before your board. Just some last minute things to consider is that when people do transfer ownership to new owners, it is really hard to track that sometimes, especially when we're transferring LLC to LLC. It's really hard to find that responsible party. And a concern that code enforcement has is that that I think whatever the board chooses to do, we should consider that making different allowances for people who inherit a problem versus are the ones that still live there and created the problem. I don't want to create a situation where people are transferring ownership to avoid having to take down a building, because it's really hard for us to transfer, to follow LLCs and who's responsible for LLCs. So that's something I would put forward for consideration. The other thing I would put forward is that on the Salino property that we talked about, the one with the big metal building, if you go with option number 2, that metal building would be outside of a 2-acre curtilage around the residence. So, allowing that building to stay, maybe you want the curtilage to be bigger than 2 acres, but, in some areas, especially like in TPZ zoned property, there are limits to the area that can be developed, and in TPZ it's 2 acres. And so because the house is located and the other improvements on the property are located just far enough away from this metal building, it would be an area that's larger than 2 acres. So I hope that makes sense. And so those are just some things to consider and the things that we wrestle with. So that's going to conclude my presentation. But if you have any questions or follow-ups, I'm happy to answer.
Supervisor Bohn, and then I think Bushnell.
Well, and what caught me when I was reading this was on the Salino property. I don't know what how far it's away from the curtilage of the house, but if there's and this is a rare occasion, and I was going to ask how many of these metal buildings are popping up in the flats that are going on, because I'm not, and not that I am out there, but I'm not seeing anybody doing it, but I guess probably some people are. But if we can turn it into a public use, public benefit building rather than, the way I understand it, it's just going to be loaned to the fire department, leased to the fire department, or given to the fire department. So I'd love to see that, because otherwise we're Measure Z's paying for metal buildings right now to put up. So if this creates a situation that's already there, and it looks like it's bigger than the ones we're putting up for the firehouses, it sure seems to me that would be a public benefit situation that could it be met, and could we work with them to get that? Not applaud them, but just it does work for the public benefit.
Yeah, we can certainly entertain that idea of making it a public use or a quasi-public use. Like I said, that information, while it did come into our department, it wasn't in the beginning, and we weren't aware that it was something that was seriously being considered as an option.
Sounds like it is now.
It is now.
So Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
Well, just specifically about that structure, is it currently still up?
The Salino, yes, I believe so.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, I believe the 2-room other structure, I believe that one has been removed.
From the inside?
The one that
Oh,
had
the-
inside pictures, yeah. The one
Yeah.
that wasn't, was a small house, but wasn't a small house, that one. I believe that one's been removed.
How far away from the residence is that building?
It's fairly near the metal building. So it's outside that 2-acre curtilage area, but it was, I think it was just slightly further than the metal building from the residence.
And how far away from the fire department?
I don't have that information.
Supervisor Wilson, and then we'll go back to Supervisor Bohn or Bushnell. I'm not sure which one.
I'm just totally unclear about what we're talking about here today, because what we have in front of us is a policy discussion, and it sounds like we're talking about a conditional use permit. So I'm just having a bit of I mean, I understand the illustrative part of this issue with relationship to this incident, or maybe 3 incidences, but we're talking about a policy issue, and then we're already, before we even get into the policy discussion, we're talking about exemptions to the policy, and I'm just hoping we can.
So I'm specifically asking Supervisor Wilson because it was referenced in the
Actually,
article.
yes.
Sorry.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I'm specifically asking because it was referenced in the article that they brought forward, so I was just clarifying for myself.
And I realize that, but the article is not in the staff report, and so that's what we're supposed to be. That's what was agendized and put forward to the public. I've not seen the blog, so I was doing something else with my time, and so I don't know what to say about that. And so I'm lost
Okay.
to this point.
Supervisor Bohn and then Madrone, and then we can go back and see if they can get some clarification.
And since I'm the one who took us off base, I have not seen, I don't know, I don't even know where it was. I don't know what a difference between a blog and a enterprise newspaper or anything. But what I'm saying is, I don't know. I just heard that there was an offer to take this. Is it part of the ordinance? No. But as we work to the ordinance, I want to know the rules that are we going to be allowed to do things like this on an individual basis. That's why I asked the question on the earlier, is it more harm to tear it down than keep it up? And in this situation, and not that I'm playing to the crowd, but there's a lot of people out there from Salmon Creek that are actually wondering about one specific thing. And I don't think they give a damn about our whole ordinance, but they'd love to know about what's going to happen to maybe the fire hall. So that's the only reason I was trying to figure out the rules. We can dive into the ordinance and go back the other way, but we're still going to hit on it, I believe.
Well, and before I go to, I think I had Supervisor Madrone next. I did want to ask Director Ford. I mean, I understand where Supervisor Bohn is. There's an interest. There's something that's new information has come up. I didn't read the blog either. I make a habit of not to go anywhere near blogs, but I understand the concern. But I know we are talking about the policy in general, and so I guess I'd ask you if you see another path to have this other discussion, whether today's the appropriate day or if that's something.
I may have confused the issue when I asked Karen to address the items in the blog, because they were at least related from the standpoint that these are buildings that were A, unpermitted, and B, were used for cannabis purposes, so they are very much related to this discussion. The thing that the blog tended to do was elicit sympathy about the property owner taking on a piece of property that they didn't know that there were violations. There's all kinds of other things there that come into play, not wanting to be cold-hearted, but the reality is the property owner is responsible for their property, and subsequent property owners inherit that responsibility. And number two is that sometimes in the context of these discussions, these blogs tend to evoke a sentimental kind of response, and so wanted to be proactive and say that, yes, we're aware that that's out there. Here's how these fit into that. We don't want to really get into the blog. We really do want the policy guidance on whether or not buildings should just simply be removed if they're unpermitted and were used for cannabis, or if we should look at them in terms of if they can be permitted for two things: a permitted use that's already part of what's going on the property, and two, that they can get a building permit, which at least one of them up there are serious questions about. Then they can be retained. And so the important part about like the Salerno building is that and I'm hearkening back to a discussion that the board had relative to the general plan implementation, where we talked about should we be allowing buildings outside the 2-acre curtilage. And that is what the general plan sets as a limit. So we're very much trying to target this discussion around general plan policy.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone, then Wilson, and then Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Well, you know, this topic brings up a lot of different issues, but I agree that I think what we're here today is to provide some guidance on policy. That's the way I understand the agenda item. But I also understand there are lots of people here in the audience and not here in, in the audience that have concerns about this particular issue. Both Michelle, Supervisor Bushnell, and myself met with you folks as part of our ad hoc not that long ago to provide some feedback on how at least 2 of the board members might feel about this particular issue. You know, from my perspective, I think that we're going to see a lot more of these with what's going on in the industry. We're going to see a lot of property turning over. And I would rather see the property turn over to residents that want to do something very productive with it rather than us ending up in liens and, you know, all kinds of other things. And I know that's the way you guys would prefer it as well. None of us really want to go down that route unless we're really forced to. You know, there is disclosure law issues here. You know, I mean, when somebody's selling property and they know that they have a notice of violation, a notice of abatement, they have a legal responsibility under the law to share that with the new buyer. And if they haven't done that, then the buyer absolutely, from my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is that the buyer would absolutely have some recourse under the law in terms of disclosure. You can't sell property without disclosing, especially things like this. Obviously, it won't show up on a title report until it becomes a lien. You know, that's one of the weaknesses of it, that, you know, the buyer doesn't know maybe, unless the seller really does their thing, right? But there's not going to be anything that's going to show up in a title report, is there?
We now record notices before a lien.
Okay, so that's something new that didn't happen on these properties when they're purchased, but that will now be happening on, before a lien happens,
Yep.
you would, there would be a process whereby a buyer would know about this.
Yeah, as soon as we post the notices.
Look at that, improvements.
Or 10 days after.
That's great. That's really important because I think people need to be aware. Many of these buildings are built to code. They didn't have permits, but they're often built to code. And from my perspective, I would absolutely support a policy change that allows for buildings to stay under the conditions that I think you've laid out. That seems reasonable. And I think we've got a few cases in front of us here. That's why people are here today, where they feel like not only are these buildings to code, but they're incredibly useful for the community in terms of fire structure, storing of equipment, and all kinds of other things. And what an amazing thing when a private property owner steps up and says, hey, you can use my structure for these community benefit things. So I applaud the community for trying to work in that direction, and I would love to see us have a policy that would allow for those kinds of things to occur. For buildings that aren't built to code, well, that's a whole nother matter. I mean, you know, that's a tricky deal. And, you know, back in United Stand, back in the 70s, when Peter and Dan and everybody were, you know, pushing back on all the red tagging and such, that was a pretty amazing time, frankly, and that the outcome of that was our Class K, is it? Class K housing, or owner-builder, alternative owner-builder rules, which I've taken advantage of, and many people have. So thank you, Peter, and others who worked hard to give us those options in our community. I think we're all learning that in today's world, sometimes, you know, the codes are changing. There's a lot of new innovative ways of building things that aren't necessarily in the codes yet, but they could be, because they're structurally sound and really well built, but they just don't quite meet the codes, like recycled materials or other kinds of things. So I hope we continue to advance in the way we deal with those things. But I'm here to say that I support the policy change. You know, in the curtilage, I understand that is in our general plan. But frankly, if there's a building that's been built and it can be built to code and permitted, well, it can't be permitted if it's not in the curtilage, I guess, out there. But I mean, I don't know. I think exceptions can be made. if it's not being used for cannabis, but it can be used for something valuable to the community, let's try and make that work one way or another. So that would be my comments at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have Supervisor Wilson, and then Bushnell or Bohn, or whichever one of you wants to go first.
Through the chair, this is a question for staff. On both the general plan issues associated with and the CCLO issues, we went through CEQA process for both of those.
Yes.
Yeah, and so how do we does that mean we have to reopen CEQA in order to make modifications that make significant changes to this? Because I understand we discussed the values of having property value issue, but we didn't discuss things like habitat fragmentation. We didn't discuss things like more roads and more siltation. We didn't discuss things related to fire abatement associated with, more structures on the landscape that then areas that don't even have fire districts have to deal with. And I mean, there are costs too, besides just us getting some tax revenue. And all the models show that we're upside down in this development pattern in terms of, I mean, that's why we did Measure Z, right? We can't even provide, the taxation from these properties, and can't, they need subsidy through like Measure Z and other things. So I'm just saying there's costs to this, and I don't see that enumerated in this report and how we might deal with that. That doesn't mean there's not a path for exceptions to these things, and I think, frankly, conditional use permit processes may be the way to do it. There just has to be some accounting for that so that we can make the findings that get us past the CEQA review that we've already done. I mean, I think it's not. I don't think it's just so simple as okay whenever, but there's going to have to be some deliberative effort, like maybe there's a review through your staff that then has some sort of appeal process to the board or something like that that gets us to that place. But the way it's written right now, for me, the sort of alternative policy to the existing is much too, I mean, I hate to say it, it's like much too simplistic to protect us from all of those other issues. So.
Well, if I could, Chair?
Yes, please.
I think you're correct. The simplistic way that we approach it right now is just simple compliance with the CCLUO and simple compliance with the general plan. That's why it's simply written, because it would allow things that are otherwise allowed. To deviate from that, I do think you're right, that there needs to be an expanded process to that, and that I'm scrambling a little bit trying to think through how to create that, because in our code we really haven't thought about how to allow exceptions, and so that's something that really does need to be further developed.
And just as a follow-up, I don't also just mean habitat fragmentation. It's like de facto parcelization can occur as well, because you have a property that's so big, you have one over here, house over here, house over here, house over here, and suddenly you're talking about parcelization, and VMTs, all that stuff, all the things that we went through in the general plan process. And what's interesting is that if you do something illegal, I think you're bringing this up, which is illegal cannabis, then suddenly you're given the right to then have development on the property, which you're going to have a lot of angry neighbors. They're going to say, like, what the heck? Like, this person did something totally illegal and went, no, and then now we're just saying it's cool, but I do everything by the rules, and I don't get that. Like, I want to be careful of being, fair in that process. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn.
Thank you.
Okay, just Bushnell.
Pretty disturbing to the environment to tear a building out. So I'm wondering, when it says as for the motion would be provide additional direction as needed. Karen, can you put up those conditions that you did again? So would this be your guys' suggestion for, to deviate from, to allow buildings? Are these your suggestions?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? After Supervisor Bushnell?
Thanks. So the curtilage of existing residence is considered 2 acres around that residence?
Yeah, that's what's identified in the general plan.
Okay. And, okay. Thank you. Can you leave that up for a minute?
Okay, Supervisor Bohn, then Wilson, because Bohn was on there first. Did I see another hand go up on that further? No?
How many, just roughly, because you look at this every day, how many buildings do you think we're talking about if you were going to take a rough estimate that are taking place on our 2.6 million acres in Humboldt County?
I would estimate that we're talking probably a few hundred.
On less than 2,000 acres maybe or something?
I can get the data and for the board if you know,
What?
Just my gut.
Just your gut.
Just my gut. In the entirety of the county, would probably say there's closer to 800 buildings that we're talking about. Just in the last year, we were on over 50 buildings alone, and we didn't even scratch the surface.
Okay, then out of the 50, how many of them would you have said out of the 50 could have been permitted? I mean, even as an owner built, they still have to meet. Still have to meet the outlet height. They still have to meet. And how many of them were 10 buildings like this? I'm just saying we're going to run because I've run across 3 of these 10 buildings in the last 18 months. This being the 3rd one.
I would probably say about a dozen of them would be permittable if they would have cleared zoning.
Okay, that's going to be the anomalies we're going to be looking at. I think. I mean, the unpermittable buildings have to come down. I mean, any way you look at it. I'm not trying to permit unpermittable buildings. I have no desire. But if somebody builds a building, and I keep the pictures we're showing, the metal buildings, those already come pre-engineered. If you want to pay the extra $2,700 for the guy to stamp it. Otherwise, it's not pre-engineered because they're not going to come by the building department, so nobody's requiring it. But they can always go get the permit after it's up. But with that being said, those are permittable, but unpermitted structures, as we're looking at the guidelines, those range from 300 to 3,000 square feet or more. I understand, depending stories and everything else. I mean, the little one sitting there on pillars, concrete pillars. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's not going to be a garage or anything else like that. It does probably need to be addressed. But I would love to have buildings that are permittable be addressed on it without, and I know we went through, but it's such a small sampling of what we have, and in no way are we trying to tell everybody, go out there and put an unpermitted building up, but just make sure we can permit it. We're not doing that. We're hopefully going to catch some people on that. And I mean, or we do something about moving forward and in the future let people know that there's a distinct possibility if you put the building up, it's going to come down. But the problem is the ones that are out there, just like I think it's 2022 for our owner builds on the extension. I think we end in 2022, right? Do we end this year on the amnesty program?
We're working on renewing that. Our intent is to bring it back to you for renewal. So it does need to be renewed before the end of the year. Yes.
Or they need to come in and get a permit. But what I'm saying is permittable buildings is what I'd like to address here. And if there's 12 of those out of the 800, then, or 12 out of the 50? So, okay, 25%, 200 of them, the buildings out there are permittable. I'm willing to look at those if they're permittable.
So Supervisor Wilson would like to slide back up, and he has a comment, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
So, I mean, at brush, I think the guidelines on the alternative sound like they make sense to a certain degree. I mean, you could basically have, beyond that conditional use permit, if someone really wants to do it, they come, they would actually apply and have to go through that process because it would be such an exception to the rule. But I would say that also what we're providing here is guidance. If you wanted to do an illegal indoor grow on your property, do it this way, because then if it gets busted, you're likely to have an entitlement to that structure. And I'm just saying it sounds offensive, I get it, but we have 800 structures already out there and probably more. So it's not like that's maybe how I would look at it if I was doing this sort of thing. And I'm just kind of concerned at what we're saying here in this regard.
Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Frankly, that was one of the concerns we had. We didn't really want to say that, but
sorry, I was so politically incorrect, but yeah.
I was thinking of words. I know.
And I just have to say, this is coming from illegal activities. And I get I'm not an anti-cannabis person, but I'm just saying that's what this is. And so to say well, no one would do something illegal and then, try and game the system, well, I don't really understand. It seems we've crossed that threshold already. So,
Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn. Okay, Bushnell, sorry. And then Bohn.
Thank you, through the chair. So with those guidelines, and I'm going to reference back to the blog that you talked about, there could be exceptions with community service or community intent. How would those guidelines that you just have laid out apply to a structure such as that is just outside that curtilage and doesn't seem to have a path forward? Would it be a process to bring it to the board for the board decision?
That could be a factor. It could be a conditional use permit, which would normally go to the Planning Commission. I'd say the Planning Commission with notice. I think one of the things that we'd probably want to do at some level is to put future owners on notice that this now is a building that's for public benefit, and there would be some kind of right to use or easement or long-term lease or something like that associated with it.
And how would you tie that into that motion?
I would add the provision that, there's two things that I'm struggling with that question. One is just to go outside of the simple alternative that was provided and for any building, and then specifically to go outside of that motion for public benefit kinds of resolutions. So it may be addressed as simply as to add a provision in there that buildings can be permitted through consideration of a conditional use permit and consideration of the merits of that will be weighed, or period, just through a conditional use permit. And then in situations where there's a public benefit use of the building, that there be a legally recorded document, either a long-term lease or some other means, to reflect that the building will be used for a public benefit.
So I'm going to make the motion with, can you put those back up? Can you put that screen back up? So I'm going to make the motion with these considerations for provide additional directed as stated, with the additional language that Director Ford just said.
Would you like Director Ford to say it again,
No,
Nikki?
Nick you got it, Nick? Yeah, Nick was typing. She knew what I was doing. And I'm gonna make that motion stated that way.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
All right. Do we want to continue the discussion at the board, or should we go to public comment? Yeah. All right. I think we are going to go to public comment and try to explain how this is going to happen. We're going to go to the folks on the phone first. If you're listening and you wish to comment on this item, you should have pressed *9 by now. And if you haven't, press it now, or you could lose your opportunity. There is a time delay, so those of you watching at home, turn your volume down once you actually call in on the phone. Because what happens on the phone is real time, and what happens on the video is a little delayed. And everyone will have 3 minutes. And when we go to the public in person, don't worry about raising hands. If you're interested in speaking, and you can go and stand at the side of the room now. We're going to go and have a line and a queue so that we can progress, hopefully, somewhat efficiently. This is really exciting. This is the first time we've actually had many people in here during one of our meetings this year. So, all right, so we're going to go to the folks on the phone first. It's exciting. All right, so the person on the phone, the first number, Nikki, my screen just went dead.
Chair Bass, I have the first number is 5953.
Okay, 5953. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. And I'll get my thing back up.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
It muted her.
We can't hear you.
She got muted again. There.
Okay, we're going to let you start over again. Is she unmuted yet?
She's unmuted, yes.
Okay.
I think I'm back. My name is Lisa Gribby. I'm with the Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department, and I have been the primary medical first responder for the past 26 years. So, speaking from that point of view, I've lived in Salmon Creek most of my 47 years on this earth. The entire time we as a community have struggled and fought to keep our fire department afloat, staffed and responsive. I probably remember before we had an engine firehouse. I definitely remember stocking our medical supplies with leftover, expired National Guard hand-me-downs. We have survived purely on our wit and our grit. Similarly, I have watched cannabis legalization test the mettle of the toughest of the back-to-the-land homesteaders who built community institutions out of that same wit and grit. Through the years, naysayers would scream and shout that farmers were not paying their fair share of taxes. Therefore, the infrastructure and services and funding from the county and state was severely lacking. So the locals built those things themselves. Did bake sales, sold ice at Reagan on the River, among many other fundraising strategies. We scraped by. We have a couple of outdated engines and one newly purchased used engine with the help of a local benefactor. We have a handful of certified first responders and a couple dozen volunteer fire crew. 2 of our crew members happen to be Corinne and Matt. They go above and beyond many of our newcomers. They started doing weekly fundraising events during the summer, which has given us old-timers a huge bit of relief in volunteer hours. It's been a real infusion of energy. And now, through this whole process, they want to donate the use of a whole huge building. The specifics of their ongoing struggle with the county to be fully compliant, which has been more than adequate as far as I can tell, is already documented and discussed. My concern is the actual loss of use to the fire department, specifically the safe, dry storage of medical equipment. Our community is aging, for one, and regularly suffers accidents of one kind or another. Rapid medical response and adequate and appropriate equipment is key to all patients who are in need of medical rescue. The possibility of a fire department annex building is an extraordinary bonus to our community members. Response time to that area of the neighborhood is currently 20 or more minutes, and having a building stocked and ready to go has the potential to take that response time down drastically. As you may know, the faster someone has access to EMS during a medical emergency, the better chance they have of survival. If you turn this proposal down and the Solenos are forced to demolish that building, our community members will suffer the consequences, plain and simple. I beg.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Before we go to the next speaker, I want to make it really clear that the conversation we should be getting comments on is the policy. And right now there's a motion on the floor that would allow for certain things to be looked at as we go in the future if that's where the board chooses. So even though I know there's a lot of feelings about these pieces of property that were written up, you know, it's not specific to those properties. And we all support fire departments. So I would just say if you can keep your comments more specific to what you've heard as the motion. And would you read the motion one more time, Nikki, just so people have a clear understanding?
Can I ask that Director Ford to clarify?
Okay, but so we're taking a brief hiatus to ask Director Ford to clarify whatever Supervisor Bushnell wanted you to clarify.
So we have the language that is on the slide. However, can you clarify the last portion?
The last portion that was part of the motion that was not in the recommendation made by staff, that the motion that Supervisor Bushnell made, was to allow buildings that don't comply with those policies, in this case something that is outside the curtilage, that it can be approved through a conditional use permit process. And that one of the uses of the building that can be considered as part of that process is for a public benefit, such as a fire district. And so this would qualify under that policy.
Okay, so I would like to go back out to the public comment now. Thank you for that. And so while you certainly can mention, you know, a specific project if you like, it's much more useful and for us to get to our decision-making part of this meeting. So just a reminder, try to make it about the policy if possible. So we're going to go to the next person on the phone is 2600. Is that right, Nikki? 2600? Or is it?
No, I have
5953. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that who just spoke?
Yes, actually.
I apologize.
All right, so we have...
Yes, 2600.
Yeah, 2600. You're next. Press star 6 to unmute, followed by 7884. So if you are 2600, it's your turn. Are they unmuted, Nikki?
Yes.
Okay, well...
I unmuted them, but they're not unmuted on their side.
Okay, press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Now they're unmuted.
Good.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, hey, this is Ed Denison. I had a rather orderly presentation, but in view of all the conversations, many of my points are different. So, first of all, there is not a blog as it's been described. Those illustrations of cases.
You're muted still, Ed.
What?
Star 9. Hit star 9. Or star 6.
I did hear.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan. We can hear you, Ed.
What?
We can hear you. You're doing good.
All right. Okay. Off I go. First thing, those illustrated cases did not come from a blog. They came from a well-respected journalistic online source, Red-Headed Blackberry. I supplied the clerk of court with a copy of those for distribution to the supervisors. It seems like you haven't gotten them, but they are there and they're available, and I recommend that you look at them. Second thing, the discussions, the illustrated buildings were really quite substantial. But building as a term and goes from simple hoop houses to complex structures. And I think, you may need to think of that, or you may be willing to permit hoop houses for gardens. That's all. There has been some confusion
in the presentation by the code enforcement people from planning. They both want to return the land to pre-cannabis conditions, but they also want pre-cannabis buildings torn down if they use the cannabis. Now, that's probably a side issue in this discussion, but it's an example of conflation that occurs all the time with code enforcement. You need to write this thing carefully so that there's no confusion as to what the thing actually means. Those buildings represent the wealth of the community as well as the property owners.
All right. Sorry, Ed, the 3-minute timer is pretty quick. All right. Nikki, I just want to make sure we have the same one that's next.
7884.
Good. That's what I was going to say. 7884. Now that we've got this on track. And 6670 is after that. So 7884, press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
I continue to be saddened and quite frankly appalled by some of the actions and direction of this county and staff over the last 7 years. The use of an unpermitted building is an integral part of the unpermitted cannabis activity because the building would not be present without the cannabis activity. What was the basis used in this staff report to determine that the building would not be present without the cannabis activity? Growers have, can, and will use about any building available to grow weed, if it makes sense, whether it's permitted or not, existing or new. The tone of this extremely biased staff report uses many generalizations which continue to unjustly persecute our community. Many of the buildings are specifically constructed and designed to support indoor cultivation and are designed solely for this purpose. Last I checked, 4 walls and a gable roof are standard building practices. But to say that just because these buildings have been used for cannabis in the past, they are specifically constructed and designed for cannabis and must be torn down is a gross simplification that negates the future opportunity to repurpose these structures. These buildings would constitute a use of the property that is probably not a permitted use of that property. Residential ag general, ag exclusive, unclassified, TPZ, and forest recreation are probably the zones that are implied. But all of these zones allow residential dwellings, ancillary structures, and ag exempt and AOB permittable buildings that do not need engineering to be built under a principal permitted use. Should they have been used to grow weed? Of course not. But that does not mean that we should force the discard of our precious resources and material used in their construction, which will lead to more environmental destruction and waste, especially in this time of housing insecurities and joblessness and rapid inflation. The disadvantage of allowing structures to remain is there is no accountability for unpermitted cultivators. Our state, county, and county has tried to force our community to comply with a broken system of regulations that is leading us to lose our life savings and our future opportunity. Who can we hold accountable for this? And those that never plan to comply will end up selling or abandoning these properties if they're abated, leading to little or no accountability to themselves. One of the biggest problems I see is that our government is not on the forefront, or on the front lines of job insecurity, low wages, uncertain retirement, and capitalistic pressure. And more problems that we face, the more problems that the people face, the more secure their jobs become. I can see very clearly that there has never been a carrot, and in fact, it has always been a stick disguised as a carrot. The cannabis program, satellite program, abatement program, safe homes program are all meant to punish our peaceful community. If there is a direct nuisance that is causing a quantifiable impact, then of course it should be prioritized and abated. But let's stop the charades and stop burning bridges in our community. Instead, let's start focusing.
All right. Thank you very much. Our next caller is last 4 digits of 6670. Press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. Are they unmuted, Nikki?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Supervisor. This is Madeline DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance.
Would just like to add into this discussion that we really need to be thinking about what a post-cannabis landscape looks like. If and when active cannabis farmers choose to fallow or transition from cultivating cannabis, they would become unpermitted cannabis operators. Our people have been legal operators and would then move into what might amount to ongoing compliance agreements, remediation, violations, and or potential abatements. We're talking about having to have plans developed immediately to either dismantle or deconstruct active and permitted building structures. These farmers that may be transitioning are absolutely going to need time, a breather, to figure out what their next steps are for their family, farms, businesses, and properties. And we do need to be thinking that cannabis farmers may choose to transition to the cultivation of other craft agricultural crops, which could use the existing infrastructure that has been developed. The idea that the farmers would have to dismantle their purchased private property infrastructure simply because it's been used for cannabis is insane. It is a massive waste, and how is that not a taking of their private property? So I ask us to consider as part of this conversation not just the abatement of what is currently considered unpermitted cannabis, but what are we going to do as our cannabis industry transitions from its active permitting style and lifestyle? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker on the phone is 4348, followed by 0299. So 4348, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
So I had a permitted property in southern Humboldt, and I withdrew my cannabis permit, and I went to sell my property, and I did a lease with option to buy that was notarized. And the person decided to, I don't know if he was growing or not, but he got busted, and then I got an abatement letter for my shop that has been there for 30 years, which is probably a permittable building, but maybe in that time that people didn't get a permit. But I think there should be a path forward for that building, and I shouldn't be in trouble because of that situation. So the last caller just stated there should be a path forward for people that are coming out of the cannabis industry and trying to move forward. And I talked to the county code enforcement, and they said that I could potentially get a demo permit, and then after I got the demo permit, apply for an ag exempt permit. So just hoping there's a path forward for this, because I shouldn't have to tear down a building that's most likely compliant and should have an opportunity to be permitted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is 0299, followed by 4205. So 0299, press *6. Are they unmuted? If you are 0299, press *6 to unmute. Again, a reminder to folks at home, if you're watching this on video, be sure that the volume is turned off because you will miss your opportunity. So we're going to come back to the next person. We'll come back to this person. We're going to go to 4205. Press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, hello. I am commenting in support of the alternative proposed by staff to allow zone compliant structures to remain if, of course, they pose no environmental harm. This agenda item is the two-edged sword, and some of the properties are required to upgrade to promote homesteads and commercial infrastructure. Hello?
Okay, can you stop the timer, Nikki? I have a feeling the person that spoke up was 0299. You were late pushing *6. We will come back to you. Right now we are on 4205. So We're going to continue on 4205, and then we'll go back to 0299. Does that make sense, Nikki? Okay. So you can continue 4205.
All right, thank you. I'm just calling in support of the alternative. It's a two-edged sword. On the one hand, there are homesteads that weren't able to get a permit because their home was their operation, and in order to be a commercial operation, they had to upgrade, not a homestead. This is why the 2,000 square foot small farmer ordinance and the safe homes programs have been underutilized. The risk of receiving a permit puts homes on the line when and if they are no longer able to compete in the California legal marketplace. If the infrastructure is allowed per the current approved zoning and community plans, then these should be repurposed rather than laid to waste. And if the infrastructure is conditionally approved, it should be reconsidered. These are the two edges. Some of these structures, like the homestead and buildings, could accomplish the increased housing inventories mandated by the state. Residents and county staff already have an established open dialogue process regarding zoning, water management, and the general plan. Why not spend more staff time on improving the already existing general plan in the Department of Environmental Health Standards, incentivizing good land management strategies such as water storage, hydrological road networks, and climate resilience? There have been plenty of special permits and conditional use improvements for incongruent infrastructure built to accommodate commercial cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution, accompanied by costly and lengthy public hearings, disproportional staff time, and expensive private consultants and lawyers. The CEQA's exemptions apply to pre-existence does not account for the required expansion of commercial infrastructure. If and when the industry wanes, the industry waste left behind on these abandoned properties could make the legacy of the seem pale in comparison. The commercial development in Humboldt County has posed significant environmental and social harm. The plant, Cannabis linnaeus, poses no inherent threat. Rather than it is management practices that transform rural landscapes into commercial operations and the lack of reasonable enforcement that create trauma for the community. I think that we need to address how we are going to look at this land.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going back to 0299. Press star 6 to speak.
Am I on?
You are, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, all I wanted to say was that if the county planning and building department wouldn't be so mixed managed and would be a little more honest, then maybe our cannabis permitting process would have been a little more feasible for all of the small farmers in this county. Instead of doing their spending all their money on the GIS to where they can have the eye in the sky and code enforcement so they can get back all the money that they felt they missed out on back in the 80s, then maybe our county wouldn't be in this terrible position that it is right now. It's hard for me to even listen to these meetings because I dealt with the code enforcement, the planning department, and they said from the very beginning they would not use people's applications as a red flag to abate them, and that's exactly what they did. Every single person that couldn't afford to complete the permitting process, they were abated.
Actually, ma'am, hold on just a moment. Stop the timer. Can you be specific to the item that we have that's a policy item?
I'm talking about the code enforcement item that's being talked about in general.
Actually,
in general, the whole ordinance, the code enforcement.
Yeah, that's not what this, ma'am. That's not what this item is. It was that we've had multiple conversations that could have qualified to speak on abatement today. This one is in regards to the building.
Why do you always talk over everybody? In every meeting, you do that. You cut people off. You don't let them finish. And then you say, oh, you're not talking about the right thing. I am talking about the right thing. I'm talking about the dishonesty that's going on in the planning and building department. You guys are paid by the taxpayers, you included. And you guys don't listen to nothing nobody says. You put on these long, lengthy meetings and you don't hear a word nobody says. They're telling you that they can't afford the code enforcement process. People are leaving these buildings because they don't care about them. So other people that care about this county purchase them properties, and then you guys continue to rape them for every penny that they have. It's disgusting.
All right, thank you. And just for folks on the phone, we really would like the comments to relate to the item at hand that we're trying to get to a decision process with a motion that's been on the floor regarding those buildings and how we move those, how we change the policy to make it work better. So if you are 6686, and yes, I will interrupt because it's my job as chair to try to keep people in making the comments in the correct vein when possible. So 6686, press star 6 to unmute.
They were unmuted, now
Okay.
they're muted, now they're unmuted.
Welcome, 6686. Are they still unmuted?
They're unmuted.
All right, if you are 6686, you are unmuted, and we'd like to hear what you have to say. We will come back to 6686 since they have not been able to make their comment yet. 3053, Thomas, press star 6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, Thomas.
So I wanted to call in, and there's been so much back and forth, but I support the option. I think that's a motion on the table to allow buildings that could be permitted that were possibly used with cannabis to be permitted later on. I would ask you to ask yourself, if someone permitted a building beforehand and built it to code, and then later after getting it signed off through cannabis and was busted later, what would be the difference between that and someone who was abated or busted and then was getting a retroactive permit for that building? It's still, as long as the building's built the health and safety code and building code and electrical and plumbing code, what does it matter? And it follows land use and general plan. I think they should be supported to be left. Buildings that were being used as subpar residences, we have a housing crisis. If it is allowed in the zoning, why not allow them to bring that forward into a permitted residence if allowable? Look at adjacent parcels and neighborhoods. There was a presentation today about one of the places, TPZ, evil TPZ land. It's a 13-acre parcel with multiple parcels right next to it with less than 5-acre parcels adjoining it in a densely sprawled development, as some would call it. So don't label out TPZ. I didn't even realize it until I listened to the presentation. I'm like, oh my gosh, I know that place. Thank God someone I know didn't buy it, and I feel really, really sorry for the people that are going through that. But really, really look at the land use. Is it allowed? Who cares if it was used for cannabis or not? I mean, these are buildings that are being permitted. You guys aren't talking about the brush huts that are built under the trees that you're never, ever going to find. I mean, you're arguing about buildings. Some people are arguing about buildings that are out in the open and can be used for habitable structures or viable uses for people to be out on this land in the hills and taking care of the roads and cleaning the ditches to avoid sediment and all those kind of things. So think about that. Don't go towards the anti-sprawl. Don't make them tear them down. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Colin, I will say also, 6686, you completely dropped off the screen, so if you still wanted to speak, she came back on. Okay, so we have call-in user with no numbers, Nikki. So if you are listed as call-in user, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi. I would like to make a comment in regards to what was proposed, and I'm not against that. However, I would like the county employees to consider making themselves more available to residents of the county and people that they abate. Currently, it's extremely difficult. The other thing I would like to mention is that are these county employees considering the fact that these buildings have been permitted enough to be charged property taxes on for the last 20, 30 years? How come they were legit enough to charge the residents and charge the property owners that much over the years, and then because somebody grew cannabis in it or they found a cannabis leaf in it or whatever, now that building's not legit? I would just appreciate if the county employees would make an effort to actually work with these people and work with the ones that are trying to get things legit rather than just shut them down in the hopes of getting their hands on more money. It seems like all they are ever after is money, money, money. We live in a great community, and we need to really work harder to make it a better place rather than run the people off that are trying their hardest. We don't want to sell out to Big Corp, I don't think, here. And unfortunately, the only people that can afford the big fees that the county is charging for grow permits and abatement and nuisance violations are the people that are Big Corp. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling in. 0359, correct, Nikki?
Absolutely.
All right, viewer 0359, we're going to try again. Press star 6 to unmute. Are they unmuted?
I unmuted him.
Okay.
I don't know about on the other side.
0359, press star 6 to unmute. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now. Thank you. Welcome.
So, the reality of, if we're really going to get down to the cannabis controversy, is what does this controversy entail? And a few terms that come to mind when you're thinking about Humboldt County code enforcement, the top terms that come to mind, I'd like to sing about them, but the reality is that's probably not applicable, but I'll just lay it out. Taxation without representation, illegal search and seizure, civil asset forfeiture, processing for profit, regulation.
Actually, ma'am, I'm not. Don't worry. We're gonna give you the rest of your time. I just wanted to say we had 2 abatement items today, and I think you might have meant to comment on the earlier one that was, I think, more general in nature. So this one.
I actually tried.
Yeah, but we actually try to keep. If this one is regarding the policy change. So, yeah, okay, cool. I just want to be sure. Try to get to the policy change one, but sorry about that one earlier.
You reset my 3-minute clock? Because the reality is you reset the clock and all the commentary when your system went down.
Okay.
And your inability
you're right. Our system was down, and if you had tried to call at that point in time, we will put you at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, you know what I did? I did, and I recorded it entirely. And regardless of all of these situations and scenarios are the same thing. So if you want to take the time to separate them all and then not let anybody have the commentary to address them all, that seems slightly neglectful. And if you're going to interrupt people and then take away their time while they try to claim their rights to time, that seems very neglectful. So if you'd like to give me a 3-minute restart.
Ma'am, I already did, and you've used 30 seconds. So I'd suggest getting to the heart of your comment. Yes, please.
So why don't you let me finish what I was saying without interrupting me? Taxation without representation, illegal search and seizure, civil asset forfeiture, policing for profit, regulation for profit, misallocated funds, excessive taxation, punitive punishment, extortion, conflict of interest, entrapment, corrosion, you don't even want me to go there. Corrosion, and monopolies, antitrust, defamation of character, loss of wages, and pain and suffering is exactly what Humboldt County has implied. And I don't know if what has been going on is by ignorance or maleficence. Because from day one, Humboldt County has had a lot of decisions regarding humanity and humanitarian eco-environmental conscious and consciousness solutions. And now that you're taking cannabis to be your eco-conclusion to confusion, would you consider logging and the fishing industry? Perhaps when you consider cannabis growers to be the problem, would you consider that prior to any cannabis farmers, there was a logging industry that cut down thousands of years of trees, the tallest trees in the entire industry, which I have to give kudos to National Geographic yesterday, was the International Day of the Forest and featured Luna, a tree, and Julia Butterfly, which she was a tree sitter that sat in the tree of Humboldt County and told people what is what. And she, only until recently, was actually honored as a hero. Up until then, she was considered a terrorist. And EHA, a facility that you decided to practice upon, a hippie commune, that, you know, they actually trained eco-terrorists to save the forest, which is now the last industry you have. So you had the logging industry, you had the fishing industry.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to make something really clear here if I possibly can, because obviously it's not working. I have big shoulders, so that's fine. But I'd like people to at least reference the item we're talking about. So I know there's a lot of feelings and there's a lot of anger.
Well, that's padding.
There's padding. There's not enough there. But it makes it difficult because it's taking the conversation all over the place. I know, obviously, speakers get angry with me, and darn it, that's what happens when you're chair and you try to kind of keep things in an organized fashion. So I would really appreciate it if we could try to at least reference this item in the conversations. We have our final public speaker over the phone, and then we will go to those in the public who've been very patient and standing. All right, 6686. We'll try this again.
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, hello. This is Leslie Doyle from Elevated Solutions. I just wanted to make a comment that was brought up earlier today about the environmental impact of actually removing some of these structures, and that should really be evaluated when we're talking about having structures removed. I was involved and currently help do compliance and permitting for Matt and Curran's legal farm, and I've also helped them a little bit with this abatement notice as well. And, you know, we were in communication with the code enforcement officers very early, and I just wanted to make it known that from the beginning they talked about giving this building to the fire department as a community resource. And also, I think that looking at that, there are a lot of buildings out there that shouldn't be just thought about for community resources. They should also be thought about for residential uses. And I hope that the board takes that into consideration today. Also, I know that in the beginning of this abatement issue, the county was actually recording documents on the title with the recorder's office that prohibited sellers from selling abatement properties because the facility title or title companies would not allow those projects to go through title with anything that had to do with cannabis. So maybe looking at a policy change that would focus a little bit more on that to protect buyers that are coming into the community and have no idea what's going on with abatement projects or properties. And, you know, just making the standards equal across the board for everybody. A standard set of specifications would be a really nice thing to be able to navigate the process. And I don't think that the county really has anything that gives you a clear guideline on how to address an abatement. Thank you for my time, and hope you guys have a nice day.
Thank you, Leslie. All right, we'll go to those in the public now who have been very patiently standing there. Just come forward. We'd love to hear who you are. If you're willing to let us know your name, you don't have to. And you have a strict 3 minutes, and I try not to be too cranky, and if I interrupt you, I will stop the timer while I try to just clarify. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Corinne Salino, and I'm a resident of Salmon Creek. I am here today to address the abatement policy under new property owners. Years ago, when we first arrived in the area, we fell in love with Salmon Creek. We loved the close-knit community and the willingness of the community members that had to help one another. For this reason, my husband Matt and I are so involved with and volunteer our time with the Salmon Creek Community School and the volunteer fire department. We try to give back to Salmon Creek in every way we can because the community is family, something that is really rare that you find these days. Matt and I purchased our home in the fall of 2020. During the purchase, we did our diligence the best we could to learn about the property. We trusted the title company, and when the report for the property came back clear, we are excited to take the next step and close on our forever home. When we purchased this property, our plan was to permit this building as an ag exempt, to be used for a shop space and to store the volunteer fire department engines, equipment. I mean, there isn't a better space. Less than a year after the purchase of the property, we received an abatement notice on the vacant, unpermitted metal shop on the property. We were proactive when we saw the letter posted on our gate and called code enforcement immediately. I was actually able to speak with Mr. Black that very day, and I invited him back to our property. I'm stating these facts because I want you all to know that we had and still have nothing to hide, and we were doing nothing wrong. Mr. Black said we would have to wait until code enforcement officer was assigned to our case. In a 10-day period, we had 3 different code enforcement officers assigned to us. That caused it to be very difficult to know who to call back and find who our correct officer was at that time. Because of this mix-up in the communication, I believe that's why we got a warrant pulled on our property. We were trying to be proactive, however, we felt like we were given the runaround. Currently, Matt and I have worked with all the agencies and are up to compliance with all of them besides the removal of the metal building, which we hope to save. I am here before you today to address how our situation and others need to be handled differently. I believe that the policy of new homeowners in Humboldt County need to change to make all of us aware of what type of property we are purchasing, if it had been abated or not. How can the county and the title company be addressing all of these issues on the properties? Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris. What was that? Corinne. I'm sorry, Corinne, not Chris. I got part of it.
Hi, I'm Dan Gribby. I'm chief of the Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department. I had a whole speech written up that said good morning. Well, it's good afternoon now. But anyway, I'm very much in favor of the board and the Planning Commission's second option of a way to make it a lot smoother and easier for people to use existing structures without having to tear them down. Obviously, everyone seems to be in agreement with that plan. So I've actually been approached by more than one person in my community to ask me if the fire department can come and burn down structures that were abated because they did not want to deal with the incredible cost of trying to take it apart board by board, et cetera. So obviously, that's not something that I want to do, but it points to the what we're talking about here, about this policy and about how somehow people need to be able to work with the Planning Commission to figure out a way that they can not have to just tear this down by such and such a date. Find a way to make it smoother for people and be more reasonable. That's what this policy seems to be addressing, and I vote for it, and I urge you to vote for it, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, sorry it's not morning anymore.
Hi, my name is Dale McCain.
Welcome.
And I'm very fond of some people in this room. I really don't want any of my comments to be taken personally. I'm strictly talking about policy. It seems clear to me that taking down permittable buildings is a non-starter. Having said that, I was so glad when someone brought up the AOB because I was rather dumbfounded and having difficulty closing my jaw when I heard people say that the process should be more complicated. I've been a realtor for 41 years in this county. I'm a knowledgeable person. I think of at least average intelligence. And when I engage with the planning department, I am overwhelmed by complexity. It seems to be a citizen in this county and to want to move forward and develop an undeveloped piece of property here, you need to be an attorney, a civil engineer, and a consultant, and all the above combined. Don't make it more complicated, for crying out loud. Let's make it easier for people to get permittable buildings. I don't like looking at black pots around a building, but the black pots around a building are not relevant to the planning department in the real world. And many buildings are post and pier and perfectly adequate buildings for people to use as a much needed and valuable outbuilding. The fact that you can't drive a car into that building, I love you, Karen, don't get me wrong, is not relevant. It doesn't render a building inoperable or unusable or somehow evil in the eyes of the good Lord above. It's an adequate building. People need outbuildings. You have your home you live in, but you need storage. You have tools, you have equipment. So from a policy standpoint, I think it's absolutely incredible. These people are wonderful people and should be lauded for what they're doing with the building department, planning, fire department, and everything else. But in another sense of it, if I'm not donating my building to the fire department, I should still be given that consideration and not given arbitrary and frankly illegal fines, because fines are not enforceable without due process and a conviction, literally. And I believe that's why the planning department has, offers these lower rates. They, well, we'll be nice and fine you less money. It's because they don't want to go to court for 3 or 4 years. Nobody does. So let's not make it more complicated. Please, you have to have a master's degree to get through it as it is. So thank you very much for your time. All due respect to all of you, and I hope my words ring true and relevant to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Dale. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Maria Stefano. I am the board secretary for the Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department. First of all, I would like to thank the board for giving attention to our specific situation. And it highlights that situations such as ours should be assessed on a case-by-case basis. For the county to mandate the abatement of a perfectly usable, safe, and quality buildings, sometimes on nothing more but a suspicion of usage by a prior landowner, is a travesty. This one-size-fits-all policy of abatement, particularly when the property is newly purchased, is an overly punitive action placed on new owners that can effectively rob a community of vital assets. A new policy needs to be established. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Shanna, and I also live in Salmon Creek and am an active member of that community. And I want to start off by thanking the Planning Commission for bringing this issue forward. This is a very important issue in our community, and we genuinely appreciate it. The proposal that you guys are looking at currently as amended is wonderful, but it fails to address people who bought the property and were not told, or there was no disclosure when they did the title search about that. And it also fails to address the lack of or the loss of taxes due to being forced to tear down buildings that may fit code. And I think that's something that should also be considered, is the value of the building, whatever kind of structure, I should say structure instead of building. And I really hope that the Planning Commission will be willing to work with Salmon Creek Fire Department and our community going forward. And thank you all for your time.
Great, thank you, Shanna. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Rolf Speck. I'm a neighbor of Corinne and Matt. I recently retired after 55 years in the building trades and doing a stint erecting steel buildings, prefab steel buildings. After this interior structure was dismantled, and it was a substantial structure, and by the way, it was done by all volunteer labor from Salmon Creek over a period of 5 days. I really scrutinized that building because like I said, I do have experience in those buildings. And I was amazed by that structure, the improvements in design, engineering, assembly. Since I was in that business, it's just phenomenal. And I'll tell you right now, that building, it isn't just code, it exceeds code. And one last thing about the environment. It will be take a terrible price. The environment, the local environment on Lower Thomas Road will really suffer if because of all that spray-on insulation. It will impact our local environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I would ask folks to kind of make it about the come on forward if you're going to speak, about the policy change, and you can always relate that to how it would help create the situation that would be helpful for you.
Yeah, hey, I'm Matthew Quintenton. I'm also on the fire department in Salmon Creek. I also have a licensed cannabis operation in the Thomas area. And I would like to say going forward that I would like to see the curtilage expanded because, I mean, 2 acres doesn't even get across the fields that surround my house, let alone the rest of my property. 40 acres is a pretty big area. 2 acres of curtilage isn't very big, especially for outbuildings when you're trying to take care of 40 acres. I'd like to see that expanded. I'd also really like to see moving forward that these permanent buildings that I have can have another function later on if I'm not doing a cannabis operation on my property anymore, because as things are going, it's getting harder to do that. So moving forward, I would like a way to use these buildings still and not have to tear them down. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Cherry, and I wish to express my support for the motion to create alternate means for landowners as to not unnecessarily demolish buildings that could be potentially used by the benefit to the community. The actions the county is forcing upon these community members are draconian, harshly punitive, and in some particular instances act against the wishes of our watersheds community and our need for more resources, specifically in relation to fire management and effective medical response. I wish to remind the board of their duty to represent their constituents and to understand the nuance and context of the issues at hand. I wish to implore the board to look inside themselves and do what is right, and to do everything in their collective power to cease the unnecessary and unjust abatement of much-needed community resources. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tyler Hills. I lived in Salmon Creek for 26 years. I'm next door neighbors to Matt and Corinne. Most of my points I was going to speak on have already been talked about, but I mainly want to second what Dell said and then what Matt Hugh just said about the 2-acre, curtilage. It's hardly enough for a lot of places. That property, I believe, where that metal building used to be a long time ago, was a horse paddock down there, and it's all part of, a large, your large area, and it's hard to really definitive that to one exact round small area, 2 acres, when you have a very large parcel. And you buy a property because you want to do stuff there, and you have, all that. So, I don't know. I don't have a lot to say, but thanks, everybody, for listening.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Archibald. I'm a resident of Salmon Creek. Upon reviewing the planning department, or the planning and building report, it quote, "Some of the buildings constructed for illegal cannabis activities are well built and could be used for other purposes," unquote. If a building is well built and can be used for other purposes, why destroy it? In the interest of reducing material into the waste stream and conserving valuable resources, retaining much needed property tax revenue, may the county embrace the mission of bringing valuable real estate resources into acceptance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm asking going forward that reporting staff be impeccable with their words and findings during these proceedings. I support the use of unpermitted structures for public benefits specifically designed for food, storage, and residential use. The financial and environmental and emotional costs of removing usable buildings or pots is nonsensical and a waste of community energy.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Julian King. I've been an active member of Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department for 15 years. I serve as a captain and an engineer, as well as the president of our 501c3 that oversees the organization. I don't think I can say much more than was already being said, so I don't really need to read my speech here. But I think that the 2-acre, that concerns me. I think that is going to rear its ugly head for a lot of us in the future. I do have a note here, because there was a question of how far that metal building in particular was from the actual home, and it's 327 feet, just so you have that down. But basically, in short, I don't need to talk about how our engines are falling apart and how this would be extremely helpful. I think everyone knows that, and we're working more about the policy. But I am hearing that people, I can hear that we're trying, and that's really important, because that's why we're all here, that it is more about it. I know we fall back on policy, but in the end, we're here because this is what we have to do, and so I appreciate everyone's time, and I appreciate everyone listening carefully to what everyone's here to say. So thanks very much.
All right, thank you. If anyone in the audience cares to speak that hasn't, now would be the time to stand up, because when this gentleman is done, that will be the final speaker unless someone else is up.
The term former cannabis establishment is irrelevant, and the cannabis industry is rapidly becoming irrelevant. The Humboldt County is changing. We're going to go through a lot of change. It's not going to be easy. People are going to need whatever infrastructure they've got to try to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I moved to Humboldt County in 1976. Logging industry was strong. Every logger had a big RV and a big boat and a big truck in front of his house. And quickly, the mill jobs quit, the logs quit, those people left. It was a big political hoo-ha, but they left. Each one of them got in his RV, and his wife drove the truck, and the trailer, or vice versa, I don't know, and they left town. They went to Oklahoma or somewhere. They left. It looked like the tourists when I first got here. They were all coming in their Winnebagos. It looked like that. They were all leaving. Our people were leaving. And that's going on right now. It's going to go on. You need to be as easygoing and lenient and perhaps encouraging of people to do whatever they can at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And before I go back to staff or to supervisor, I just want to let folks know we have some angry people who called because they felt they could not speak. And I will tell you, it is the caller's responsibility to press *9 as soon as possible. We had already gone back to the board because there were no numbers left. I have captured all of them, and Nikki was confirming that. So what people may not understand is if they don't turn the volume down on their TV, they will lose their chance to speak because there is a substantial time delay. So I'm not trying to be mean, and I just want people to know that. I just have to be consistent. And so I hope people will start getting used to the idea that if you know you're going to want to talk, press *9. Because right now, staff is getting yelled at by people calling in, and it's not their fault. Quite frankly, please start pressing *9 as soon as you know you want to comment. All right, I will go back to staff to answer any questions, and then Supervisor Bushnell. Is that all right?
Thanks. We'll just like to clarify a couple things. Number one, we're not talking about...
Yeah, I don't think I hear him.
Yeah, I'm on. Now you can hear me breathe. We're not talking about permitted buildings. We're talking about unpermitted buildings used for an unpermitted activity. And I just want to make that clear because a couple of commenters made comments about how confusing it is to have it tear down permitted buildings. That's not what we're talking about. If the building's permitted, we're not touching it, okay? Even if it's used for cannabis, it's a permitted building. Building permit was issued for it, it's there. I also wanted to say that there is a bit of a difference between, and we are working very hard on working with people right now who have been in the permitted cannabis industry and are looking to withdraw from that industry. We're not throwing down the gauntlet and saying they have to have everything done immediately. We're looking for them to start preparing a plan. We're giving them time to do that, and then we want to give them time to implement that plan. We recognize it takes time, it's hard. Part of that is if they want to transition to another activity, another use, if they can do that, we want to work with them to do that. So I don't know what the narrative is that people are understanding, but people who are in the legal industry and are transitioning out, you have time to, we want to work with you. You do need to come in and talk to us because that's what the ordinance requires. But we were going to work with you to get to where you want to be. And those are the only things I wanted to respond to.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Ford, I would just like to make a clarification if I could, if you could clarify for me specifically. When we're talking about the 2-acre curtilage, we are specifically talking about being in the abatement program and being qualified for an unpermitted structure to be retained. Is that true or not?
That is true.
So if, as reference, that if you're on 40 acres and it's ag and you want to build a barn out of your 2-acre curtilage, you can get your ag permit to do so? I know there's zoning issues and all that, but in general, you can come into the planning department and have that discussion. Is that true or not?
Absolutely. If somebody came in to put a new barn in, and it was on a piece of ag property that was 40 or more acres, there's a couple policies that we would want to talk to people about and work with them on. One is that that's a structure that would be in the curtilage, and 2, it needs to avoid, to the extent feasible, prime ag soils.
Okay.
So those would be things that up front we would be looking at. We did not include the prime ag soils as a criteria here. We included the curtilage.
Okay. Secondly, my second question is, and it's a question about what one of the commenters said, which I think is valid, that at what stage, year-wise, month-wise, did we start recording against APNs that something was abated and that there's problems with the property?
That ordinance passed October 2020.
So we've done our due diligence and we're doing all those? I mean, they're...
Oh, you mean going backwards?
Well, no, from 2020 forward, we've
yes.
recorded... Okay. So previous to that, if there was an open abatement and someone is purchasing a property, as such has happened, and they're unaware of it, what can we do to ensure that that landowner, and I understand that it's the owner's, responsibility, but also someone coming into our community may not be aware of our policies and may not even know to call the planning department to check for abatements on those properties. So how could we address that?
Well, there's a couple things that we try to do. We have reached out to some of the realtors to let them know that they really need to be aware that if there was cannabis activity on the property and there's not permits for it, that they really need to verify to see whether or not the cannabis use is legal or not, because oftentimes property is advertised as cannabis property. And if it's not permitted, it's really not approved for cannabis. And then secondarily, that there may be buildings on the property that are not permitted. So we have taken the step to reach out to realtors who often represent cannabis property to let them know that those are important things to look at.
Many, many, many properties are seller financed. So in that case, I understand that it would probably be up to the seller to disclose, but in just argument's sake, it happens. And how would this policy that we're trying to correct and help, how can we effectively work that in here, or can we?
I mean, the primary thing that you're bringing up is the need for communication and to assure there's some means to communicate the fact that there is a violation on the property. One of the ways that we could do is go back and record notices on all properties that haven't been resolved yet. That is an option that we could do. I don't know how many of those there are, but that would be time intensive and costly. That would add to the lien on the property. Short of doing that, there's no sure way to make sure that people are getting that notice.
Okay, thank you.
I have Supervisor Wilson and Bohn, but I also want to say someone else put their hand up in the public to speak, and we're not going back. Just I wanted to let that person know that not to hang there waiting to get to talk. It could be, but I doubt it. Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn.
Chair, if I could just, Bird just whispered in my ear an important piece of information. We actually have been going backwards and recording notices on property. And we're actually back to about 2018 right now.
And what what prompted us to start doing that? This situation?
Staff trying to be proactive and get those notices out there.
Are we going to continue that?
Yes.
So we're going to continue to go backwards?
Yes.
So it's already happening?
Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn.
Through the chair. First of all, I want to thank the public for actually coming into the room and driving all the way here, taking time to come down off the hill and be here. Salmon Creek is a special place, certainly in my heart, and I'm just grateful that you're all here in person. Because I'm just saying, we had so many people tell us like, oh, you got to open up your meeting. And they're still calling. You guys came, and I really appreciate that very much for what it's worth. Transition, I wanted to ask you about that because it was brought up by Natalie with relationship, and you brought it up again as well, is that within our ordinance and within the CEQA process that we went through, that it accounted for the removal of these infrastructure upon these permits not happening anymore. Do we need to update CEQA with either this or what we're about to talk about, what we're in with regards to this other thing too? Because I have to ask this question. I know it's not going to be popular, but so you have this unpermitted structure, and we have a pathway for permitting it, but does it take into account? And you brought primag soil loss. Does it take into account wetland and creek buffer potential impacts? Does it take into account archaeological impacts? And do we need to consult with tribes before we engage in this policy change? And so I'm just kind of wondering, we did all those things, again, through the CEQA process that created the construct that we're trying to move and reconfigure here. Where does this leave us from a legal perspective? Where's our vulnerability if we move forward with what's being proposed?
It's a great question. And so I'm going to start with the most broad and then get more and more specific. The most broad level, what the CCLU does is says you need to remove everything unless you've got a permitted use on the site that you're going to transition this infrastructure to be a part of. So the general plan, EIR, addressed what could be permitted on the site, so it's covered at both levels. There's the permitting for under the CCLU, or if it was permitted under CMNLUO 1.0, 2.0, and then transitioning that to a permitted use, which they could do right now anyway. And so it really requires a plan. So that transition is adequately addressed. In situations where there are other factors involved, where something hasn't been adequately permitted in the past, and say this policy change that we're talking about would call for a conditional use permit or no permit, but it's in the SMA. What our standard practice would be is if it's an SMA, it's encroaching into the SMA, and in order to permit that, that then has a permitting path that it needs to go through, which is typically a special permit. So any discussion here today doesn't invalidate the other requirements that also exist there that the CEQA work that's been done for the general plan already anticipate.
Follow-up question with relationship to fees. And I'm just kind of wondering, is there, usually we have permit fees, and so does this exempt from permit fees?
I do not include within, it was not staff's intent, we didn't create a separate policy path, but I don't interpret anything that's been identified so far in this discussion to exempt people from the fees associated with applying for permits.
Okay. And one last question for now, at least for me. Through Chair, why, I guess I'm just going to ask you, why was this policy discussion not taken up with the Planning Commission first?
I think probably, well, not probably, primarily because it started with cannabis ad hoc. And so this is a discussion that really started as part of an enforcement scenario with the ad hoc, and it was more of a discussion that was appropriate for the board. It wasn't an incubated discussion.
I appreciate that. Okay, that's what I have for now. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
To trigger sequel review, would there have to be a certain amount of change of format? I mean, or could one instance, 2 instances, 200 out of this many? If I mean, that was an estimate at one time. What would trigger a sequel review? Something significant, wouldn't it? Or
Through the chair, on a more global level, it would be the cumulative effect of approving a lot of different things. That could certainly be viewed as a cumulative impact that needed to be evaluated. Whether it's significant or not, you still have to evaluate it. And then there's down to the more specific things, which was part of the question that Supervisor Wilson just asked, with respect to something like in an SMA, streamside management area, wetlands. Are we in things where there are regulated or protected listed species? Those are all factors that go into this discussion.
Thank you.
So I have a question. I mean, obviously, we've got a motion on the table to, have something created, I guess, a process. So beyond that, would that mean you would come to us at some point in time and represent what you're thinking, and then we still have time to kind of figure out what we really want it to look like? Or, I mean, are you going to bring something back to us to consider?
If it would be the board's pleasure, we could bring something back, but frankly, we think we've got pretty clear direction right now.
Okay, good. I just wanted to check to see. Supervisor Bohn?
And as we do this, as we're addressing this policy and everything else, do you have enough guidance to work with the folks from Salmon Creek? Because I don't think we're going to have a whole bunch of unpermitted buildings being asked to be used for firehouses. I just don't see an over-inundation of that with our 37 volunteer fire departments. So I know it's off kilter, but along with Supervisor Wilson, I love the enthusiasm of having these people show up and the time and effort. So could we make sure that that is addressed and avenues are exhausted so we can work with them on a public safety and purely public safety? This is in a unsuspecting buyer, but I mean, purely on a, public safety avenue. Can we make sure that we look at that away from everything else as a side note?
Do you want an answer right now? Okay. I was looking at their faces. I'm not sure they have one.
Yes. No, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I'll just say I don't want to be a smart aleck, but it's like we won't exhaust. We'll make sure there's a path.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
So I believe that this policy update would address Salmon Creek. Am I correct or not?
Correct.
Thank you. You guys also, from all of us, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you. You were like our first real test audience of how this public comment period works. And even Peter came out.
You guys are my first large group as a new supervisor.
Supervisor Wilson, and then Supervisor Madrone, you're way down there and it's hard to see you, so I want to make sure I don't. Did you want to say anything else? Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
I keep leaning in the way so you can't see him. And I mean, from a technological perspective, I just have to say coming in works, right? There's not a lot of technology that gets in the way of voicing what you want to be here. And what we're seeing here today is some failures in technology and within this hybrid version there, with Zoom and the internet and all these other things, they all just, it all just gets in the way and gets confusing. And so I just appreciate you guys like beta testing real humans again. I appreciate that. Just for a clarification, so in this proposed new policy, if a building is constructed in a location that would not be permittable, it would not receive a permit, correct?
It would be eligible for a CUP. That's a
Okay.
discretionary project that
Right.
triggers CEQA.
Right. Okay, I got it. So there is a pathway. It's just not the discretionary pathway. I appreciate that. I'm comfortable with the motion.
Okay, and before we actually proceed to vote, I'll get my computer back. Just on a side note, I understand there was a comment from someone who did not get to speak that felt that I hated them and I did it on purpose. I have to tell you, all I see are 4 numbers. I don't know who they belong to except for folks we talk to a lot, so I hope they understand that's not it. I avoid, your number. All right, we're ready to vote. Oh, it worked this time. Almost. Because you have to wake it back up.
Yes.
Now we're gonna make it the right way. Even though you guys are in person, we still have to do this. Sorry. Okay, fine. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's been that day today, so let me do a roll call vote.
And it's not over.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone. Yes. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson. Yes. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes, and I also would like to say to staff, thank you for recognizing and for putting this together.
Great, and Supervisor Bohn. Yes, Thank you, motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, and thank you all for coming out. I need a short break, so we'll come back and start the next item, Mr. Crandall's item, I believe, at 4:15. Nikki says it's okay. Okay. All right, so this public hearing comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's an appeal of a Planning Commission decision approving Ambiguity Farm LLC conditional use permit. At this time, I open the public hearing. Are there any board members that may have ex parte communication they wished to mention? Okay. Apparently not. So not yet. There's a little bit of a process here, and then we'll definitely get there. So I will. Sorry, didn't mean to be pointing forks at you. Director Ford, I'll hand this over to your team.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford, Cliff Johnson, and Michael Holterman with the Planning and Building Department to represent and present the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a conditional use permit for 43,560 square feet of existing cannabis. I would like to introduce Michael Holterman, who will now present the appeal to the Board of Supervisors.
Welcome.
Nikki, can you bring up the PowerPoint?
I would sure love to. I'm trying to. It's not finding it again. Ambiguity, right? Yes. Here we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Holterman, and I'll be presenting for the appeal for Ambiguity
Can you
Farms.
please speak up? You're very soft-spoken.
Yeah, I will try. So briefly, there we go. Just some oh my gosh, excuse me. General location of the project. You see that the two parcels there comprise one legal parcel. Excuse me again, my goodness. And that is in relation to both Garberville and Benbow. So that's just a general location, some zoning, and the general plan. Here we have a brief project overview. As Director Ford said, it is it is an application for 1 acre of cultivation. It's all outdoor, 28,760 square feet of which is full sun outdoor, and 14,800 square feet of which is light deprivation in greenhouses. The applicant proposes only 2,500 square feet of propagation. Processing activities only include harvesting and drying on site. All further processing is proposed to occur off-site at a third-party licensed processing facility. The energy source is a solar array with backup generator. As far as water use and the source, the water is sourced from an 800,000 gallon on-stream pond. The applicant is proposing a rainwater catchment system. The total water use is expected to be 400,000 gallons annually, and the proposed water storage is 400,000 gallons. The idea for the applicant is to transition from the on-stream pond to the rainwater catchment system within the 2 years of the compliance agreement. As far as the appeal issues go, we'll be covering the alleged noncompliance with the Williamson Act contract, county litigation and settlement agreement, the To Be Ranch contract non-renewal that was initiated in 2016, and compliance with the Williamson Act contract. So first, a bit of background. The Arthur Tooby Class B Agricultural Preserve, the Tooby Preserve, was established in 1977 as a single-owner preserve of approximately 11,000 acres. Beginning in 2000, the ranch was divided and sold in increments that were incompatible with the preserve contract, and on many parcels, commercial grazing was not being conducted. These conveyances resulted in a violation of the county's Williamson Act guidelines and a reduction in land devoted to commercial cattle grazing. The county brought legal action against the entity that divided the ranch and the various property owners associated. The California State Court of Appeals sided with Humboldt County, although they did not compel the land be reestablished into one ranch. Following the Court of Appeals ruling, the county entered into a settlement agreement with many of the property owners, which include the owner of the subject property. The settlement agreement required the defendants to preserve the physical status of the land and obtain permits for new development, and the county to non-renew the land conservation contract. The board non-renewed the contract, and notices of non-renewal were sent to property owners in 2016. The appellant is correct that the property is not compliant with the County Williamson Act requirements. However, this was the subject of the litigation between the county and the property owners, as well as the resulting settlement. The intent of the settlement agreement was for no further county enforcement actions related to the existing noncompliance at the time of the settlement. The property was in its current configuration and not engaged in commercial grazing operations at the time of the settlement agreement and contract non-renewal. This application is for pre-existing cannabis cultivation, which means that the cannabis has been determined by the county to have been in existence prior to 2016. The property size and lack of commercial grazing do not constitute further noncompliance with the contract, as these issues have already been litigated and subsequently settled. Staff recommend that the board find the project consistent with the CMMLUO as described by Section 15164 of the state CEQA guidelines, and adopt the resolution which makes all the required findings for the approval of the conditional use permit and special permit, deny the appeal submitted by Thomas Crandall, and approve the Ambiguity Farms LLC conditional use permit and special permit subject to the recommended conditions. Thank you.
So do we,
We'd
Director
be
Ford?
happy to receive any questions, or we would recommend that you hear from the appellant and the applicant and any interested members of the public.
All right. Does anyone have any questions right now for staff?
I guess I need to
Supervisor
clarify something.
Bushnell?
So, if I could, please,
Yes.
with the director. So is the appeal based on that it is going, that it, the Williamson Act?
Yeah, the appeal is that the site's not in compliance with the Williamson Act, and that is correct. It's not in compliance
So
with
was
the
it
Williamson Act.
out of the Williamson Act and now it's put back in the Williamson Act?
No, it's in the process of rolling out of the Williamson Act.
Okay. So for disclosure, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't something that's what I'm digging at.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it wasn't something that I talked to the applicant about, who I don't know who this applicant is. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Mr. Crandall, I believe this is the opportunity for you. You can stand there if you like, or you can sit if that's more comfortable for you.
I'll try standing.
Okay. It should be on. Yeah,
Hello?
we can. Yes, you're
Yep.
on.
Okay. So I have two series of comments. I wrote a letter to the board that I want to read into the record, and then I have a reply to the staff report that was in the package. This PLN cup is a commercial this cup application is a commercial cannabis cultivation project located within the To Be Preserve. I own lands within the To Be Preserve that border this project. And I have since 2000, which is when I bought my land when the To Be Ranch was first sold, and so did the applicant. We've been neighbors for 20 years. I submitted written comments to the Planning Commission asserting the parcel and project were not in compliance with the Williamson Act. At the Planning Commission hearing, the commissioners relied on assurances and opinions from Director Ford and Senior Planner Cliff Johnson that the parcel and project were in compliance with the Williamson Act. One of the commissioners asked this question, and they were assured that there may be some semantics here, but that the Williamson Act was not a problem, and the commission approved the project 7-0. By the way, in the Planning Commission hearings, I got to read in 2 minutes, and I was never asked to respond to any of this. So you're really cut off at the Planning Commission level for these cannabis permits. You get your 2 cents in, they never ask you any questions back, and the Planning Commission gets the last word, which I did not agree with what they were saying at that hearing. So my second paragraph there is the Planning Commission and the public require staff reports that present all the facts supported by evidence. And any staff opinions about compliance should be put in the recommendation sections, if removed at all. They should be removed at all. I question the staff report recommendation that the project's approval. I question the staff report recommendation for approval considering the applicant's history of non-compliance with the Williamson Act. Even though this is a cannabis project, they've been historically non-compliant with the statute, the preserve, the contract, the guidelines, these are county guidelines, and the settlement agreement. I expected staff to address the Williamson Act compliant issue in some way at the Planning Commission hearing, but no facts or evidence were presented or cited. So I offer the following retort. The site management plan that is in the staff report that went to the Planning Commission and the site plot plans for this project document 12,000 square feet of unpermitted, substandard, below code structures and residences on this property, which is a direct violation of the Williamson Act and the settlement agreement. And it's actually a material breach of contract. And so you get into this deal where the settlement agreement settled all this. I have some comments in the future on that. But I just want to say there's a lot of unpermitted structures on this parcel. All of them are unpermitted. There's nothing in the assessment of these properties. There's no structures on the assessment roll. It's all land. And there's 12,000 square feet of structures. So you're not getting any tax revenue from any of this. Now we get to the part about so that's sort of an aggravating circumstance, the material breach in the buildings. But the real issue here is that although commercial cannabis cultivation is a compatible use in a Class B grazing preserve, that's what the Williamson Act Committee said, you can grow cannabis compatibly in a grazing preserve. The majority of the land must be used producing the agricultural commodity that the preserve was established for, and that's grazing, commercial grazing. There's no evidence provided at the Planning Commission hearing that Ambiguity Farms annually commercially graze their land, and that's proven by stockyard receipts or some tieback. I don't commercially raise cattle, but I graze a commercial cattle rancher's cows, and I have a lease, I have a grazing lease, I get payments every year, and I can tie those back to animals that he sells. And my neighbor is Dylan Carr, which is a Diamond Sea Ranch, and they're a cattle operator-producer. I'm a grazing land provider. And Ambiguity Farms could be that if they chose to. So my position is that cannabis cannot be the sole commercial agricultural product of a Class B grazing ownership. And that's what these people have. They're a cannabis farm. That's it. So my appeal position is the planning department I'll say misled the Planning Commission. There was some semantics there maybe, but the Planning Commission didn't know anything about these non-compliances, even though I'd written them a letter. They're very busy. They don't get to read everything and go over it. So they rely on the Planning Department staff, who do an exceptional job, I have to say, in most cases. Not in mine. The evidence shows that the unpermitted construction, multiple residences, and lack of commercial agriculture on the Ambiguity Farm parcels clearly violate the Williamson Act and disqualify this resource land for use as a site for commercial cannabis cultivation. The facts and evidence support the denial of this CUP for significant existing landowner violations of the Williamson Act et al., which I mean the guidelines, the settlement agreement, the contract, the preserve, everything. I had some pictures in here that I included with my letter that just show some of the unpermitted structures. And there is no septic system on the property. There are 5 residents of the property. Those are people. That's what the site management plan said. There's 5 residents. They're unrelated. It's not a family. And I believe there's several residences on the property. Not all of them are on the site plot plan. And they, domestic wastewater is surface discharged. They have no septic system. They have a pit toilet. But I believe, now I haven't been there, but the site management plan, it's another thing. I don't think many people from staff have been to this property, but the site management plan, the people that wrote that, they went over this property. They're an independent group. They took pictures, they documented it, and they said there's a serious wastewater problem, but it's pre-existing. I understand it may not be incremental. The cannabis may not increment it, but this property's got a lot of substandard construction on it. All right. There's only, here's my retort to the staff report, which basically says there's only 2 things you can do wrong on a Williamson Act contracted land. Or there's only 2 requirements, really. You use it for agriculture and you don't build unpermitted structures. And this property's done both. There's no commercial grazing. They have 12,000 square feet of unpermitted structure. That's about all you can do wrong, and that's the way it's been for 20 years. Okay, getting to the staff response, they do admit now that the property is out of compliance. And here's the deal. The settlement agreement basically said that the properties are out of compliance, but we're not going to enforce the law on these properties that we settled with. It doesn't change that they're not in compliance. It just says the county's not going to enforce commercial grazing, apparently. And it also implies they're not going to enforce bringing those buildings into conformance. However, the settlement agreement directly dealt with the buildings. It said that all settlement owners needed to come into the planning department after they signed the settlement agreement and get their buildings permitted or abated. That has not happened here. I don't know, and I'll let staff speak to that, but not only are they in violation of the Williamson Act and all those things, they never followed the settlement agreement. So there's been nothing done on that. That's pretty much it. There's just I believe, I haven't gotten it's a pristine area, pristine watershed, no buildings, nothing going on like this at all within the, I know what I want to say, is that we got 5,000 acres of grazing going on in the Tupi Preserve between Dylan Carr, late Bob McKee, and myself. There's a significant amount of grazing going on in this area. The talk has always been the Tupi Ranch is a disaster. When we bought into that ranch, we have about half of it in grazing, commercial grazing, and it's preserved. There's no buildings. There are no buildings on my property. There's no residence on Bob McKee's property, and there's 1 residence on Dylan Carr's property. So we have 5,000 acres there. It borders up against the Kinsey Preserve, which is 12,000 acres. Our land is the heart of the Tubi Ranch, and my land was called the big grazing area. It's all grassland, and I can't get a permit or a Williamson Act contract because I don't have 600 acres. So it's kind of a crazy deal going on here. But I'm a compliant owner. I support grazing in the county. Bob McKee, Dylan Carr, and I have kept that going, and I don't think that this commercial cannabis grow exclusive down in the heart of this grazing land should be permitted. I'm available for questions.
All right. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Crandall? Not us. We may just be close by in case we do come up with one. Okay. Did you say the applicant is also here to speak? Are they here?
The applicant is on Zoom.
I'm on Zoom. Hi.
Here? Yeah, wait. We don't see you yet.
And I think I'm on video.
Oh, now you are. Welcome. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
So, did you have anything you'd like to share with us as we move forward?
Well, I've always grazed, so I'm a little confused about. Dylan grazed on the property for years, Dylan and Holly Carr, and then I asked Calvin Stewart if I could buy a few cows from him. He told me that the land would support 4 cows well, given that I had a couple horses also. So we've always have grazed. There might have been 1 or 2 years early on when I wasn't grazing, but Bob and the neighbors all kind of got together and strategized and said, we're in a lawsuit with the county, and we're all going to need to graze, and that's what the contract says. So, Ambiguity Farm and myself and the folks who live and work out there, we take a lot of pride in the cows, and they're in beautiful shape. I've talked to, Ralph Johnson and his son Jacob. They've only ever purchased 1 cow from me, but a couple of years ago, I stopped on the fence line and went up and talked to Ralph, and I said, Ralph, how do our cows look? And he said, they're beautiful. That was the word he used, and Ralph's a pretty serious rancher, and so is his son Jacob. That's how they make their living. And Ralph was very, very complimentary about how we take care of the cows, and it's our animal care out there, our animal husbandry has always been a big priority for us. It just is. We don't, when Tom says that the construction's substandard, well, we buy all the lumber from Joby at the Toston Mill, have for 20 years, and we buy Joby's lumber for a reason. And it's, I was listening to the discussion here this afternoon about buildings that were unpermitted and their potential application in the future. We'll be trying to build everything to last for decades, including the little corral I have next to the 3-sided run-in shelter for the horses. And, anybody who wants to come, including Tom, I haven't seen Tom for probably 10 years. We talk occasionally on the phone, but anybody who wants to come out, I would encourage them to do so. I know the Sheriff's Department came out and visited a few years back, and from what I heard, they were pretty impressed and liked the farm. We run a really clean, well-organized farm. We've been organic for, since 2000 when I got the farm. And we've had sheep out there, we've had hogs out there, we have poultry out there now, and we keep it as clean and beautiful as it is. And I agree with Tom, it's beautiful grazing land. So, and we are obligated to graze when we do so. I talked to the planning department and Michael Holterman, and I said, well, occasionally I'll sell the cows to Dylan, or I'll do a barter, because of road work and gate work and that kind of thing, I'm in debt to Dylan. So he writes off the debt and I sell him the cows. And he says our cattle from the Stewart Ranch are beautiful, the calves that come out of those cows. He just recently said that, or Holly recently said, your calves are beautiful, and they really are. They're very well cared for. I took a couple courses, ag courses at CR, and that helped a lot because I'm a man from the from the beach in Southern California and from San Francisco. I didn't know much about agriculture when I happened onto, you know, this circumstance in Humboldt County. But I've endeavored to be a, you know, reasonable neighbor and take darn good care of the land.
All right, thank you. I think, did you have more you wanted to add?
Well, it was recommended to me by a real nice consultant over at North Point to keep it simple and keep it very brief. And I think I've already exceeded that recommendation.
All right.
But if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Supervisor Bushnell does have a question for you.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, how's it going? How are do you have fences up between the cars and the neighbors?
We do.
And you have gates in those fences?
We have a gate that leads out to the Kinsey Ranch that Jacob and his father manage, and we do have a gate between myself and Dylan's property, and then there's a gate way up at the top that's close to Tom's.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, yeah, we're gonna, hold on, do you have a question for the applicant? This is for the applicant, then we're going to go back to the planning department so they can answer and clarify any questions. Mr., are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, what are the 12,000 square feet of building used for now that was registered? And I'm trying to figure out, do you live on the property? And
I do live on the property, yes.
But you have no septic. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, we've done a compost toilet situation from the very beginning. We've never had a pit toilet. We've always done compost toilet. And a man, I don't remember his last name, but his name is Todd. He's from the Humboldt County Health Department. And he came and investigated the compost toilet, saw that it's not up to code, but he said that it demonstrates in sort of an earnest attempt to do it correctly. And I still have to get the information from him to work on the standards, because it's not that easy, I don't believe, for us to develop a legal compost toilet circumstance. But before I came to Humboldt, and the reasons why I sometimes visit Humboldt in the past, I had been sort of an active environmentalist. And for me, using on that property, using water in the bathroom in that manner didn't feel quite right. So we've always composted and always tried to do it in a safe and healthy manner. But we do need improvements.
And could you tell me so is your house a 12,000 square foot house, or what's the breakdown of the 12,000 square feet, or is that an accurate number?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was accurate. There's that run-in shelter for the horses. There's a small apartment added on to one end of that, and that's a sort of a leak. It's not permitted, but it's finished, and a Southern Humboldt contractor built it out last year. What will eventually be, there's a framed building that's designed for 4 bedrooms, and it's unfinished, but it's potentially a very nice residence. And from the very beginning, I realized that, the post-cannabis economy was probably approaching down the road, and I tend to be able to live on the land. And I felt like in order for the farm to have an economic future, a viable future, housing would be the one thing I should invest in. So with my share of the farm revenue, all these years I've put that money into the farm. So there are 4 cabins down below clustered, because it was recommended to me to cluster and not spread out. So we've developed in 2 locations on the farm. One in the upper where the barn is, and there's a former greenhouse that's fairly large structure right behind the barn, and we use that as a drying shed. And the the other structures, that 4-bedroom unfinished house, that in the meantime we use as a drying shed. But if I had a year or two of profitability, we would turn that into hopefully, ideally, a permitted residence, because it's more or less been built to code. It's just unfinished. And down below, there are 3 small cabins, and there's a larger cabin, about 960 square feet that I live in. And then there's the communal kitchen, and then there's a shop. And we've never had any indoor growing out there. We've never had diesel out there. It's always been for the most part, full-term outdoor organic cannabis farm. And in more recent years, we shifted into light depot, but I just always liked growing with the sun and growing full-term.
Do you have another question?
An old-fashioned seed growers, nothing fancy. We don't have the money for clones, so we start from seed.
Okay, I got my answer. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks, Rex.
So I know that there were some questions going back to staff. Is that, and staff, did you want to ask our staff if they had anything they wanted to comment on first before you get the questions from us?
I think what we'd like to do is finish all public comment, and then we'll respond. If there's somebody else from the public wishing to speak, we'll respond now, but...
Well, there's not public here. We have to open public comment still. Did you want your question? Supervisor Bushnell wants her question answered now, whatever it is.
Thank you. So you referenced earlier, through the chair, I'm speaking to Director Ford, this property is coming out of Ag Preserve?
Correct.
How long's the rollout been in?
Since 2016, so that's been 6 years.
Okay. So he's on his way out in 4 years.
Yes.
When you reference to grazing, what is the grazing requirement for Williamson Act?
For Class B, I believe it's 600 acres.
How many cows?
Thank you. Through the chair, the requirement is really just that there is no requirement on number of cows. So it's the majority of the land area is supposed to be utilized for grazing. And for both entry into the Williamson Act and enforcement purposes, we rely on the Williamson Act Committee to make those assessments as to whether it's really a functional agricultural land for grazing.
Okay. Is there a requirement of how much that land has to be grazed throughout a year?
There is not. Now, if I could, though, for entry into the Williamson Act, there is a requirement that a minimum of $12,000 per year be earned each year.
Thank you, Cliff. I'm not asking for entry because he's going out.
Sure.
So also, for grazing, especially the last few years, we've been in a drought. There's not a lot of grass. So if you can't substantiate cows on a grazed land, you have to feed them or move them around, correct statement?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, okay, we'll ask a question if that, yeah. We'll see how we proceed from here. Director Ford, I see other supervisors have questions. I saw Supervisor Wilson, then Madrone. Well, I think...
Yeah, one of the things we did want to talk a little bit about is respond to Mr. Crandall, and I appreciated his reference to the fact that it may be more of a language issue than an actual issue. There's two things to consider here. One is that this site, from staff's perspective, is acknowledged as being in violation. So we're not trying to argue that there's anything here that they're in compliance with the Williamson Act. We did, I think, reference at the Planning Commission that the Williamson Act Committee did identify cannabis as being compatible with Williamson Act, and so that is true. And so if this were a site that was still under ongoing contract, we would be evaluating it for compliance with the Williamson Act contract and with the proposed cannabis. in this particular case, the settlement agreement basically identified, and I think Mr. Crandall correctly captured this, is that there is the requirement to maintain the site basically as it was. And so there are some things that have been brought up, that there have been structures and houses and things added to the site. And I think that is Mr. Crandall's basic argument, is that it's not maybe less about compliance with Williamson Act, is that he's in violation of the settlement agreement that called for him to basically do nothing on the property during the rollout until things could be permitted. Just one other nuance here is that we have interpreted that outdoor cultivation is the equivalent of cultivation in hoop houses. So they have relocated cultivation from between two SMAs to an area that is not near stream management areas, streamside management areas. We believe that's an equivalency, that's not a violation of the agreement, the settlement agreement for the rollout of the Williamson Act contract. I hope that helps put in perspective the nature of the struggle of what is at issue here.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. So, the settlement's with us.
Correct.
Okay. So, in non-compliance with our agreement, right, with the agreement with the county is what we're talking about, not somebody else. Because sometimes we get into these things and it's not in compliance with the settlement between two separate parties. In this case, we're the party that's supposed to be enforcing on the settlement because it's our settlement. So, that definitely is concerning to me. And even just besides the settlement, we're talking about, we just went through, the non-conforming structures built for illegal cannabis outside of curtilage, multiple buildings, and now we're just right there again. This is exactly one of those sites, and it's I don't know, it's weirdly ironic actually to me. I'm not clear where to go with this.
Well, I would say, if I can, Chair,
Yes.
it is weirdly ironic, but I would add in the nuance that we have asked people who were definitely and clearly engaged in pre-existing cultivation, which this site clearly is. We can show you the aerial images. It's clear as day that there was an acre of cultivation going on there. And so that we've asked them to come in and get permitted. And so that is what they're in the process of doing, is getting a cannabis permit to continue an activity that was in existence before the settlement agreement. So the cannabis activity is consistent with the settlement agreement. The residences may not be consistent with the settlement agreement, but the cannabis application to have what was originally being done as unpermitted cannabis before Prop 64. That's now been approved. We've now come to a place where we approve cannabis locally. They're now in that process asking for permission to do what was pre-existing. We believe that's consistent with the settlement agreement.
Is that consistent with the 4-bedroom house that was just described as being used for cannabis?
That was unfortunately new for me. We need to look at that, and the testimony the applicant gave cause for pause that maybe there's some other things that really need to be evaluated there relative to new construction under the settlement agreement.
Yeah, he probably should have listened to his consultant. I just say, we're kind of, I'm at a place where I'm really uncomfortable with this because of that. I'm just saying and it's not, they're in two separate locations. They're kind of all over the place. It doesn't sit right with me. That's where I'm at. So, yeah, I apologize, but that's where I'm at.
Supervisor Madrone and then Bushnell.
Williamson and timber production zonings were created to maintain ag land and timber land. And in order to help do that, we give landowners a very significant property tax break, you know, to be able to try and keep that in those purposes. In the coastal zone, you can't subdivide property, timberland, down to anything less than 160 acres unless you have a joint timber management plan, and then you can go down to 40 acres. I'm not sure why in the settlement we didn't do something like that with this property, where we said, okay, it's 600 acres, it needs to be 640, I believe, or they're less than 600, and they need to be, it says in here 600, but I think it's 640 is the minimum for Williamson. And why we didn't say, all right, there's parcels now due to the subdivision that are less than 600, but as long as people combine together in a joint grazing plan, then we'll allow for the Williamson to continue. Because, I mean, what I'm hearing is that some of the very large parcels there are still making every effort to graze in a significant way. The applicant talked about having a couple horses, a couple cows, and that is grazing, but it's not in a significant way in terms of ag production. And probably hard to show $1,200 of income from something like that small. And yes, the grass hasn't been growing, so it's hard for everybody to show income right now. But that, you know, that would have been a nice solution, but I wasn't involved in that settlement agreement, and we're well past that at this point. But I do really think that these programs are really important for preservation or conservation of ag and timberlands, and I know that was a huge case, the Tooby Ranch. Both parties spent millions of dollars on that whole thing. It bothers me that there are so many unpermitted structures. I mean, like was just stated, you know, here we were talking about all this stuff just a few hours ago. And normally when you have unpermitted things on your property, you don't get new permits for anything until you clean up your past, what do they call those? Well, no, there's, you have a suspension or something in your file for the parcel. I forget the title of that. Cliff, what is that? Oh, go ahead.
Did you have something?
Sorry.
Director Ford?
Just thinking stop work order or red tag.
Yeah, at any rate, normally, I believe that most people in the county aren't allowed to get any permits for anything new until that stuff's dealt with, right? And here we are considering offering a permit for new activities, even if they were pre-existing, you know, in the ordinance, et cetera. It's still a new permit with existing violations that haven't even really been identified. As you said, the applicant said some things tonight or today that caused you some pause and thinking, we might need to look at that more. For instance, there was talk about how the buildings aren't all right together. You know, they're spread out. And yet I heard one composting privy. So I'm wondering how one composting privy works for multiple residences spread out on the landscape. It suggests that probably there's other things going on with sewage there, as was mentioned by the appellant. No evidence provided to that, but just the nature of spread out lodging with one composting privy. I mean, we've all been there. You know, you don't get to run 100 yards over or a quarter mile over to the toilet when you need it. That's very, very troublesome to me that we would even be thinking about providing a permit for new activity when there's all these other existing problems. So those are concerning for me. That's really all I have at this point.
Director Ford, and then I've got Supervisors Bushnell and Bohn.
Yeah, thank you. And this is in no way a disagreement with you, Supervisor Madrone. I just would like to say that while it does give me cause to stop and think about this, we do not typically enforce against residential structures when we're looking at cannabis applications. So I just want to put that out there, that going and looking for other violations is not our practice. And we have been intentional about that. And so it's not surprising that something comes up late like that, because we haven't been looking to enforce against particularly residential structures.
Supervisor.
Would it be all right if I added something real quick, you guys?
Actually, no. The way how this works now is we'll ask you a question if we have a question. So hang on there, and there may be a supervisor who does have a question. Supervisor Bushnell, and then Bohn.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director. This appeal is, he currently has a cannabis application, or I mean a cannabis permit. It was approved.
This has an IP, an interim permit.
Okay, so it went to Planning Commission and they, okay. The structures are not part of the permit?
That would be correct.
So what the appeal is based on is only the cannabis cultivation. Is that true?
That is true.
So we're not considering the structures, although that's going to be a different issue for you folks, but this is an appeal on the cannabis.
That is correct.
And he's in compliant with his cannabis.
Yes.
Thank you. My other statement I guess I want to make, just for clarification and very respectfully, $1,200 is 2 cabs. So when we're talking about selling or a minimum amount of money, 2 cabs are $1,200. Also, another thing is when you roll out from Williamson Act, you start paying back the taxes, or your taxes increase first year by, do you know the percentage, Cliff? It's a lot the first year, and it's a lot more the second year. And so you're catching up that tax break in your rollout. That's the intent of that. Is that a true statement?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, Supervisor Bohn.
And there are no violations on this property encumbering it now, right?
Cannabis.
Other than what we heard about the new residential structures, that is correct.
But we just heard about that, but we haven't investigated or done anything with those yet, right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson. And we do still have public to go out to, just.
Yeah, and so the question of whether it's in compliance for cannabis, for bedroom home or whatever structure that's being used for cannabis that's not in the permit is non-compliance, I would say. So I'm not clear that it is compliant with cannabis, but I don't really want to go down that track too far. Maybe you have a way to address this at some point, but it seems like it could be an issue.
I believe
or maybe it's not. I don't know.
Well, I believe there is a separate path to address the supplemental agreement if the board chooses to separate the two. From a policy perspective, we clearly do separate our thinking about what may be going on with the residents with cannabis applications. There are many, many, many cannabis applications that have been approved on properties that do not have permitted residences. And we do not make any requirements of those residences.
To clarify, we were not told it was used for that. We were told it might be used for that in the future. So I just want to that's what I heard the applicant say.
Okay, I maybe heard something a little bit differently. I heard him talk about post-cannabis developing residences on the property.
I thought that was the 4 cabins, but the 4-bedroom structure, well, he used the word bedrooms. I think he said it was to be used for residential in the future.
Because it's not completed.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's being used for cannabis.
Well,
did you hear him say that one?
Yes.
So
that's what I heard. I mean, sometimes I hear weird stuff.
We could ask him if you'd like. I tell you, let me go. There's only one person in the public online that's signed up to make a comment on this item. So I'm going to go to the public comment portion, so then we can get back and we can ask questions and move forward there. So 0326, I think that's Mr. Wilson. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. I listen to all this stuff that you're doing and everything, and it's amazing to me all these government micromanaging of places that are thousands of feet from anybody else, like the sewage, the septic tank. I mean, it's umpteen thousand feet from the nearest adjacent parcel and the stuff like that. That's one thing. And the other is just in general, you know, in the background, not necessarily on these particular ones, is this idea that the county has this policy of trying to increase the size of the parcels by some sort of county regulation or something like that, which essentially is in the opposite direction of the individual. Is trying to create an industrial situation out of what isn't there. But anyway, it's just amazing to me, all these regulations and everything there. And do your best, I guess, but it's just amazing to me when, in comparison to the financial impact of the COVID and all that nonsense, and it's just amazing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wilson. There's no other hands online. Is anyone in the audience caring to comment on this item from the general public? No, we'll call on you if we have a question for you. All right, so are there questions for, any questions for the applicant or the appellant?
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay. Director Ford, anything else you wanted to add?
Not at this point, no.
But let me get to my agenda. These damn things time out all the time.
She's searching to get to.
Now I just got to open my computer back up. Okay.
We have a potential motion.
Thank you. So I am going to make a motion to deny the appeal submitted by Thomas Crandall.
That motion, pardon me, Chair.
Go ahead.
That motion would be to then approve the conditional use permit.
Yes.
And it's basically staff's recommendation.
Yes, based on the information that we've received about the cultivation permit, that they are in compliance with the cultivation, I am making that motion of staff recommendations.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
All right, you seconded it. Discuss.
Reading the staff report and the hand we're dealt on this, if we were looking at this as a whole, it might be a little bit different. But what's been presented to us, I don't know how we can't do what the Planning Commission did. So somebody can talk me out of it, but some have tried already. But I don't see enough on here to, unless you want to create things that aren't there. I mean, that aren't given to us. The tools aren't ours to use.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'm not trying to convince you to do anything. I'm
You're just
really talking to
uncomfortable
myself.
with it, yeah. And Director Ford, so while we may move forward in this, you know, the cultivation continues, the applicant should likely contact somebody regarding those other issues.
I think we will contact the applicant about the other issues.
Thank you, because that I think is the bigger of the problems with our concerns. All right, so we have a motion and a second. And we have one computer that went to sleep. Mine didn't. Oh, yes, thank you, Supervisor Madrone.
Great name, ambiguity. Ambiguity is a type of meaning in which a phrase, statement, or resolution is not explicitly defined, making several interpretations plausible. Interesting name for a farm. So what you mentioned, Director Ford, was that you don't go looking for unpermitted building structures. in the process of permitting cannabis operations. But what we have here is an applicant, an owner who basically in public told us about illegal structures and sewage systems. So that changes some things, doesn't it?
In all honesty, I think in order to encourage pre-existing cultivators to try to develop some trust for the county, we've asked them to come forward.
Certainly.
Without the threat that we are going to find everything wrong with their property.
Right.
And so we have held a very clear distinction between residences and the cannabis application.
Right.
So as a policy standpoint, in order to continue to send that clear message, in my mind, the cannabis application and the residential use of the property should be held separate, because I don't want to start encroaching on that and start giving people the idea that if they say something wrong, that it may result in the county taking an adverse action on their cannabis application or taking another kind of an action.
All right, thanks for your explanation.
And
yes, Supervisor Bohn.
And Director Ford, I don't think you were here yet, but this was discussed at length about if we were going to bring people in out of in 2016, if we were going to bring them into compliance, we weren't going to make them approve everything on their 160 acres. That's one of the reasons we're so emphatic about the Safe Homes program and everything else, and working with them on that. So there was multiple meetings about how were we going to get people in that didn't meet. And it was kind of basically, unless something was extremely egregious, that when they did their site visit. But
All right. Have you received all the votes yet? Have they come in? Okay, by next week, we're going to get this straightened out, you guys.
Is it too late for me to add a comment?
Actually, no. Yes, it's too late to add a comment unless we ask a question. So sorry about that. There's process.
No
There's process here we follow. Doesn't always make sense, but so.
You want me to do a roll call?
Sure. I sure would like to get on the same page on that one.
Supervisor Madrone. No. Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
It's not without concerns. But, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll move on to the next. We have a complication that apparently Supervisor Madrone planned something at 5:10. I don't know. It looks like he's coming back. Maybe he's trying to change it. He sent. I know we have a quorum. I just wanted to, let Director Ford determine how best we can move on. I haven't started that one yet. I just wanted to get your thoughts on should we just do the presentation in as much as we can, and it's. I'd like to.
That's really up to the board. I would just like to remind the board, as you consider what to do with this particular item, that there was a misunderstanding about the noticing and the agendizing of this, that it missed the last hearing and was re-noticed, re-advertised for this hearing. And so the applicant, the people involved, the agent, everybody's been waiting all day to talk to this.
I understand that. So, Supervisor,
I have a suggestion. For one, this has been a long day, and these meetings are getting longer and longer. We know because of what we've gotten into with these hybrid meetings is just it's the deal. And this is probably the most consequential decision we're supposed to be making today, and we're getting started after really an 8-hour day that we've already been doing this. I think it's, and to be honest, I have a list of items associated with this project that I think are pretty significant that I'd like to have, like, pretty decent, robust discussion about. I think if we just took the presentation as given by staff, the presentation as given by the applicant, and then move to basically move the continued discussion of this to another day. That might be, unless there's something else, or maybe we want to take some comment from public comment, then anyone can review that. Anyone can see it. There's no advantage to anybody else. If Supervisor Madrone has a previous engagement that he needs to go to and deal with, he can see it. And I think maybe we just leave our deliberation to another time. That would be my suggestion. And through the chair, sorry.
Sure, and I guess I should still open. I'm just going to open the public hearing since it's on here. So prior to doing that, so that we can have this conversation, I do think this has to be introduced in a more official fashion than what appeared on the agenda. So, Deputy County Counsel, can I just call you Scott?
You can call me Scott.
Well, just let's him. He's going to read it in.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Currently before the board is an ordinance amending Section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the Cutton area, PLN-9902-GPA, Fairhaven Cottages, LLC. Also before the board is an ordinance approving the development agreement between Kramer Properties, Inc. and the County of Humboldt, PLN-9902-GPA, North McKay Ranch Subdivision Project.
All right, thank you. So I'll open the public hearing, and I'm Supervisor Madrone's phone is still over there, so he's maybe joining us after all. I'm not exactly. Not going to make that decision quite yet. Does any board member have any ex parte communication on this item that they wish to share? No? No? I don't know if it's required. I just like people to know what we know, if we do. Yeah.
I've had neighbors asking me about this since 1994, and they were still asking me last night at Murphy's Market. So, have I talked to Kurt? Actually, I haven't talked to Kramer about it. I talked to the 6 other previous owners of the property about this at certain times, but.
And I haven't spoke to anybody. Michelle? No?
Qualifies at all, but we had a meeting with Director Ford and a lot of builders, and he was there.
Okay.
And
that's a general.
Qualifies.
That's a general meeting.
Discussion.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it was in general. It wasn't about this.
Okay. I think we're good then. So I was trying to pad the time to see if Supervisor Madrone is coming back. All right. So with that, I think we should at least. We do have people on the phone. My opinion is we just go forward. And Director Ford, do you have any? I mean, I'm fine. I suspect we could be here longer, and we may have to come back again anyway, depending on how things go. Yeah. Well, Director Ford.
And I want to say, I hear you, but what I have heard, I did receive a text. I don't have my phone on here, but before. During lunch was from someone saying, like, I've been waiting all day. What's all the people? Blah blah blah. When is this going to happen? They just didn't have any clue. So I was just.
Neither did we.
Yeah, and so I don't know, just saying.
Yes.
And
I hear you also, but this isn't the first time that this happened, and things happen in meetings, and we've gone, and as Director Ford said, it was noticed last time, and we didn't get it. Now it's noticed again. You have staff that's waited all day.
Well, we bounced this one behind, and we put something in front of it.
That took how long?
Well, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Well, and I think part of it is we wanted to have.
And we're getting feisty up here, and it's getting late. We're getting punchy. So.
I think the challenge here is that we weren't expecting someone to leave us. Well, we hadn't reached this item yet. Yeah.
I think this is the product of a lot of coffee, so.
So I think, I mean, would staff like to begin and we'll see where this goes. I don't plan anything for Tuesdays.
I don't plan anything either. I'm interested in moving forward.
No, we're not getting spicy.
I mean, I know Mike's used to 12, 13-hour meetings at the Coastal Commission. So, but, yeah, but I mean, it's the hand we're dealt. And if we were going to kick this down the road again, why did we bounce them for 35, 40 minutes to begin with? So, is what, because you said we bounced him. We didn't bounce him because he was insignificant. We just thought we'd get the shorter one out of the way and move on to this. We didn't say, let's do the other item and then say we can't do this item. I mean, that's not the hand, that's not what I saw, so.
Well, I'd like to see if we could get the report. We'll see how far we go. If we need to bring it back, is what we will do, but we might as well at least get the staff report and the people who have been sticking with us. Then at least they'll get to speak. Director Ford.
So with that, John Ford, Cliff Johnson, and Desmond Johnson, who will be presenting the North McKay Ranch subdivision. We also have Alana Numo with Stantec Consultants, who's the preparer of the EIR here, who will give part of the presentation. So I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson to begin.
Thank you, Director Ford. If we could have the PowerPoint, please. So the project is the North McKay Ranch subdivision project with a proposed general plan amendment, zone reclassification, planned unit development, tentative subdivision map, development agreement, and a special permit. The project site is 81 acres in the unincorporated area of Cutton, southeast of the city of Eureka. It includes a small water tank storage site that will have a storage tank, which is 2.5 miles south of the project in the county, that will be owned and managed by the Humboldt CSD. And then also an off-site sewer line, which is shown, the little blue line to the left of the site. This is the project site outline in red. The open area in the middle is the Redwood Fields ballpark, which is not part of the project. The project would develop 320 residential units consisting of 146 single-family residences, 174 multifamily homes on 6 parcels, 22,000 square feet of commercial professional space on 2 parcels, and 21.73 acres of open space to be dedicated to the county for public forest and trails. This is the subdivision map. In yellow are the single-family lots. In orange is the multifamily area. In red is the commercial office. And the white blocks to the right side, to the north end of the project, are the open space areas. To facilitate the project, there will need to be general plan and zoning map amendments. The existing 81 acres, existing general plan designation is Eureka Community Plan Area Residential Low Density, 1 to 7 units per acre. And the zoning for the same area is R1, Residential 1 Family, with combining designations of planned unit development, recreation, and greenway open space. The proposal would amend the Eureka Community Plan map to redesignate 18.5 acres to residential medium density, 7 to 30 units per acre, and 2.2 acres to general commercial, and retain 38.6 acres as residential low density. Corresponding to that would be rezoning of the same 18.5 acres from R1 to apartment professional, R4, and 2.2 acres to neighborhood commercial, and planned unit development overlay, and retain 38.6 acres as residential, one family, or R1, all with overlays for planned unit development, recreation, and greenway open space. Along with the general plan map and zone change is the tentative subdivision map for 146 single-family residential lots, 6 multifamily parcels that will hold the 174 multifamily units, 2 commercial parcels, and 6 open space parcels. There will be a development agreement that is proposed that will allow for 9 phases over 20 years. That is here for consideration by the board today, but will be brought back at a later date for a board approval or action, along with the associated ordinance. And there will be a special permit for work within a streamside management area for 2 isolated wetlands. The project is subject to California Environmental Quality Act, and EIR was prepared by Stantec Consulting for the county, under contract to the county. And with us today via Zoom is our EIR preparer, project manager, Elena Nuno, who I'm hoping is there. Are you with us, Elena?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Go ahead and unmute myself here. And I have a short presentation I'd like to run through. And are you able to see the slide deck?
We do, but we see your whole screen.
Okay, let's see if it, I can get that fixed right now. Okay, how's that?
That's it. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your patience. And so I'm going to run through our agenda, and I won't spend too much time on the introduction as Desmond has already kind of gone through that, but I'll explain the CEQA purpose and process, discuss the final EIR, give you a summary of the CEQA impact determinations, the alternatives that were evaluated in the EIR, and then we'll discuss some of the findings and the overriding considerations that are required for the project, and then also discuss some of the late comments that we've received and take some questions. So with that, let me go ahead and get started. So as Desmond said, the projects that involves the 320 dwelling units and the commercial uses, along with the storage tank, approximately 81-acre site. And I do want to go over the objectives of the project as they kind of inform the evaluation of the overriding considerations and the selection of the project over the alternatives. So the objectives were to comply with the Humboldt County LAFCO to create more logical service boundaries, to provide more effective delivery of municipal services by annexing these existing unincorporated islands into the HCSD, ensuring new residents receive the same level of service as current residents, ensuring existing level of service to current county residents are not reduced in order to provide services to this new area. And then promoting economic vitality by maintaining and expanding small businesses and local services for residences, assisting the county in meeting housing needs to accommodate forecasted population growth, incorporating parks and open space, including trails into the project, promoting economic growth through new capital investment for the expanded population and increased tax base, and then providing a diversity of housing choices in one development that would cater to various segments of the community, including low-cost single-family homes. And as explained before, there are various entitlements that are required for the project, and then additional ministerial actions that would be required as well. So with that kind of intro, let me go ahead and begin with the CEQA purpose. So the purpose of CEQA is to identify, disclose, and consider the potential environmental impacts of proposed discretionary actions that lead agencies must evaluate and consider for approval. EIRs are prepared pursuant to CEQA guidelines, and CEQA requires that state and local government agencies consider the environmental consequences of projects over which they have discretionary authority before acting on those projects. Now, I'd like to go over the standards of adequacy of an EIR. So an EIR should be prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis. So that you, the decision makers, have information that enable you to make a decision intelligently that takes into account environmental consequences. An evaluation of the environmental effects of a proposed project need not be exhaustive, but the sufficiency of an EIR is to be reviewed in light of what is reasonably feasible. And then key CEQA component two is that disagreement among experts does not necessarily make an EIR inadequate, but the EIR should summarize the main points of disagreement among the experts. And in this case, the courts have looked not for perfection, but for adequacy, completeness, and a good faith effort at full disclosure. And just to briefly review how we got to this stage in the CEQA process. So we did have the notice of preparation issued for the project and a scoping period that began back in April 2019. And then that notice of preparation was revised, and some of the environmental impacts were scoped out of the project, and that notice of preparation was reissued, and an additional 30 days was provided to people to be able to comment on the contents of the draft EIR. And so that was May 21st, 2019 through June 20th, 2019. A scoping meeting was held on June 13th, 2019 to take input from the public on the scope of the EIR. The draft EIR was released in May 2020, and that was circulated for a 45-day comment period. Now, in between the draft EIR and the partial recirculated draft EIR, there were certain regulations that were updated related to how you determine transportation impacts. And that's, you'll be hearing this term, vehicle miles traveled. So that was a new metric for evaluating transportation impacts. And based on that information and those changed regulations, the county decided to revise the land use and transportation sections of the EIR and recirculated those portions of the draft EIR. And that was recirculated for a 45-day comment period between October and December of last year. And then we had a final EIR that was prepared and issued with responses to comments on the draft EIR. And that was available for the public to review prior to the Planning Commission hearing on January 6th. And that brings us to today's hearing, where we're presenting information on the EIR, and you as the decision makers will be making a decision on the project. And just to review, the final EIR shall consist of the following. So the draft EIR, a revision of the draft. And in our final EIR, that was incorporated by reference. And we also included a section entitled Minor Revisions to the Draft EIR. Those revisions did not result in new significant environmental impacts. They did not constitute new information and did not alter the conclusions of the environmental analysis. So based on those revisions, we did not need to recirculate the draft EIR. And the final EIR also consisted of comments and recommendations received on the draft EIR, either verbatim or in summary. And in the final EIR, you'll see those in chapters 2 and chapter 3, as we chose to address comments on the original draft EIR and the recirculated draft EIR separately to provide clarity. The final EIR also included a list of persons, organizations, and public agencies that commented on the draft EIR. And you'll again see that in chapters 2 and 3 of the final EIR. The final EIR included the responses of the lead agency to significant environmental points raised in the review and consultation process. And again, you'll see those in chapters 2 and 3 of the final EIR, and then any other information added by the lead agency. And to provide a summary of the impact determinations, the draft EIR found that except for greenhouse gases and wildfire, all other resource impacts would be less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. And so I will review those impacts that were determined to be significant. And that is impact greenhouse gas -1, GHG -1. It was determined that the project would generate greenhouse gas emissions that would have a significant impact on the environment. And despite the incorporation of mitigation measures, the impact would still be a significant and unavoidable impact. And this was based on using a bright line threshold of 1,100 metric tons of CO2 equivalents. And that's how it was determined that we could reduce those emissions, but not below that 1,100 metric ton threshold. And then the other impacts were related to wildfire. So the project would, due to slope, prevailing winds, and other factors, exacerbate wildfire risks and thereby expose project occupants to pollutant concentrations from a wildfire or the uncontrolled spread of a wildfire. And again, mitigation measures were incorporated into the project, but despite that, it was determined that the project could still exacerbate wildfire risks. And so it was determined to be a significant and unavoidable impact. And then impact wildfire -2, the proposed project would require the installation or maintenance of associated infrastructure, such as roads, fuel breaks, emergency water sources, and other utilities that could exacerbate fire risk, and that would also result in temporary or ongoing impacts to the environment. And again, you'll see that mitigation measures were incorporated into the project, but it was still determined that the project could still exacerbate those wildfire risks. And so it was determined to be a significant and unavoidable impact. And then the last wildfire risk impact, wildfire -3, the project would expose people or structures to significant risks, including downslope or downstream flooding or landslides as a result of runoff, post-fire slope instability or drainage changes. And you'll see, again, different mitigation measures that were applied to the project, but ultimately the project would still exacerbate those wildfire risks, and so it was determined to be a significant and unavoidable impact. And through the EIR process, we did examine alternatives to the project, and the purpose of the alternative analysis pursuant to SEQA is to identify feasible options that would attain most of the basic objectives of the project while reducing one or more of its significant effects. And a key SEQA point is that the range of alternatives required in an EIR is governed by a rule of reason. So the EIR need only evaluate those alternatives necessary to permit a reasonable choice. And the alternatives shall be limited to those that would avoid or substantially lessen any of the significant effects of a proposed project while meeting most of the underlying project objectives. So in the draft EIR, we evaluated the 3 different alternatives, and there's a statutorily required no project alternative, and this assumes no additional development would occur on the project side. And when we evaluated the no project alternative, it was determined that this alternative would avoid the significant and unavoidable impact to greenhouse gases and wildfires, but it would not meet any of the project objectives or meet housing needs, increase the tax base, or provide a diversity of housing choices in the county. Alternative 2 was a site plan redesign, and in this case, this would increase the size of lots located along the project boundary adjacent to North McKay Forest, and it included providing the 100-foot defensible space, reducing 10 single-family dwelling units, reducing 14 small lot single-family dwelling units, and extending Redwood Street and Arbutus Street. And this alternative would result in less than significant impact to wildfires, but would still result in significant and unavoidable impacts to greenhouse gases. In addition, this alternative would lessen other impacts associated with agriculture and forestry resources, air quality, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise, and transportation. This alternative will also meet all the proposed objectives, although to a lesser extent, because it would not develop the same number of dwelling units. The third alternative that was evaluated was the reduced density alternative, and it would modify the proposed project site plan to eliminate specific lots that would prohibit the existing site plan's ability to include that 100-foot defensible buffer space, and then it would reduce the total amount of single-family and multifamily residential units to reduce operational mobile source greenhouse gas emissions. This alternative would result in less than significant impacts relative to wildfires and greenhouse gas emissions when compared to the significant and unavoidable impacts of the proposed project. And it would also lessen the severity of impacts to agriculture and forestry resources, air quality, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise and transportation. This alternative would meet all the proposed project objectives, again, to a lesser extent because it would not develop the same number of dwelling units. And Public Resource Code section 21002 states that a public agency should not approve a project as proposed if there are feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures available that could substantially lessen the significant environmental effects of such projects, and that procedures required by this division are intended to assist public agencies in systematically identifying both the significant effects of proposed projects and the feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures which will avoid or substantially lessen such significant effects. This code also states that in the event specific economic, social, or other conditions make infeasible such project alternatives or such mitigation measures, individual projects may still be approved in spite of one or more significant effects thereof. And this Public Resource Code 21081A states that for each significant environmental effect identified in an EIR for a project, the approving agency must issue written findings reaching one or more of three permissible conclusions. So 1, changes or alterations have been required in or incorporated into the project, which avoid or substantially lessen the significant environmental effect as identified in the final EIR. Changes or alterations are within the responsibility or jurisdiction of another public agency and not the agency making the finding. Such changes have been adopted by such other agency or can and should be adopted by such other agency. And 3, specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations make infeasible the mitigation measures or project alternatives identified in the final EIR. And you'll see those findings summarized in the resolution before you, part of the information that is part of your board packet. And in a situation where you have identified significant unavoidable impacts, and you can't avoid those even with the adoption of feasible mitigation measures, and there are no other alternatives that would mitigate or substantially lessen the impacts, but you can still approve the project providing that you have overriding considerations. And in this situation, the county has determined that those overriding considerations are the approval of the project being important for meeting the county's housing needs and for complying with state housing law. Approval of the project would provide important economic growth. And lastly, the project would function as an extension of the Cutton community to the east and would provide substantial additional open space to the county's residents. Approval of the project will also contribute to a logical and orderly expansion of public recreational purposes to serve the surrounding community. And again, those are before you in the attached resolution number 22. And then just like to kind of briefly go over some of the post-final EIR comments that we received after the Planning Commission hearing, and wanted to point out this section of the Public Resources Code and CEQA guidelines that while not required, lead agencies are not required to provide written responses to comments that are received outside the comment period noticed for the draft EIR. They may still consider those and provide responses. And in this case, the county has provided some certain responses, but those responses do not require recirculation of the draft of the EIR. It doesn't reflect additional new information or analysis. So that kind of review some of these emails. There, one email in particular, I wanted to kind of go over this, is that Stantec assisted the county with responses to this email that I believe was sent to the board members, and provide information to you to assist with your decision making. The responses that we helped the county draft consisted of information that was previously disclosed in the draft and partial recirculated draft EIR and the final EIR, and it included supplemental information derived from the previous analysis that was included in the draft and the partial recirculated draft EIR. And in summary, the project includes measures to reduce vehicle trips. It includes sidewalks, bicycle lanes, trail connections. And from a regional perspective, the project is infill and is consistent with goals to reduce trip distances by including local serving retail on site and being within a quarter mile of other commercial uses and services. The proposed project has tried to balance environmental impacts by offering a development that would offer various types of housing in proximity to existing services and providing infrastructure to support walking and bicycling. There's been various comments about vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas targets that have been included in different approved and draft regional plans. And in those situations, those plans include goals and policies to achieve the percent reductions associated with BMT and greenhouse gases on a regional level and are not intended to be applied at a project-specific level. And I'll just briefly review some of those regional plans. So we have the Repower Humboldt plan, and this one identifies a goal of reducing BMT by 25% by 2030, and then reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector by 65% by 2030. And these are very ambitious goals, and they're focused on decarbonizing the regional transportation through efforts to reduce vehicle miles traveled, increasing advanced fuel vehicle adoption and fuel efficiency, and expanding fuel infrastructure. So the goal is to work with local public entities to reduce VMT in Humboldt by at least 25% by 2030 through these various methods. And by reducing VMT and by moving vehicles to clean fuels, that is also assisting in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the transportation sector by 65%. And this means that to maintain that trajectory of emissions, you would need to eliminate the use of fossil fuels by 2050. So again, these are goals that are applicable on a countywide basis. No one project can, single-handedly decarbonize the transportation sector. But it should be noted that the project does include electric vehicle infrastructure and also is located near, existing services, so that would assist in reducing the VMT. And also want to touch on the regional transportation plan. That one has a goal of being carbon neutral and providing a multimodal transportation system that is comprehensive, safe, sustainable, equitable, and that results in a 25% reduction in VMT per capita. And again, we had this VMT analysis summary in the draft EIR. We added this additional columns here looking at whether the project itself and again, this is for informational purposes, whether the project would achieve that 25% reduction. Again, they're looking at the county as a whole, and so not necessarily, as on an individual project basis, but certainly if a project could achieve that 25% reduction, then it would facilitate that goal of getting to that, of achieving that metric of that 25% reduction for the entire region. And as you'll see here, we looked at the home-based VMT per capita, and we found that the project does achieve that 25% reduction. And then looking at total VMT per person, we also found that the project achieved that 25% reduction. And then the Humboldt Regional Climate Action Plan. Now this is a draft plan. It was released in October and it has not been officially adopted. So this draft Climate Action Plan identified a per capita greenhouse gas emission level of 7.14 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents per capita to achieve that target of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. And when we look at the proposed project and what the mitigated greenhouse gas emissions are and the anticipated population of the project, we found that the project would achieve a 1.98 efficiency level of 1.98 metric tons CO2 equivalent. And so this would be below that efficiency level identified in the draft climate action plan. So you could say that it would presumably be consistent with that regional cap and target of 2030. And with that, I will say that, as far as VMT and GH3 strategies consistency, the proposed project would be consistent with best practices related to VMT and active transportation. Is it consistent with all of them? I don't, there's certainly a lot of measures out there, but it does serve the purpose of reducing trip distances due to the proposed on-site commercial uses and its proximity to existing commercial uses within a quarter mile of the project's boundary. It does implement measures that reduce vehicular trips, and those include the construction of the off-site sidewalks to provide that non-vehicular connectivity to existing sidewalks on Walnut Avenue, constructing off-site bicycle lanes to provide that connectivity to existing bike lanes, constructing the on-site trail connections to the McKay Community Forest, and that connectivity to existing Harris Street bike lanes and sidewalks once constructed. And then within the project boundary, it will also construct sidewalks on all roads and bike lanes on Redwood Drive and Arbutus Street. And with that, I know that was a lot of information I ran through, so available for questions.
So do we want to do questions now with her, or is there more of the presentation that you'd...
Well, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I just have a little bit to wrap up the staff presentation, and then we could go back to that. If that's all right. Great. Thank you. If we could have the PowerPoint again, please.
Oh, which one? For me or?
Yeah, that's the one. And yeah,
okay.
That's good. Thank you, Elena. Hang with us still. All right, the county general plan's housing element projects housing needs for the current period, that's 2019 to 2017, as a need for 1,413 units across all income categories. The project will provide 320 residential units across a broad swath of income categories. The project site was identified in the 2019 Regional Housing Needs Assessment as critical to the county's mandated requirement to provide a fair share of projected housing needs. The applications went to Planning Commission, and on January 6, 2022, the Commission passed a resolution recommending that the board certify the project DIR and approve the project. And on February 3rd, 2022, the Commission passed a resolution recommending the board approve the development agreement. Regarding an indemnification agreement with the applicant, the board may add a condition of approval requiring indemnification per the recommendation of County Council's office. And there is information more on that if desired. Based on the Planning Commission's recommendations, there are resolutions attached to the board package for consideration to make the appropriate environmental findings, certify the final EIR, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and to make the project findings and approve the requested entitlements, a general plan map amendment, a zone reclassification, tentative subdivision map, plan unit development, and a special permit. And that concludes the staff report.
All right, thank you. And I did want to see where we want to go from here. We do have some folks that are on the members of the public. I don't know if it's all right to go hear from the members of the public first, since they have been kind of waiting to comment, or should we go through questions first, John? What is?
It would be fine to answer any questions right now, but if the board wants to wait until the public has had a chance to provide their comments to ask questions, we'd be happy with that also.
That's okay with there's 4 right now. And if you are wanting to comment on this item and you're listening, just a reminder, turn the volume off your video feed because there's a delay. And press when you want to speak. Actually, don't even wait to press *9. As soon as you press *9 as soon as you possibly can, so we know you were there and you don't lose the opportunity to speak. Supervisor Bohn.
John, on our projected housing needs, since those were a few years ago, we haven't taken in anything to do with Cal Poly and the 3,000 more students plus the 1,000 staff, and we haven't addressed the wind farm or the fish farm in our projected housing needs, have we?
No, the projected housing needs were done before that. It assumed a certain growth rate, and it also assumed that we needed to create more of an occupancy rate, and that's what that was based upon. Obviously, with the number of jobs that are proposed as part of the wind farm, as part of the possible Nordic, and certainly as part of Cal Poly, that would probably greatly increase the overall needs analysis for the entire county.
All right, so Supervisor Bushnell, is okay if we go to the public, from what I can understand. Are you, the other 2 supervisors all right? And Supervisor Bohn? Okay, we will go to the public because they have been patiently waiting, and we have received a lot of emails, and I appreciate everyone's engagement in this. So process is when your number is called, that sounds bad. When we call your last 4 digits of your phone number, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. It is a strict 3 minutes, and it goes by quickly, so keep that in mind. The first one I have, Nikki, is 6127. So if you are 6127, press *6 to unmute. And if you could tell us who you are and share your comments, that would be great.
Thank you very much. My name is Dan Chandler. I live in West Haven. And please bear with me as my argument is a little indirect, but I do get to the point in about 2 minutes. I learned something new last week about sea level rise. I've been thinking of it as a kind of inexorable climb, an inch this year, an inch next, and 40 feet. But in fact, of sea level rise is increasing. Each year it rises by more than it rose the year before. When my father died, for several weeks I saw death everywhere. If I looked at a tree full of green leaves, I saw it there. When I looked at people, I saw their inevitable decline into death. That went away, but now I've started seeing the coming effects of climate change. I live in the redwoods, and I imagine them getting drier and drier until they die. When I walk in the dunes of Samoa, I see the water rising over where I stand. Everywhere in the world, we have to reduce emissions. No place is exempt, not even Humboldt. The UN Secretary General said yesterday, we are sleepwalking to climate catastrophe. Let's face it, as a county, we have done a terrible job preventing the worsening of climate change. Sonoma County has adopted a climate action plan that aims for 80% reduction of emissions by 2030. Our plan, as noted earlier, has not been published. And now we have the North McKay Ranch subdivision. The developer and the planning department rejected many proposals and alternatives that would have reduced greenhouse gas emissions. I can only assume they were relying on business as usual to get it passed. I suggest to you that it is time for Humboldt County to turn around. Please act today by denying this project that the EIR would have a significant effect in increasing global warming. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is 1676, followed by 5603. So if you're 1676, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nancy Ihara, and as exemplified by the many issues the board has addressed today, I would like to acknowledge how difficult it is to make decisions that can impact dramatically the lives of county residents, both now and in the future. The McKay project represents one of those kinds of decisions. Our county is experiencing a shortage of housing, and this development obviously would help with this problem. As an old friend of Supervisor Bass's seemed to reference earlier, however, our country, our county, and our world is experiencing a climate change crisis. All of us are aware of the havoc climate change is causing, the fires, the severe storms, sea level rise, floods, and more. And this was, he was referenced already, but the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres employed leaders to act with more urgency to cut the greenhouse gas pollution fueling our climate change. And he compared our situation to that of being on life support. Because the EIR and the McKay project determined that there would be significant greenhouse gas emissions and fire hazard consequences, I ask that you not approve it. If you do decide to approve the project, I would insist that you make changes. I noted these in an email I sent to all of you and would like to repeat some of them here. 1, require electrification for all buildings. Offshore renewable wind power is anticipated for Humboldt. Unlike fracked natural gas, it is clean energy. 2, prohibit the installation of wood stoves. Black carbon emitted from wood stoves is one of the worst greenhouse gas emitters, and the catalytic converters proposed only last 10 years. 3, as well as installing solar panels, low global warming potential heat pumps and hot water heaters should be required. Work with the city of Eureka to ensure that there is improved, more frequent public transportation to the area. Other commentators in communication with you will make other significant positive suggestions. I urge you to incorporate all suggestions which would lessen the significant climate environmental impact of this project. But primarily, I wish you would not approve it at all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nancy. 5603 is our next speaker. Press *6 to unmute. If you're 5603, welcome.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Colin Fisk, and I'm the Executive Director of CRTP, the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities, and I am speaking today with ongoing and very serious concerns about this project. Comment letters from HCOG and from RCEA, which I would point out are both agencies on which one of you sits as a director, as well as from Caltrans, substantially validate and agree with our concerns and explicitly lay out the need for increased density and meaningful pedestrian, bicycle, and transit improvements. The consultants claim that the project as proposed is infill development consistent with bike and pedestrian best practices is frankly a little absurd. The final EIR before you today admits that the project will have a significant impact on the climate, but claims wrongly that the impact is unavoidable. In fact, there are many feasible but unadopted mitigation measures available for the project, including reducing the number of parking spaces, increasing the density of housing development and the mixture of uses to reduce trip distances, completing the local bicycle and pedestrian networks, implementing traffic calming features, providing free bus passes to residents of the multifamily units, and requiring all-electric construction. All of these measures must be required both as feasible mitigations mandated by CEQA and to ensure compliance with the county's own general plan and the Regional Transportation Plan and Comprehensive Action Plan for Energy, which, despite what you heard earlier, the county is obligated to follow pursuant to policies in the adopted general plan. These transportation and energy plans are the county's roadmaps for addressing energy, climate, and transportation issues. One of the goals that the consultant did not mention is that the Regional Transportation Plan calls for the building of new housing units starting immediately in locations where people can get to critical destinations within 15 to 20 minutes without a car. In the absence of changes such as those that I've outlined, the project is in clear violation of the RTP and the Comprehensive Action Plan for Energy, and offering some fig leaves like a few bike racks and a transit stop that likely won't have enough demand to function under current project design is not sufficient. Please require the project to increase density, implement active transportation and transit improvements, and demonstrate that it will reduce VMT and greenhouse gases in line with the targets to which the county has already committed. If the developer refuses those conditions, then the project should be denied. And if this hearing is continued once more, I would ask that it be to a time certain so that the public can more actively participate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Colin. Excuse me. Our next is 8689. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, board. This is Tom Wheeler, Executive Director of EPIC. It's frustrating to tack approval on this project on the end of another very long day at the board. If we continue to have meetings like this, I think that we should consider having additional meetings per month to give adequate time for consideration of projects like these. I'm not opposed to this project. We face an affordability crisis, and building more housing is generally a good thing. This project is also not bad, but there is significant room for improvement. The project is anticipated to produce significant impacts. CEQA demands that projects be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible prior to the issuance of a statement of overriding consideration, which would be required here because of the significant greenhouse gases associated with this project. Letters in the project record from HCOG and RCEA demonstrate that not all feasible mitigation measures have been incorporated into the project. In other words, the board can and must incorporate additional mitigation measures. Failure to do so opens the board to potential litigation. Among additional potential mitigation measures you can incorporate, you may require all electric construction with no new natural gas infrastructure. You could have improved and increased EV charging infrastructure within the project. You can have all installed appliances, EV chargers, solar PV system inverters, and all other feasible devices to have grid interactive capabilities that meet certain standards. These are all feasible things. These are all things that have been brought back to you before that could be incorporated into this project. Considering the proposed development's proximity to 4 schools, a grocery store, a post office, so on and so on, a little infrastructure improvement, the main arterial street adjacent to the project, and more bike and ped-friendly infrastructure could go a long way for making future residents able to live without a car or to reduce their car usage if they do have one. These changes will not substantially change the economics of the project. We can still have housing and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and I urge you to move forward with new mitigation measures for this project. Again, as Colin said, if you do continue this to a future meeting, I urge you to set a time certain because I've sat here for over 8 hours today, as you have, and it's a long day. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. If you're listening and you wish to comment, please press *9. We're down to our last speaker at this moment, and once this person is done, if there's not another hand up, we will go back to the board. Full public comment and local. I mean, that's in person. I'm still getting used to this. All right, we got one more hand. Got a few more. And I will now go to 1898. Press *6 to unmute. Are they unmuted, Nikki? Okay, if you are 1898, press *6 to unmute. We'll come back to that one. So if you are 8554, press *6 to unmute. All right, and just a reminder, if you're watching on a video feed and you're on the phone, turn the audio off so you can actually hear us live time. Are they there, Nikki?
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Garrett, and I'm on the Community Advisory Committee for the RCEA. I'm calling to urge you to not approve the McKay project unless substantial changes are made. So I want to support the suggestions that have been made earlier by Tom and Colin and Nancy and Dan. The project must include meaningful active transportation and transit improvements, as well as building energy improvements, such as those suggested by CRTP, EPIC, the Humboldt County Association of Governments, and the Redwood Coast Energy Authority. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Katie. We'll now try feedback there. 1898. We'll try this number again. What? Are we? Okay. Okay. I guess we'll come back to that other one. Okay, 4371, which will be followed by 0359. So 4371. Press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, 4371, I'm here.
Okay, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a neighbor. I live right below this subdivision and walk through the forest regularly, as do many people in Cutton. Sad to see that they're already cutting down the redwoods, and they haven't even gotten approval, but I guess he can do anything he wants on his property. But the term significant and unavoidable is just egregious. I'm sorry. There have been so many things that could reduce that. There's no reason for Eureka not to make this a model project of energy efficiency and, clean energy. I'm against this project. I think it's going to damage the city. There are so many homes that I see in town that are boarded up. There's so much land with abandoned buildings on them that we haven't infilled yet. And I am concerned about the wildfire and the fact that, yes, they're building a commercial center that's only going to compete with the rest of the Eureka store owners. So it will have a negative impact on businesses in Eureka and the riparian corridor going below. But I've heard suggestions that I didn't even think about, like no fireplaces, no wood stoves. That's a great idea. Solar power on every house. How about an electric car charger on every house? I mean, there really is a lot more that can be done that I just think of when I move into any home. And these guys are starting from scratch, and they're building a 1950s house practically, with none of the new technology that we have available. So I think I agree with the other callers that said it needs immense amounts of thought and improvement towards mitigating the unavoidable and significant greenhouse gases. We're in a crisis, and we can't just act like we always have acted and do what we always do. We have to make changes, and they're going to cost us, but we make them or die. That's all.
All right. Oops. Thank you. Next, we'll go to 0359. And if that's you, press *6 to unmute. All right, 0359.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Do I have 3 minutes, or are you going to cut me off if you don't like what I say?
No, you'll have 3 minutes, but you've already had 10 seconds go by. As long as it's related to this item, the 3 minutes. Will you start, since you've had this, will you just start for 3 minutes over?
Can you specify exactly what them pertains to?
Well, this is in regards to the North McKay Ranch subdivision project.
Do you think this is the only subject pertaining to said subject, as all of today's questioning and
Ma'am, do you want to speak on this? I mean, you'll have 3 minutes if you want to talk on this one specific agenda item.
I'd love to speak on all of the agenda items, but I kind of question if they aren't all relevant to each other. But what do we separate everything so we don't hear anything? So if we could, a community, as a human race, just start to address the world as a bigger picture and not a single subject matter, I think that might make a big difference in the way we could address all the issues pertaining to humanity. It slightly confuses me when I hear and see and say, I tuned in this morning starting at 9 a.m. I joined in at 8:30 a.m. and I've been listening all day. I watched when your system went down with Bonnie Blackberry at 11:30 a.m. and I think many of your issues are all the same issue. It's about humanity and sustainability and practices towards and compassion I guess the way that Humboldt County sees it is money, but I wouldn't necessarily say that. Money was the number one determining factor of the county's number one consciousness. But after seeing what I've seen today, I'm very concerned that that is what the county supervisor's number one concern is monetary gain from industry that might not necessarily be pertained to their best interest, though they might even choose otherwise and don't even quite understand what is in their best interest. And if you want to shut people off, you don't want to let them talk, you want to make it so confusing that people might not be able to understand or see, well, good luck. Because straight up, we have a very big issue in Humboldt County, and the issue is cannabis compliance, homelessness, and building code issues. And they all go hand in hand, and environmental practices. And the humanity as a whole needs to address all of these issues, and Humboldt County could be at the forefront or they could be behind with continual moratoriums and inability to choose and say how they want the direction of the county to go. They might miss out. I think they very much have missed out on a very influential monetary gain, food, fuel, fiber, and medicine. Cannabis could address all of these. Humboldt County was at the forefront of all of these.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we have one more hand up, 4756. If you could please limit your comments to the specific item regarding the McKay Ranch subdivision.
My turn?
Yes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Thanks. This is Caroline Griffith. I'm the Executive Director of the North Coast Environmental Center. It seems like this has been a doozy of a meeting. I've been tuning in and out all day long, so I don't want to take up a lot of time. I really want to reinforce what a lot of those speakers before me have brought up. And also just push back on the idea that one project should not be held responsible for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Every single project, every single person, every business contributes to the whole. So we are all responsible for reducing our emissions. And here is one big opportunity to do that and provide housing. This project needs to be substantially improved before you approve it to provide that housing. We absolutely need to make sure that we are increasing our spaces where people can live, but we do have the power to do it in a way that that reduces our emissions and improves people's lives and to build in a more people-friendly way. So building electrification, increasing transit opportunities, requiring free or reduced price bus passes for residents in order to jumpstart that transit access. These are all places for a start. I know that you've gotten a lot of comments from myself and other groups, so please don't approve this project without requiring some of those conditions. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Caroline. One more on there is 5039.
Hi, my name is Pat Carr. And by the way, I pushed *9 a while ago, so I'm surprised you didn't see me. I'm not sure why that was. But at any rate, I know I have 3 minutes, so let me get on with it. A decade or two back, this project would hardly raise an eyebrow. But in the years since then, we've recognized how serious the climate crisis is and that we need to take action. Obviously, that's a global issue, but every locale has an obligation to do its part, and I know that you supervisors have accepted that. You've repeatedly supported the concept of a climate action plan that would significantly cut local greenhouse emissions. If approved, the full build-out of McKay Ranch won't happen for many years, but its design is stuck in the past. Electric heat pumps using renewable energy aren't part of the plan. Research shows that avoiding natural gas hookups not only reduces emissions, it also saves home buyers an average of about $5,000 per house. This is part of the reason that many California communities are banning new natural gas connections. But nothing in the proposal that you're looking at today will ensure that structures built at McKay Ranch for years far into the future will emit less climate-changing pollutants than those built today, or save residents money. I'm most concerned about the project's transportation emissions. Obviously, this sector is the largest single source of Humboldt's greenhouse emissions. The combination of a suburban location and a design that gives little support for safe bicycling, walking, or taking the bus guarantees that it will significantly increase county VMT. And there are very few requirements for EV chargers for residential units or in commercial parking lots. What are people going to do in 2035 when California no longer allows the sale of new internal combustion vehicles? We really have to make EV charging accessible for lots of people. As it stands, McKay Ranch is a project made for a bygone era. This is supported by comments from the Redwood Coast Energy Authority, Humboldt County Association of Governments, People Talking Tonight, many other citizens, and I hope very much that you reject currently stand. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, Nikki, go to the public comment in person now. Those that were on the phone have spoke, and we will not go back to the phone, but welcome. You have 3 minutes. You have an audience. You had the whole place to yourself.
I know, it's great. Hi, my name is Kristen Crooks. I am the Government Affairs Director for the Humboldt Association of Realtors. And we are speaking in support of the McKay Ranch project. Humboldt County's regional housing needs assessment has increased from last cycle by 15 units per year and totaling in 1,330 more units than cycle 5. With so many more units required from Humboldt County over the next 5 years, supporting projects like the McKay Ranch project will give Humboldt County a chance at meeting that goal. We can see from the 5th cycle RHNA, which is the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, that Humboldt County fell short by nearly 300 units in the 5th cycle goal. While the housing crisis in California continues to get worse, continuing to fall short of these goals will only lead to higher cost of living in Humboldt County for both current and future residents, homeowners and renters alike. By adding these 320 planned units, Humboldt County will be that much closer to achieving a sixth cycle regional housing need. If you look at Table 2 in the 2019 sixth cycle regional housing national needs assessment progress with data submitted to the governor's office from 2020 to 2021, it shows that Humboldt County still has 1,304 units in total remaining. This would be down to 1,000 at that point. By moving forward with the McKay Ranch project, Humboldt County will be aligning with the housing element goals laid out and approved in 2019 housing element. Humboldt County set goals of increasing housing production, H-G1, housing diversity, H-G2, and workforce housing, H-G3, just 3 years ago. Now that we have a project that aligns with these goals, it's the duty of Humboldt County to support that project, further instilling confidence in Humboldt County and local government. The housing element plan includes policies that to expedite subdivisions in opportunity zones, H-P7, stimulate residential and infrastructure development, H-P18, and allow for mixed house sizes and types, H-P22, and streamline the housing process and review for approval, which has not happened in this case, as I understand it. The Humboldt Association of Realtors would ask the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors to ensure that every resident in Humboldt County has access to affordable housing and encourage a competitive market in housing supply. I do have copies of this letter for all of you, as well as it was sent to the public comment for you with links to be able to access all of those.
All right, thank you. And if you want, you can leave them there, or we can pass them around. We'll get them. We can get them.
Okay.
Go ahead and leave them. Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
So no one else is in the public. I do understand that the applicant is also on Zoom. My Zoom part died here, so I was not able to see Kurt's face. So
I'm here.
would you? Okay, I hear you. Do you have? Are you on? There you are. Okay, welcome. Did you want to add anything? Chime in.
Well, I'll just kind of go back over my presentation I did to the Planning Commission. My name's Kurt Kramer. I'm representing Fairhaven Cottages and Kramer Properties Incorporated. We've got 40 years experience working in Humboldt County. We would like to do the project. It's incredibly important. We have the capacity to do the project. That's incredibly important. We are at the precipice of a financially responsible project that makes commercial sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then we cannot proceed. The planning department at John Ford's leadership has been very constructive and responsive of late. We've owned this project since 2004. So 17 years to get to this point of endless reports, environmental reports, and traffic studies, 3 of which we had to do, in excess of $700,000 so far. If you choose not to move forward with the project, I'm okay with your decision. I think we're in desperate need of housing in this county, and to put up any obstacles in front of these projects is mind-boggling to me. We currently have a project that is still struggling to be financially feasible, with lots of offsites and lots of improvements that are needed to get to the project. In the old days, we could afford those, but now with all the new state mandates, which have grown exponentially, all we can do with this project is basically what's on site. I've got a PowerPoint that I'll tie back to give you a little bit of history. I'm going to probably put Rex to sleep since he was around when this project started at the Louisiana Pacific level. That was the original map that was done in the late 80s, early 90s.
We're not seeing anything, Kurt.
Oh, it's not coming on? I did a share. Hold on. How do I get back to share screen?
I'm definitely not the one to answer that.
Hold on. Let me get there. Stop video. Share screen. There we go. There we go. Is that better?
Not yet. Well, it says you're sharing it. There we go. Of course, my eyes are not good enough to see it, but we're good.
I got to be on now. Still not coming?
Yeah, we see it. Yeah.
Got the original map. Go back, right there.
All right, there's the original map. 249 units in what would be a typical single-family residential subdivision, which was the past. You see the field, Redwood Fields, but basically that was the original proposed plan. The project then spun out Redwood Fields because the development they recognized wasn't going to be viable. So they pitched the Redwood Fields site out so that it could get developed into what it is now. And thank you, Rex, for that. Then along came Bob Morris in the mid-90s to late 90s, and he developed proposed, I should say, a 50-lot, large lot subdivision. Back in the day when we had the builders, Northern California Home Builders Association, we looked at these plans, and as a developer and local player in Humboldt County and been involved in over 40 years, I knew this plan wasn't the best use of this project. So we ended up, this project, proposed project that Bob Morris put forward, got turned down by the Planning Commission because it wasn't dense enough. So then we came back in and came up with this proposal. And it gave us mixed use, gave us small lot, gave us some residential around the perimeter, a higher end product, and it gives us also multifamily residential. The reality of it is this is an infill project. I know it offends some of the listeners and people that have proposed things, but you're within 2 blocks of grocery stores, gas stations, post office, restaurants. You're 4 or 5 blocks from a hospital, the major hospital in our county. Think about the Sequoia Park Zoo's walking distance. Think about Redwood Fields, we're surrounding it. So it has a lot of amenities that are completely in its backyard. So that gives you kind of a rundown of the history of it. We have unmanageable risks out here. We don't know what to expect with the coming mandates that are out there. We have to make this project has to make commercial sense, or it's not going to get developed. And we need housing. This regional house needs, we can say we want housing, but if we're not going to do anything about it, at some point, I would think HCD gets the joke and realizes nobody really wants housing. So I think we have to start looking at decertification of housing elements. And we're not developing the housing we need to support this county. And as we brought up earlier, we have a lot of growth opportunities coming our way with Cal Poly Humboldt, Fish Farm, you name it. And the fiber line that came in, I'm told, is going to promote a lot of business activity up here, not necessarily the fiber itself, but the folks that want to relocate next to it. We are seeing house prices going through the roof in this county, and we do not have enough supply of it. Our coastal areas are very difficult to develop in. I've got projects stuck in Fields Landing and Fairhaven. I thought when I finally got to this project that there wasn't going to be any obstacles, and I'm just sitting here scratching my head going, my goodness, they will object to anything. So with that in closing, I think we have a project before the board tonight. I think I'm clear, and I think everybody, if anybody disputes the fact that we're not hitting our RENA numbers for the last 15 years, and we're not hitting them going forward. This project at 320 units is a drop in the bucket. And it's going to take at least 5 years to develop it out. And if we don't get cooperation with other agencies, it could take longer. Hence the reason why we need the long development agreement to protect that. We're giving county trail access as the phases unwind, so that they'll be making improvements. Those trails will be making improvements for the community park. I think the economics of taxes in this project and what it's going to generate in terms of value based on what it is today is another big winner. So at the end of the day, what I would hope for is that we put this to a vote, and it's up or down. I get it. Let's just move on, and if we can't get the project across the board, we'll take the markdown on the $700,000 worth of reports that ended up going up on a shelf somewhere that only drives the price of housing further up, and we'll move on, and I'm good with it. So with that, that's my presentation. Appreciate you guys all sticking around. We all had a long day, but sometimes long days are how good things get done. So appreciate it.
Kurt, you want? Are there any questions for Kurt since we've got him on here at this point? All right, we don't have any questions, but I'm sure you won't go anywhere.
Thank you.
All right, so back to staff.
I think we would like to respond to a couple things. You know, a couple of the letters have been brought up in terms of adequate mitigation for GHG. One of the things I'd like to call your attention back to the analysis that was done in the EIR, where it was determined that this project would be consistent with the draft climate action plan moving forward. There were some requests for some mitigation in terms of regional transportation facilities that is hard to assign to a particular project. There's not a fee mechanism in place to address that. And so those really aren't feasible. There were some specific things that were requested, such as electrification of the project, such as not extending gas to the project, that seem more reasonable. And one of the things, we've done some research to see what the coming regulations will be that are affected at the state level for this. I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson to explain what those are.
Yes. Thank you, Director Ford, through the chair. Just want to go over a couple of the building code requirements that I think do address some of the concerns that have been raised. So the existing building code does require that all single-family residential buildings and all multifamily residential buildings that are 3 stories or less have a solar system that is capable of meeting the, at least meeting the output needs. There is a requirement for all single-family homes, and this is currently in the code, to have a dedicated 240-volt circuit for electric vehicles. There's also a requirement currently for 10% of all of the total number of parking spaces for multifamily to have a dedicated electric vehicle charging space. Beginning on January 1st of 2023, all new homes are going to need to be electric ready. So not necessarily required to have electric appliances, but they will have to be electric ready. So they'll have circuits for all of those appliances to be electric if necessary, or if the owner chooses. There is also a change to the Title 24 energy calculation that will strongly encourage electric heat pumps for water and space heaters. Doesn't necessarily require it, but it does make it quite a bit more difficult to get there without doing the electric water pump. So just wanted to go over some of those requirements.
All right.
I think with that, we'd be happy to answer any more questions that you might have.
All right, Supervisor Bohn, was your hand up?
Yeah, it's funny, I brought all those same maps. I got my first grading plan for Redwood Fields in 1996. And there was always, I've got a Time Standard article here saying that the rest of the property around the ball fields would be for housing. So this has been in the works through quite a few different owners. I do know, I think it was mentioned 15 minutes. You can ride your bike downtown in 15 minutes from there. You can. It takes you about 20 to get back. It's uphill. But Safeway, Schaefer's Ace, Murphy's, gas station, gym, post office are all well within a couple, 200-300 yards, within a quarter mile, easy. You also have a junior high, and you also have a elementary school about 4 blocks away. So when you talk about the infill, and then the fire threat, and considering I've lived out there, had my family's grocery store out there for over 62 years. It's a redwood. It's a dense coastal, definitely coastal redwood forest. I live one house off of the Forester Gill, one house off of the Greenbelt from Forester Gill, which is about 120 feet from my house, and I can be in the woods there. We've never had, and I can't recall, a fire at Lumbar Hills, the backside of Cutton, or anything like that. That we've had fires up there, but they didn't go anywhere because those coastal redwoods just don't, especially that are so in bed and the ground's always so wet, even in the summer, that we don't have the issue. So it's not like it's surrounded by a fir forest. It's not paradise. So I know the threat is there, but I think that, and I know it's considered significant. And as far as, I talked to Greg Pratt at length about this on the bus service, kind of like what we did out there at the housing out at Samoa. We will provide all the busing now. There is a bus service out there now 2 blocks away. They're going to have bus service at the facility, inside the residential now, and it's going to be right there. The other big advantage is, and this isn't to do anything, but Kurt is going to provide an access to the McKay Forest for all the residents of Cutton away from, there's one up the road. The big part about it is I'm going to provide a 96 space parking lot, and it's actually about 124 space parking lot at no cost to the county. So I've got a gravel area where horses can unload and everything else. And what we've done is, as a community benefit, just like our community tot lot and everything at Redwood Fields, that will be allowed to be used by the public without us having to create another parking lot for another entrance. And that's been in the works ever since the McKay. Actually, right now in my parking lot is the Connex and all the equipment that got stolen that myself and a couple of friends replaced. The Connex for all the crews working on the trails is now housed out at Redwood Fields, so we don't have the same problem of hopefully being stolen again, because we have security out there to a certain extent. So Kurt's been a great neighbor to Redwood Fields. I do have my concerns, but I do believe the first house sold in Lumbar Hills was in 1965, and I think Bill Barnum told me the infill density level for Lumbar Hills was about 6 to 8 houses a year after that. So when people talk about the 325 homes, they're not putting up prefab homes getting ready to go. It's going to be 5 or 6 years. And then most of this infill, like this, the thing that's going to go on back of the Lost Coast, that's now going to add, I keep hearing 2 more stories are coming. Nobody's mentioned that, and HTA hasn't heard a word about it, but I've heard there's going to be 2 more stories added to it. But with that being said, those units are going to be about $500,000 to $600,000 a unit. My biggest concern, I think it's a great idea, downtown, the infill for the people that live there. But when we're building all these houses in Fortuna and McKinleyville, which is fine, I think, the free market circus, look how many people are driving from McKinleyville and Fortuna, Hydesville, and around to come into Eureka to work, where we're going to allow ourselves people, they're going to be 2.6 miles from downtown Eureka. it's not too many of us that live. I think almost everybody, but I'm 2.8. Virginia's a little bit less. Everybody else is a lot more miles to their office. So it adds so much. And when you look at the housing numbers and the greenhouse gases, if you go to the far extreme, yeah, but if we provide what we should, the transportation, which HTA has committed to and has never stepped away from providing housing. Bus passes, I think that's a great idea. And I think we could talk the developer into giving 50 bus passes to every new home sale. And they can try it to see how that busing works and see if it does work. I mean, that's, and then if they're used, he'll pay for them. It's the best way to go. That way you're not sitting around paying for something that's not used. And then if we can get people to use those buses, I think that's a condition I'd throw in there because that's what we heard. All the houses are going to be solar. And right now, the people in my neighborhood that have electric cars are plugging them right at home now. These are going to have the 240 hookup. And in all honesty, are you going to tell me you don't think with the involvement that's taking and the mileage these cars are getting and everything else, is the plug-in's going to get easier? It's going to be faster. The batteries are going to be better. Look at how much they've evolved. And we're talking 2,000. We won't see a unit built out there for 5 years. And it's over nine phases. And the first phase is workforce housing. So do I think it's the greatest thing ever? Do I think there's going to be some traffic issues? Yeah, but Caltrans is working with us on some stuff at the Elk River to go on Herrick. So the people on the west end of Cutton maybe can go out that way a little bit easier because it's so hard to get on Herrick. We're looking at something very seriously there. There is other ways we're looking at traffic, and with people working from home, it's a beautiful place to work and work from home, take a walk out in the forest, come back and work from home some more. We have a lot of people right here doing that. So it doesn't alarm me as much. I think it meets a lot of the things and it's, John, doesn't the state qualify this as infill?
I don't know that it technically meets the requirement of infill because infill requires a certain density. And given the fact that it is immediately adjacent to a forest, it may not meet that. But on the other hand, I would say that from a county perspective, this is the closest project that we've got to an urban core.
It's immediately adjacent to a lot of homes, too, with a three-way ingress-egress with Arbutus and Redwood if they are included. So, I mean, I was a lot younger and didn't have any gray hair when this first started and heard about this. And again, like I'll say, it'll create more work for me because knowing how children are, that fence must be there for me to climb and go into the ball field and do things, even though it's not insured or anything for that. But I welcome, it's just kids, so I welcome it.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson, and then I have a question that I just wanted some clarification on.
Thank you. I appreciate that and appreciate the work of the staff and the applicant. We need housing. It's absolutely true. There are things I think Supervisor Bohn says eloquently with relationship to is this a perfect project? Right. There's not a perfect project out there. But I will say there are ways we can make it better without adding a lot of cost to this project and actually save money for the county as well as the applicant in some of those incidences. And I think one of those is the electrification and not having natural gas to this project site. It's where many municipalities are going. I believe it also, we're just seeing it in so many places, and when we're looking at the future, seems like the likelihood for the future of Humboldt County with relationship to electricity and energy, wind is going to be a lot more stable than natural gas prices, and natural gas prices are going to be what's going to be driving energy prices for us if we aren't disconnected from that system. So from my perspective, I'll be moving with regards to this body an amended motion to require electrification. That's one thing on my list. The next one is, and I think Supervisor Bohn mentioned it, and I think staff also did as well, with regards to electric vehicle required with relationship to just wiring those homes, and also with relationship to the multifamily. I know that what will be the code, if not already, 10% of the multifamilies required with EV stations. Many municipalities, and I think we should just start doing it right now, also require the wiring to be, or it's the conduits to be put in, so it's every parking spot in multifamily is EV ready. So we really can't, what is keeping working people and people who live in multifamily housing units from having EVs is, for the most part, their ability to find a place to charge. I have to tell you, owning a used EV, cheap, I saved tons of money, and we're going to see lots of folks really realizing the power of that access and not being enslaved to fossil fuel vehicles for their daily commutes and how they're getting around. And I think we should require that in this, so that they're EV ready, because again, we are going to be in a system, and we already have with regards to RCEA upgrades and applications for funding, and there's going to be separate funding sources as we move forward for those things. And I think if we just got to make it as easy as possible moving forward, that we don't have to cut into the roads and all those other things. And going back to electrification, we're going to take ownership of those roads, correct? Is that true or not?
They will be public roads, but they will be maintained by a maintenance district, so we're not going to be maintaining those roads.
Okay. Well, one of the things that we do know, nonetheless, no matter who maintains it, if you have one less utility in that road, it's way cheaper to maintain that road over the long haul. So I want to make sure, we're thinking about that sustainability as we move forward. One of the things that we have in here with relationship to traffic is the mitigation for stoplights. And right now there's 2 stoplights on that list. And we know from the project that we did Measure Z, stoplights $450,000 to $500,000 a piece. I have to say, from my perspective, I would much rather see that funding go to pedestrian and bike access connectivity from this project site to the neighborhood commercial areas, not the ones in the project necessarily, but adjacent, or any other way that we can make those improvements. I would request that we ask that budget just be pushed into those things instead of 2 new traffic lights. I think traffic lights don't actually help with traffic in general, and it certainly doesn't reduce it. And I think we're going to be getting into a place where we need to do that. The bus passes, I think that we've seen that in many developments. Certainly, I think and I'll speak from my experience on the Coastal Commission, every multifamily project that moves through us requires bus passes for the tenants. Seems to work. No one complains. They do it. We actually even do it for all businesses as well, for their employees, and it's successful, and people are using them, and it's been great. And so from my perspective, I think we should even require it within the commercial zoning that bus passes be part of what is supplied to workforce and to folks that live in those places. We heard some folks asking for more density, and I think at this juncture that might be tough to do on a wholesale perspective. But John, can you go over kind of what SB 9 has done with single-family homes and what we might do to encourage density within the single-family zoning?
So SB 9 has created a process whereby there is the potential to receive ministerial subdivisions of property to create basically more units on what would have been a conventional single-family home.
And so what this is, and when you're adding the ADU part of this onto there, what that means is that a developer could take a single-family lot, and if they can design it to meet all the standards, setback, whatever they may be, could actually split the lot and put 4 units on that lot.
That is true.
We should be advancing that in some way. We should have a program, or we should maybe even reduce fees for the developer if that's where they're going, because that's how you get density in those spaces in creative ways, and let the developer figure out how to do that. I think that will help encourage that increase in density while still meeting state regulations, and I think that that the creativity in that can happen in that space. And so I don't know what we could do if we could have staff bring back something back, but when a developer is looking at that, especially in these, maybe in these infill type projects, maybe this is something we might want to consider. What do you think?
Well, I think separate from this project, we're already looking at that process internally to make sure that we're equipped when people want to come in and do a ministerial subdivision, that we have a process in place and we're ready to do that. Mm-hmm. One of the things that, as you were talking about that I was struggling with, trying to create an action plan for this particular project, what would that look like? Mm-hmm. And one of the things I think that's important to keep in mind, this project already has a lot of very small lots. Yep. And so those really aren't feasible to split anymore. There are a few lots that probably could support a primary unit ADU and maybe a junior ADU, and we're seeing those come in more and more frequently. But in terms of, I don't know that there's many lots in this particular development that could really support 4 separate units under an SB 9 proposal. And so stepping then outside of this project, it's like that would be something where we want to encourage people that have lots that are a little bit larger than 6,000 square feet to be able to come in and do 4 units and make sure that we're advocating for that.
And also advocating for ADUs development starting from scratch, which I think, how can we help with that?
Well, we are doing that. We have a kickoff that's starting very soon that will include a website that allows people to calculate what the cost of developing an ADU is on their property, how they can get funding for that, what the amortization and repayment of that would be, so that they can see and figure out the economic feasibility of doing that. Mm-hmm. We're also working on, we've currently got an RFP out to receive proposals to draw standard ADUs. So if somebody wanted to come in and develop an ADU that looked like A, B, or C, that those are already plan checked, pre-approved, they're an over-the-counter approval, they can come in and just get a permit for that. So we're trying to really simplify the ADU process. That we think is one of the best options that we have to provide additional affordable housing within the county.
Okay, and so that includes new development,
yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
My list is very out of order, but one of the things on the list here is the indemnification that was brought up, and I'm hoping that the board, amend whatever we do to include the indemnification language that staff has mentioned, because I think,
we included that as an alternative, and
yeah.
Increasingly has been the position of the county to require indemnification of major projects. Mm-hmm. This would fall into that category, and so it would be consistent with past actions to require that an indemnification agreement be signed by the applicant within 30 days of action on the project. Mm-hmm. Because, anything beyond that is really outside the time frame to bring litigation.
On the retail commercial space, mm-hmm. We don't know what that will be. correct? I mean, there's
no proposal for that currently.
I mean,
no.
so there's not really any guarantee that it actually will serve the community within that space, right? I mean, it could be selling shoes to the county at large versus a neighborhood store for food or whatever, correct?
It's a neighborhood commercial, so it's not going to be something that would be large. It's going to be something that's tailored to serve this local community.
Okay.
It's not big enough to be another supermarket, but Murphy's is close by.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, and Supervisor Bushnell had something too.
No, the only thing I was saying, because you asked, because I think you're going along the same lines. If there is no commercial that wants to have 320 homes, is there? Because we've seen people turn in and out of the little mall in Cotton, not very many, but a few. If nobody picks that up, could that be turned into housing if they decide, if they put it out there before they build it? Because if they're going to do a build to suit, or else they're going to just build the building and hope people fill it up. I mean, this goes back to density, but
I would anticipate the developer would probably hold on to the property until somebody wants to occupy it, and then build something that is for that particular use.
There's actually legislation being proposed to convert commercial by right to residential, but we can talk about that on another day. I did have a concern, and I know we've had at least in Arcata in the past, when there's been subdivisions that have been kind of up against the forest or whatever, and there was concerns about wildlife impacts from pets, and basically what they required in those spaces was that there just be some fencing so that your dog doesn't run out into the forest. And I was just wondering if we have any kind of requirement or assessment associated with that.
That has not been thoroughly evaluated. We could, with relative ease, require that the development plan include a provision for perimeter fencing along the community forest boundary.
And I know Supervisor Bushnell has a question too. So
Okay, sorry, I'm just. One thing we heard was this project is inadequate with relationship to bike lockers within the multifamily units. Is there a way to, asking for more of those or requiring more of those? Is there a space issue? Is there something that's like this that as staff do you feel is fundamentally offsides on that? That's.
There are currently the requirement to modify or incorporate into the development plan. Actually, it's bicycle storage racks. That condition can easily be modified to include a higher number of lockers. It's currently 6 bicycle storage racks within Phase 4 development. And that condition is repeated for each of the phases represented by the multifamily sites.
I thought there was 4 lockers in that as well. Did I read that incorrectly?
Okay, I'm reading. There are different conditions with different requirements. Yes. Yeah. So condition 10 has 12 bike racks for Phase 3 and a minimum of 4 bicycle storage lockers. So each of those conditions could be modified to increase or lower the number of bike lockers.
And for me, it's most important if you have upstairs units, right? That's the thing. It's like this is what I think is important, that there be a bike locker associated with each upstairs unit. Then they can figure out how to deal with that in their design, because you just don't want people carrying bikes up and downstairs. If you're downstairs, you can bring it in your house. I think is reasonable, but upstairs is not appropriate. So. That for me would be on the list, and we can get to that. I'm kind of done with sort of all the stuff that's on my list for now, and I'm happy to have that discussion. But unless there's a consensus on this board for that list in general, I'll be bringing those back for amending motions.
Right, thank you. I know Supervisor Bushnell wants to speak, and personally, regarding your list, I would say I would like to be able to have Mr. Kramer come up and share his thoughts. I mean, some could be easier than others, and I'd appreciate kind of having that feedback. Supervisor Bushnell? No, you can rephrase it. Was it close enough? Okay. Okay, is my Zoom part died is okay. Kurt, would you like to come back? There you go. Supervisor Bushnell and I were wanting to get your thoughts and feedback on some of what. Supervisor Wilson has a lot of suggestions, and some are probably easier than others, or I want to know what your thoughts are, and if you think what's doable.
I'm telling you right now tonight that we can't build the project as it sits without a lot of work that we still have to do. And what Mr. Wilson is adding is more ornaments to a Christmas tree we can't afford to buy already. So I would argue that it's uneconomic, it's going to continue to be uneconomic, and it's not going to get built. So if you want a project that won't get built, incorporate all those things in it. I recognize there's state mandates that we need to meet, and those will change going forward. And hopefully, some of the things that'll change will be other efficiencies built into the market. What people don't realize is when you start talking about an all-electric house, and we're living in a net zero environment. If you recall, a couple of years ago, we just walked into that, and we have to provide a solar system now for every single family and multifamily project we build. And I'm not against that, but when you take gas and gas heat and space heat out of it and put electric heat back in it, you take a solar plant that is arguably maybe a 3 kilowatt system, and you now have to go to a 12 to 15 kilowatt system. We don't even know if we have enough rooftop to put the solar panels on a roof of a house that small that needs, all of that stuff has to be thought through. So I'm very uncomfortable with anything getting approved tonight more over and above what the Planning Commission put forward before your board, if you want to see housing. If you don't care to see housing, if that's not your wish, then keep loading the tree up and we'll just have a project that doesn't go anywhere. And that's the reality. I mean, we've got LID development requirements now. We've got fire sprinkler systems in the houses now. We have solar. The list goes on and on. And I've got agencies crawling all over us to tell us what else they want. And I kind of jokingly go, I wonder if the governor of the state that's saying we need more housing recognizes that the very agencies that he represents are the reason why housing isn't getting built, or it's outside of our affordability. The subsidized housing is going to continue to get built. That's not the market I play in, and it's not the market we work in, and that's just not the business that we run. So I'm just being very candid. A no is fine for me tonight. I'm good with that. But I think the reality of it is I think we're all over the tips of our skis on what we can do. These things have to be commercially viable. I'm not in the business to go out and invest millions of dollars and lose money. It's not going to happen. I might as well stay golfing down in the desert.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
I've seen you golf. You better build a few houses. This came through the Planning Commission. I watched a little bit of it and everything else. And I understand. I've been following the electrification because it's kind of funny. When we bought our house on Glenwood in Eureka in 1958, we were a gold medal house. We were one of the first gold medal houses, all electric. Had the big gold thing from PG&E. Got to cut a ribbon and everything else. Within 6-8 years, back then, we couldn't afford all electric. And right now, with our PG&E bills the way they are, with the solar, I think the natural gas, and then everybody went to natural gas, and 10 years it was natural gas, and then, I really, if this greenhouse gas thing was, it's true. It's happening and everything else. And I guess maybe that's why I voted for those windmills that would be operating right now and providing 85% of our electricity. But I digress. The expense of the sprinklers, the expense of the solar, the expense of the water tank. I'm hearing before we ever build the first frame of this house, there's going to be $9.5 million into this project. I know we're going to have to address the school systems. I mean, it's more kids, more money for the schools, but we're going to have to address how we. And right now, the good thing about it is there's seems to be a lot of money for schools. So as we pick up, it just happens to be the three schools out there are very popular, so they're pretty full. And I don't want to slight them at all, but I know that that's going to be addressed. But I look at the project that the Planning Commission gave us. I listened to, I got a letter from something called the Rockers or something like that, and they were talking about how they wanted everything close. And then I looked, and so I took 2 minutes and 42 seconds to walk from Redwood Fields to Murphy's Market, past a pizza parlor, past a laundromat. There are services out there, and happened to see a bus go by at the same time. And I know HTA picks up right there at the corner of Fern and Walnut, just before the pizza parlor. And I know that they have the route to come down to Arbutus, pick up, come out at Redwood, and probably with the bus stop that's at Redwood already. So I know other places are doing it. I mean, I know places with, but we're not other places. And I think as we move forward, the problem being is we need housing. We need housing, and this is a good project. This project's been sitting out there for so long, 17 years, 3 traffic studies, and we know the traffic studies are going to change. I mean, traffic has changed immensely. As far as stoplights not working, I can tell you the people at Fern and Walnut, that stoplight there that we put in 4 years ago last month has been a godsend for people wanting to cross the street, for the safety of the children at schools wanting to get across if they live on that side of the street. It works, and I think we're going to see the same thing at Oak and F, because we're dumping so much traffic, because so much traffic lives in Fortuna and Arcata that wants to go to the 2 different sides to work. It would be nice to have some, and John, I'll ask you, do we have any large housing numbers coming? I mean, there's no builders out there.
This is the only project of significance that's currently in the pipeline.
Are we in jeopardy of not meeting our, we've got properties on our arena numbers that, we're still using Forster Gill, I believe, for our arena numbers, and we haven't even hit that one yet. So.
I think.
It is why we are working hard. Part of the reason why we're working hard to do the multifamily rezone project to increase the number of units that have potential. One of the things this project does that I don't want to overlook is that it provides housing at a multiple of income levels.
Workforce.
Including workforce, and that's one of the areas of our affordability and our housing range that we have not really satisfied for a long, long time.
I just wanted to break in a moment. Supervisor Bushnell has requested a short 5-minute break that I think we all could use. I think we could all use it. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 20 after. We are back. Director Ford, I know we talked about this already, and you were saying that I believe that all the homes will be set up to be electric only at some point. Can you explain that?
So the homes have to be designed, and the infrastructure has to be installed to accommodate all electric homes.
Okay, and that will be happening.
That's by the time this project's developed, that will be in place.
Okay.
That's beginning January 1, 2023.
So it then becomes a choice of the homeowner.
Well, it's perhaps the
use?
homeowner if it's a custom lot. If
Yeah.
it's a developer, building out lots and then selling them, it's their choice. So it could be a combination
Okay.
of people choosing.
Yeah, we're back.
Have we started up? Is
Yes,
that
we
what's going
started up.
Okay.
Supervisor Bohn? No.
And so they,
Wilson?
because my concern is I really fully believe that I know that the wind that was the ground-based wind was going to be about 35 to 37% cheaper than anything else we were buying. I have no idea what the offshore wind's going to be, but hopefully it's somewhere comparable or a little bit, somewhere in that area. So if that carries on to that savings of just 25% savings, and somebody gets to benefit the 10% or however it works out, it may be advantageous and they'll be able to hit a switch to go electric or fully electric at that time upon their decision, and let them compare what the costs are going to be. I believe.
Then after that, Supervisor Wilson, did you want to answer
Well,
that?
I'm hoping that someone will make a motion to that. Then we can start discussing our options here. That was my plan, and so we can get
I think
through
we
that
have
list.
a motion maker here.
Let me clarify.
And since Supervisor Wilson did tell us about a lot of amending motions, Scott, I'm probably going to need your help in keeping, because we don't do that very often, especially on hybrid. So we need to give you some coffee before you join us. All right, so we'll get a regular motion on the table, and then we'll go from there. Is that basically first? Supervisor Madrone, while we're figuring this out, did you want to say anything? Okay, and then we'll go to Supervisor Bohn for the motion.
Well, we clearly do need housing. I mean, that's anybody that doesn't think that isn't paying attention to anything. And I think a lot of the suggestions that Mike and many of the other people calling in have offered are really good and important things. And I doubt that anybody would disagree with that those are really good things to do. It seems to me the question is who pays for it, right? And we've heard from Mr. Kramer that from his perspective, it would make this project undoable from a financial perspective. Mike has spent a lot of time researching stuff, Supervisor Wilson, and from his perspective, it might actually save money, and I believe that's what he talked about. So, that's an interesting place, and I certainly am not the person who has the ability to figure that out. Is it cheaper, is it more expensive, or whatever? I just wish we could figure out a way to actually start doing more of these things, because, we're clearly heading into a realm with climate change and other things that we really do need to up the ante and really be doing a lot more. But again, the question is who pays. And, it may very well be that what we need to do is improve our ability to have public-private partnerships happening with projects like this and bring more public resources to the table to make it affordable, to encourage developers that maybe have shied away from doing stuff. If you think about why we don't have all the housing, it's because it's so difficult to get permitted and make it happen. So if we can figure out ways to incentivize public-private partnerships, so I got 4 seconds.
Do you remember where you were?
I stopped as soon as you said so. Are we good?
Yes.
We're back up? Whoa. Yeah, so that's what I really want to explore, and it may not be as timely for this. I would support some amendments to do more things, but in the process, I might even be willing to consider some cost reductions for the developer in order to make it financially feasible. But again, I don't know if it makes the development more expensive or if it makes it less expensive, and that's we're not going to solve that here tonight at 7:30 at night after 10 hours of meeting or whatever it's been. But that's mainly what I wanted to say, is that I think these requests for, more electrification, more EV options, laying in the conduits before we pave and build everything, those are all smart things to do. And we've all seen a lot of roads that it seems like we pave them and then, a year later we're ripping it up to put in conduit or this or that or whatever. So I would like to get there. I would like to get to a place where we're able to improve the kinds of developments we're doing to deal with the climate change and everything else happening, but we've got to figure out a way to make that happen and encourage developers to step up and be willing to make those investments. Right now, I'm not sure that's where we're at. Right now, it's mostly requirements we're laying on these projects, but we're not necessarily reducing fees or costs or providing other funds. And I guess I'm hoping that the state will recognize that if we're going to meet these RENA numbers, if we're going to be fully electrifying, if we're going to be doing these things, there's going to need to be some block grant assistance or other kinds of major funding to help us transition into doing all these things. Now, again, that's I guess, making an assumption that doing these things is more expensive, but I'm not sure about that. So, again, we're not going to solve that tonight. Mike's certainly done a lot more research than I have on this, but I can tell you these are very big discussions around the state in regards to what we need to be doing and what the state's going to be requiring, like, what is it, SB 9? So if folks are frustrated with the process here today with public input and being constrained, well, guess what? We're entering a realm here now in the very near future, if not already, where there's going to be ministerial subdivisions. There's going to be things that don't involve public hearings or public comment or anything. And at some recent meetings that I was at, they were talking about, the state's basically saying to the counties, just tell people you don't have a choice. These are ministerial things happening where, we need housing and we need to deal with this. And so we're going to make it ministerial and you're not going to have that public input. So if that's where we're heading, we better get a whole lot better at the kinds of things we're bringing forward if we're not going to have that engagement with the community and neighborhoods in the very near future, right? So these are big changes happening, really, really big stuff. So anyway, that's mainly where I'm at. I would love to see more things done. I'd like to figure out how we help make that happen.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell said she had a question, and you were making a motion, Supervisor Bohn. So I'll let you guys. Okay, Supervisor Bohn, would you like to make a motion?
And I agree. Mike follows this and everything else, but I can tell you, 40 years ago, the first houses that Kurt Kramer built were the first affordable housing at $29,000 a piece. They were built on small lots. They were 1,100 square foot or 1,000 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, wedge-shaped homes. And you'll see about 4 or 5 little clusters around. Taj saw one sell for $319,000 about 6 months ago. But there's all over town, there's one on Pine Hill, there's one on E Street, there's one. They're all over. He's aware. I do truly believe, and they're still standing. He builds a good project.
Well, and just before them with the Pearson homes.
Yeah.
Remember the
Well,
Pearson
no,
homes?
I lived in one. Jack Gretzloff bought all the lots. So. But, you take a look at what Kurt's done, and I've got this feeling Kurt builds a quality product, but if he could save money, he would be saving money. I mean, I don't think he's going to leave any money sitting on the table. And I think this, with the $8.5 to $9 million infrastructure it's going to take to do what he's talking about, what the requirements, with the solar, with all the hookups, with the house ready for electrification. And I don't think he walked out of the last 17 years with nothing. That we've got the intersection improvements. We have a lot of, and it's pretty bicycle friendly out there now, Mike. I bicycled a lot, so it's pretty, for an old man, I haven't got hit yet. So I'm going to make a motion to take staff's recommendation as it is, to introduce by ordinance number and then go 1 through 5 staff's recommendation. Would that what I want to be, John? 1 through 5 of staff's recommendation and follow the line of the unanimous hearing of the Planning Commission.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, did you want to make your comment first?
No.
Or I do know, you said no? Okay. Supervisor Wilson, I know that you would like to enter some modifications in, so we'll just go to you and I will start working on your amended motions.
Thank you, appreciate that. And, you know, we have heard from folks before in the past, this is not the first time someone says, I'm at the limit, can't do anymore, or won't, you know, you won't get anything. And I appreciate that. I know that people are at the limit, but this project has not been modified even through the planning commission. Did the planning commission have modifications?
The planning commission did not modify it.
Right. So I think as a community process, we have some input into this thing. It's not just take it as it is.
Should we see if there's an appetite for an amendment?
Well, he's going to make the amendment, and then we
Make an
decide if
amendment.
there's
We'll
an amendment,
see.
right?
So we'll find out. That's the whole point. I don't know how less infrastructure costs more. And I did hear from Mr. Kramer about how his thinking was that, you know, the solar panels wouldn't be able to supply enough electricity. Electricity comes from offsite mostly anyway, so that's not. I don't really see that. It will cost less. It will cost the person who lives in the house. We have to think about the people living in these places, and I really think that electrification is the way to go. We're all moving in that direction. It's just from a maintenance perspective, from the roads, from everything we're looking at. Even air quality. There's a ton of information now about the air quality in houses where we're using gas appliances, and the air quality for children and even pets is diminished. And I just feel like that's where we're going. I'd like to make an amending motion that this project not have natural gas, and I'm making that amending motion. And I'm looking for a second. This is how I find if there's appetite.
Right. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that amendment.
Okay, so now when we have an amended motion, we vote on the amended, it's not like we have this happen very often.
You vote on the amending motion first.
Yeah, and I can do several amending motions at once, or I can just do one at a time, but we can do this however you'd like.
Well, you might do one at a time in case there's one that
Gets through?
maybe?
Sneaks through. All right, we'll see. Take a vote.
Supervisor Bohn, hold on, he was just saying something.
This project almost had 71 homes, or actually 54 homes. I thought it was 71 when Bob Morris, because it met the bare minimum of the density requirements. And now it's sat around, and now we're back up to 300. The original map was 340 homes. I'm just saying we're going to lose this, and I'm just telling you, we're going to lose it. And I'm not going to budge it because I know the applicant. I don't know if his appetite to go any farther on this is, because he's been here since 2003, and we've already added $70,000 a house to this, plus the infrastructure, plus everything else, stringing this out. And I mean, you're right. You heard him say, I don't do subsidized housing, because he doesn't do 900 square foot, $600,000 apartments. So I mean, there's a certain amount of work. It's all elements housing, but there's also some people that want to have home ownership, and we're going to push this. And I'm going to tell you, 25% of my PG&E bill is gas, but it's my dryer and my heat. If I was all electric, I would be over $600 a month. I know I can convert that. I'm
hearing that this is not a motion that you're going to be going for the amendment. So should we just vote on it? I mean,
honestly, we have a pretty on this list. I just have to ask you, Virginia, is anything on this list something that you're willing to go? Because as far as I can tell, I got a 2.5 and 2.5 here, and so
I know I'm always the half.
And if you'd like, I can go down the list, and you can tell me what you're interested in.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking right now. It's one of those days. Actually, it's tough. I do believe that having Kurt be here for a very long time, and we've seen the developments through the years. I truly think whatever you bring up, even if we don't have the appetite for the amendment, I do think if there's possibilities, things could be added along the way. I think personally, if we put it on right now, It's just, I mean, we heard pretty clearly, and when he said either say yes or say no, I'm fine. So I really think that's where Kurt is. So don't take this bad. I actually can hear some of where you're coming from, but I don't necessarily. It's more. I'm not a 2.5. I'm not interested in. But I would like to strongly request or suggest that if there are things on there, if this moves forward, that it is considered perhaps not as part of this. Rex, hold on. And I did have one question for staff first. So as things get built out along the way, and some other things become down as mandated, which I would suspect, because that seems to happen, what happens to what's already in process? I mean, after several years and just starting to build, if the state required all electric houses or something, how does that fit into something like this?
Then that is...
Yes, please.
Then that is the requirement. I mean, if the building code were to change to say the buildings had to be
prior
electric,
to something being built.
Yeah. And, I think one of the things that Mr. Johnson said that it's hard to understand, perhaps, and hasn't been fully vetted by everybody, but the building code now requires proof of the need to not have, or to not have a heat pump. You've got to kind of say that it's efficient enough. And if you can't demonstrate that, then you've got to install that. And that's kind of where the building code has gone. It hasn't mandated things, but it's strongly encouraged and kind of given a path that if you go this way, you're going to have to swim upstream.
Oh.
And so those things are in place. And I don't want to promise that, yep, it's all taken care of, that nobody's going to do gas, because there may be the potential for people to demonstrate that the house is efficient enough to be able to meet the state requirements.
But it would be something you'd have to demonstrate.
Right.
Supervisor Wilson.
Okay.
Well, I was going back to.
I'm gonna pull back the motion because I got someone
Sorry.
saying they're not there for me, and that's
Since
fine.
you- since
I'm not
you-
going to bother going
put
through
me
the
on the
motion on
spot.
that.
I
because
apologize.
It's okay. It's no big deal. That's what I'm just trying to get us through.
Yeah.
I'm trying to legislate through this because it seems like the only way.
And I'm not saying those are all bad ideas. I just wasn't to put them on as conditions.
I understand. Okay, one place that I do feel, I'm feeling pretty strong about, and also it will not cost very much money, is EV-ready parking in the multifamily. I think it's really unfair for us not to require to have the conduit ready to install EV when it can come, because that's what's going to stop this from occurring. It's going to cost. It just adds on an exponential amount of more money to get there if we aren't requiring that. And so I'm just saying that is something I just feel like we have to get past that point, because I think that's one of those things. And in relationship to that, I think also that any of the homes that have the EV hookups that will be required, it's just as easy and costs no money for us. Not any huge sum of money for us to also ask that the hookup be associated with the battery backup right there in the same location. Because again, it's just a hookup. You got it all set up. If you don't put the hookup there, then it's you just make it that much harder. And so we're we really need to make our construction future-proof. We have to really think about where the direction is that we're going with this, and we know where it's going. The Bob Morris subdivision of the past is not where we're going. As you said, that is the past. We're not even looking at that, right? We're going somewhere completely different, and it's our responsibility to help push it in that direction. And I feel like we're not doing it,
Well, thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bohn.
So you're saying the conduit. You're not saying the hookup or anything else. You just want it stubbed.
Yeah, well, the requirement right now is 10% with an actual thing, but everything else stubbed. Yeah.
Is the requirement that it be stubbed?
No, he's saying adding that requirement.
The current requirement is 10%.
Okay,
have hookups. The addition would be that it be the opportunity with the wire be provided to the parking spaces.
I think when it gets to the, I really think it gets to the point if we're going to do them when it needs it, they're going to be added. But I guess I don't want them daylighted because they become trip hazards and everything else. But if you want a chunk of conduit run the length of the parking lot in the plans, and then they can tap accordingly. You're talking about tapping accordingly to put them up.
The standards exist already.
You know, well, I just asked that, and he said no.
10%, absolutely, yes.
But
so is it? I mean, in that, I guess part of the ambiguity here is the requirement that conduit be run under all the other parking spaces, not putting wire in the ground, just conduit.
I mean, I think that's how it is. So, like, I'm just saying, like in many cities, Santa Monica was the latest one that I've seen. They're doing 20% and all conduit installed.
And Mike, what do you know? Like, what the expenditure is for that?
Well, I don't know specifically, but I've been involved in many projects where conduit's way cheaper than putting in anything else. I mean, it's conduit.
Yeah, and.
Yeah, but
Well, is that applicant still on?
I'm sure he didn't go anywhere. Something tells me.
Mr. Kramer, can you speak to this?
Yeah, Mike, all of the ideas you're throwing out there are good ideas, as Virginia mentioned. And if they're good ideas and they're we can incorporate them in the plan. I'm not against it, but I don't like these mandates that box me in and I lose flexibility. We might wake up one day and go, the grid's not ready to support all of this. And then we've got ourselves, pigeonholed into an all-electric project, and I've got no flexibility. So I think that as we learn more, and I'm already starting to look at putting electric chargers in the new project we did over on Hubbard Lane, but the world's not there yet. And, we're looking at $25,000 to $50,000 to put in a charger over there that actually can be, credit card swiped and all the things that has to happen in order to have people have access, unless we're just giving away free power, which we all know what power costs, and we have no idea where it's going, but we're not in the business of giving that away either. So, and how do you manage that? And I can guarantee you there is not a design around that's 100% electric.
Wait, and yeah.
I think we should continue to stick with the mandates that are in front of us at the state. If your idea is as good as you claim it to be, I'm sure within a year or two, the state's going to come out and require it, and we're going to be implementing it into our projects.
But I guess I'd ask the conduit question. Well, hold on. We got everyone. Mike was still talking. Rex wants to talk. No, I don't. And you started, Michelle. What? Yeah, I was just that the hands were going up, and I'm trying to get to.
Well, I was okay. Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Along that same line of questioning, I would like to ask the director: is there? I hear all over the county issues of power and us not having enough in Humboldt County, and it's a discussion everywhere I go. Can you confirm or not, and do we know?
There are clearly areas of the county that have issues with power. I do not know that this is one of those areas.
And, okay. Thank you for that.
And let me just add one thing. All of these things need to be designed into the project. We've got engineers that need to be consulted. Putting a conduit in the ground is great, but if you don't put the right size conduit in the ground, depending on the load requirements, so you find yourself in a situation where it's not just a conduit in the ground. You've got to design where it's going to go in the ground. You got to design how big of a conduit it is, because it's got 4-aught wire in it to manage the power load. All of that stuff, if we see this coming, we can get ahead of. And we're probably, as Mr. Ford mentioned, we're at least 2 to 3 years off before we're going to see anything. So we're all going to learn a lot more about this electric charging business. And it's come a long ways, but it's got a long ways to go. Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn, I think.
Yeah, I think we have come a long ways. Mr. Kramer is correct. You do have to design it. I'm sure that the pedestal that he's putting in with relationship to his charging station would be easier if the conduit was already in the ground, where he's going in that price that he's commenting on. And so this isn't new. I mean, it might be a little bit new for Humboldt County, and it might be a little bit new for Mr. Kramer and things that he's working on. But I can tell you, I can assure you, there's many communities moving much faster on this, and that have for years already done many of these requirements. So the reluctance to this is, I can understand, and I will say that we have our climate action plan is coming, and one of the policies in that climate action plan that will come back to us will be consideration of electrification, just what we're talking about right now. Within the next year, we're going to be talking about it all over again, county-wide. So I'm kind of wondering if we as a board do electrification county-wide, how would that affect this project based on its time frame?
If the requirement is in order to get a building permit, which is one of the considerations, then all building permits would require the new construction to be all electric.
Right, and so then you'd have a developer who would be installing gas into a place that may not actually use it.
The gas would be in the street and not usable, correct?
I don't know why I'd want to waste the money, but okay. So I hear you on that. There's one last thing I do want to, that is a no-cost consideration here, which is to use the budget from the two stoplights to actually do ped and bike access from this site externally out from this site. And so, meeting the complete streets standards, so we can meet complete street standards so that this community kids from this community can get to the school, families can get to the grocery store, that they have access that meets complete street standards. I feel like, from my perspective, that's a better use of that $1 million than 2 traffic lights. And I would.
Can I ask staff to? I know that for years there's been problems at those intersections, and isn't part of this because we're trying to interface with the city of Eureka and to help improve some of the flow of traffic. I could be wrong. This has been a conversation that's happened between the city and the county for 20-some years.
No, it is. And the original traffic study that was prepared for this project identified that there were 7 intersections that were already operating at below LOS level of service C. So the delay was unacceptable. So what was done is that the general plan has a policy, and this was part of the recirculation, that requires that intersections be maintained at LOSC, separate from CEQA. And so, based upon the improvements to the 7 intersections, the project's proportionate share of the impact to each intersection was calculated. And it was determined that would fund, I think the number was 1.98 intersections, which was rounded off to be 2 intersections. The intersections are at Hemlock and Walnut, and over, I believe is it W, we're at that offsetting intersection there? Chester, yeah. And so that's the current requirement for that. And that comes out of the general plan requirement to maintain an LOSC. If the board were to look at something like that and decide that improving alternative forms of transportation was equivalent mitigation, I think we could probably get there.
Actually, well, Supervisor Bushnell had her hand up, didn't you? And then Supervisor Madrone. What's your name now? Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, through the chair, Director Ford. So, getting there, what are the risks of taking out that stoplight, and how would it change this project? And would we have to have any kind of more public process for taking those stoplights out?
The stoplights are not part of the CEQA document at this point.
Okay.
They were evaluated for general plan consistency. We would need to redo the findings to identify why it's an equivalent action that meets the general plan policy of LOSC.
And Supervisor Wilson, you know what's in the general plan? Because you're a big pusher of that, so.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I don't think it'd be hard to make those findings, and I think that they would come back under consent if that was the case. So from my perspective, I'm interested in that, but
I'm not familiar with Eureka. I apologize. And is there some a map that could go up that we could see it?
Yes, we'll pull it up right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and share screen.
Sorry, Cliff.
Kind of like safe routes to schools. All right, so we're looking at something there. Yeah, there we go.
Can we enlarge in on this intersection right here? Or Hemlock in Walnut.
I know.
There's Hemlock right up there.
Mine keeps freezing.
Okay, I want to.
So the first improvement would be there at the T at Walnut and Hemlock. Right there. Yep. And then the second intersection improvement would be around the corner up to Chester, the offset intersection right there.
No, the corner of the ball field's right there.
Yep.
So the ball fields are used a lot? Traffic in and out of there, or no?
Ball fields are actually used in the evenings after 4 o'clock, used quite a bit on Saturdays. They start about mid-August, and they're done about the first weekend of November, and then they lay pretty much dormant until the first weekend right now, the first and second weekend of March, and we'll be busy till the 10th of end of July, and then they stay laid down for about 3 weeks, and they kick back up.
So
soccer and football.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. So if we were to go away from those and we ended up, because of the traffic study, having a bunch of crashes, who's liable for that?
Well, let me return to an important component here, is that was an analysis of the general plan standard, which I don't want to call it a relic of the past, but that is tied to the past CEQA analysis. And typically, general plans identified LOSC as being an appropriate standard of operation. What happened in 2020, in July of 2020, SB 743 became effective, which required CEQA analysis to be done based upon vehicle miles traveled. So that's one of the things we did, is redid the traffic analysis with this. And one of the ways to actually mitigate vehicle miles traveled is to improve alternative forms of transportation. So this actually would be very, very consistent with CEQA analysis to minimize vehicle miles traveled, reduce greenhouse gases by providing alternative forms of transportation.
Supervisor Bohn.
So we have bike lanes on Walnut. We've done the safe routes to school at Washington. We've tried to do with safe routes and away from safe routes with Public Works at the corner of Cypress and Walnut at Cutton School. The intersection we're talking about at Hemlock and Walnut was originally going to get a roundabout. We had an agreement with the property owners, and I believe it was Steve Strombeck got tired of waiting for us to buy the property, and he built a development there. So what we did then was we put turn lanes in, and left and right turn lanes and everything else that have worked actually pretty admirably. We do get a little backup in the morning with school traffic, and we're going to get a little bit of that because I think 40% of the kids 30 to 40% of the kids going to Cutton schools are not Cutton residents or not in that area. They come in because they like the school. So we've made some changes out there on some red curbing and stuff for the in and out. They come in and come out on Arbutus. So I don't know exactly, did we make wider? Because, I mean, I'm out there every night, and we have families walking, we have dogs walking, we have people coming into the park, heading into, you were talking about wildlife. The McKay Forest is full of dogs and everything because people take their dogs out there when they walk. So, I mean, that interface with the wildlife, and I run into deer every trip. But with that, what I'm saying, I don't know what the interface, what it's going to look like, because if we're going to modes of traffic, because after we get past T and Chester, we're not going any farther, and it's just going to be what the city provides, so that you get down to J Street, and then you've got a wide, 2 bike lanes on each side of the road on J Street. I guess if you're going downtown, that's the road I take. So what we're talking about is something has to be done there at Chester. There is some room for some work. I mean, at Chester and T. If not, that'd be W, Chester and W. If anything, it would make a 94-year-old man in Michigan, Tom Hanna, very, very, very happy, because he talked for over 30 years because he lived on the corner, former council member. And I just talked to him 2 nights ago.
videotape cars too to make sure they stopped at the stop sign.
So anyway, I know that needs to be addressed. We have the park, and they've looked at doing the traffic one way on W and the other way on Dahlbeer coming down one way. They've reinvented that about 300 times. And you have to understand the park has no parking except on the side of the road. They've looked at slanting it and everything else. Now with the Skywalk, it is packed on the weekends. So on the weekends aren't going to be our problem. The weekends aren't going to be our problem. It's going to be during the week, when everybody's going to work and stuff like that. But with that, I don't know what that looks like. And I think before we ever do anything, we're 3 years away, 2.5 years away. And I think things are going to change so much that any provisions we put on it now are either going to be archaic or not enough or too much. So what I'm saying is we move along, and I know we want to change it, but I mean, this is 17. When you say the Planning Commission didn't change anything, we've changed. There's been a lot of this going back and forth. 3 traffic studies. 3 traffic studies, and I had one for $46,000 I did for the ball fields. So there's been a lot. He's had $700,000 worth of traffic studies to address some of this. So I'm going to pretty much stick with my motion the way I said it.
Well, Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bushnell.
So in many places, they have development fees that would take care of this. Like you would just do that, and then it'd go in development fees, and then it'd just go into the pot, and people would do these things. Why, as an alternative to what's set right now? Because what we're setting right now is stoplights, and that's what it is. But those stoplights come with a budget. So basically, what we could ask for is just flexibility. If it is 3 years out and there is something better to be done, maybe we just say, within the budget of what those 2 stoplights are, if staff and the developer come up with something better that prioritizes PED and alternative forms of transportation, that there's an opportunity for them to work together to spend that budget on something that may be better.
Through the chair.
Costing no money to the developer.
So with that, okay, no money and no requirement, just have John Ford or whoever's there be aware that if something changes, without it being in the motion, because, I mean, it's going to be the developer, you just said, something staff and not us, not anything else, staff and the developer who are going to be working on this project all the way along, I don't mind giving them that amount of leeway. And then I think what Supervisor Madrone has a lot of merit when we're looking at these things in the future. But we need housing. He said something about we're just going to start building houses. Nobody's going to get any input at all. I hadn't heard that one, but I like that. I just, wow, let's go. But, I mean, the problem is we don't have the workforce. We don't have anything. This is the only thing we got going, and this is the only way. If Kurt does right, Kurt will be training some kids. And I actually see that workforce housing going up first. And I see some of those people living there. But I don't want it to be part of the project. I want staff to be aware. I want it to be I don't know if it has to be in there to give, hang on, I want to ask John.
That's what I was going to say.
Is there somewhere in there that I give you the leeway that you and Kurt and Travis and whoever is in on this work if something looks better than the stop signs? I know something has to be done at Chester and W. There's just no way around it with the skywalk and everything. I mean, we didn't even. Yeah, the park's getting busy and the neighborhood's getting impacted with cars. So I mean, those are things we, you know, but this has nothing to do with this. So what I'm saying is we'll give you the leeway to put in there that you can work with the developer, and maybe we only have one light, and Hemlock and Walnut, something else happens there. I'm not sure, but the other thing is, even if he gets his first thing built in 3 years, he doesn't get his 15th built for 6. If you understand what I'm saying, I mean, you got to get that's 2 phases away because it's going to be the multi-workforce housing. Is there some way you can write in there without us making it a requirement, but a strong suggestion that you guys work it out? And
I bet
you're nodding. Is that a possible?
I think Cliff might have. Do you have suggested language? No, maybe.
Yeah, I think we are thinking about it, but one of the things, frankly, I'd like to do, I would encourage you to make a motion of intent to approve with that amendment so that we could bring it back on consent and give us time to think through how the condition would work with that option. And I'd like to take some time to think about the findings to make sure that you're making adequate findings to support the decision.
Okay.
I don't want to do that at 8 o'clock at night when, frankly, I'm not at my sharpest.
The maker of the motion is probably willing to adjust his motion.
I will amend my. I'm not going to amend. I will pull back and do a new motion. Is that okay? I can.
Can't he just?
I can just start a new one too.
Well, let's see what you say.
Well, no, I'll do staff's recommendation. I'll do staff's recommendation with the amendment of working with the developer on PED traffic routing rather than stoplights, if feasible and acceptable to all parties involved.
So how did that really come out? What do you?
So could I make a suggestion for the motion maker?
With findings?
That you make a motion of an intent to approve with the direction that this be brought back with a modified condition, allowing an optional condition for the stoplights that would allow installation of pedestrian and bicycle improvements in lieu of traffic signals at the time that the traffic signals are required.
If acceptable to all parties.
If acceptable to all parties, yep.
Okay. Because yes, that is the motion.
Is the seconder okay with that?
No, I think this is
And I'll remind the motion maker that there's this indemnification option you might want to consider.
That was from the applicant himself, wasn't it?
No, it's from our staff.
It's from staff.
Yeah, it's from our staff.
But that's standard, isn't it? Isn't the
So this is a project that, if I could, Chair, sorry, this is a project that's been in long enough that there wasn't a requirement to come in with an indemnification agreement up front, and it was something that was laid on the applicant fairly late in the process, and he felt like it. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he felt like it was laid on him at the last minute.
John, did he say no?
Yes.
Yep, figured.
If he'd said yes, we would have brought it forward.
Yeah, I was wishing that was a little bit different, but I do understand. Supervisor Madrone?
Is this our old indemnification agreement or our newly refurbished modern new one?
We did discuss a new updated indemnification agreement with the applicant.
This is, what's being proposed is the new improved.
Well, there is no proposal right now.
Okay. But that if we were to move forward with that, we'd want to have the new improved version.
Correct.
Given our experience recently.
Correct.
I mean, it seems reasonable to request that, because otherwise, we as a county might carry the burden of significant outcomes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
When did this project start, Director Ford?
This particular iteration was applied for in 2015.
This new version?
Yes.
Original, when did it originally start?
Oh, I think it goes back into the 90s.
Yeah, he's carried that burden for that long.
Well, he's carried it 2004. The original project was 2000.
So, can I finish? So the indemnification is not required on this project.
It's not currently, there is no indemnification agreement that's presented with this that's been approved by the board or signed by the applicant. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
So we have the option if
What else?
somebody does bring up, it's either he fights it or we fight it, and then we look at what if it's worth our while to fight it, or we don't fight it, and then he has to decide. I mean, that's a simple process too.
Director Ford, would you like to say what he said?
I think what's really the likely outcome is that if there is litigation filed, that there will be a crucial conversation with the developer in terms of whether or not he wants to go forward or not. And depending on that decision then the board will be faced with a subsequent decision. And one of those decisions could be to rescind the action.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone, and then Bohn,
Well, you know, folks bring projects forward, and who should bear the burden of having to defend those projects? The applicant or the residents of the county, the taxpayers? You know, Mendocino County passed a change in this, I believe, about 3 years ago, and every discretionary project in Mendocino County has to indemnify the county, every single one, because it makes sense in terms of protecting the taxpayers, right? Again, who should pay for that litigation if something happens? Should it be the taxpayers defending the development, or should it be the developer defending their development? And I frankly fall on the side that I think if people want to bring projects forward, they ought to be willing to back that project all the way and cover the costs of dealing with litigation, not the taxpayers.
And I wanted to add, by Supervisor Bushnell, then I wanted to add to his. Can I go?
Sure.
Well, the way I'm hearing what Director Ford said is, if something were to happen, if we didn't have an indemnification agreement, we would have a decision that we'd make again on whether to defend or we could rescind.
Well, I think what would really happen is that we would have a conversation with the developer saying, now, are you willing to enter into an agreement to indemnify and defend the county? If he says yes because he believes that that's the prudent and appropriate approach, then it would happen just like as if we would have an indemnification agreement.
And if they say no, not interested, then that's where we would then have a subsequent decision to make.
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
I'm just going to follow that scenario out. The applicant says no. We say your permit is, we pull the permit basically. Does that mean we could face litigation from the applicant under that situation? It seems like we would be facing litigation from the applicant directly.
You'd probably face litigation from the applicant under several scenarios, and an indemnification agreement does not protect the county from litigation from the applicant. It means the applicant's going to indemnify the county in the case of litigation against the county.
I understand that, but
I understand what you're saying.
The likelihood, it seems to me that it would be likely that the applicant would litigate against the county under that condition, because I don't know why they wouldn't. We given an entitlement and we're taking it away under threat of litigation. I don't want to be on the backside of that one.
Supervisor Bushnell, then Bohn.
I just want to say that I hear Supervisor Madrone, but oftentimes the litigation is a group of people, tax-paying people that have paid into a group that is going to litigate that. I don't know, since I've been on the board, and I know there's been lots of litigation prior to, it doesn't oftentimes seem to be a person for a reason, just like a single person. It seems to be a specific group. And I understand what you're saying about we don't want to use taxpayer money to defend. That same person, that same taxpayer, is paying into a group to sue. So I don't know how I feel about it. And it's not required right for this project. This guy, Mr. Kramer, has been hanging out since 2004. And I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I don't really feel good about putting it on there.
Supervisor Bohn, and then perhaps Mr. Kramer would like to.
This is the first project that I've seen that isn't and nothing against it, yeah, but I mean, that isn't, it's all private monies. And I don't know how we're going to get there. And I think if we sit here and say we don't support this project, we're going to get sued. Just somebody says, well, okay, we couldn't stop them with, the 20 emails we got. Let's just see if they sue, and everybody's going to walk away. And I think we have to look at a lawsuit when it comes in. And since the indemnification wasn't required to begin with when this started, I don't have a problem moving forward. And then if we do get sued, if we're that ham sandwich, then you sit down with the developer and says we can either help you defend it, or we can give you all the paperwork, the reasons to defend it. You've got 3 traffic studies to back it up. You've got the EIRs. You've got everything going on, and it's as like you said, if it's not considered infill, it's as close to infill as you're going to get because it's got houses bordering it, against one whole side of it. So I may just stay with the motion that I gave, and then we can write it out. And then if he doesn't want to defend it, and we don't want to defend it, and we don't need the 324 housing units it's going to bring with private dollars, then.
So I'd like to ask Director Ford, when you're coming back, when you're making your the item to bring back to us that'll go on consent, will there be another opportunity for you to have a conversation with Mr. Kramer just to kind of really set straight how, with the indemnification, this is what happens without it. These are the choices, because I know he's here, but I thought maybe just a general conversation where he's not put on. I mean, Kurt, if you want to come on and do that now,
My philosophy on the indemnification is that we're both at the table providing what is needed in this county. I believe you need the housing as badly as I do. Or worse, because you've got these RENA numbers that are terrible. What the indemnity does is puts me in a place that I've got to defend the county and me. In the unlikely event, I don't know who the cast of characters are that might want to stop this project, but I imagine there's a few of them. And they've got to decide if they want to take on both Kramer and the county or just Kramer. So I prefer to leave it to where we're both in this thing together, providing what's desperately needed for this county.
So thank you, Kurt. And Director Ford, do you see that conversation the same way?
Well, I don't, because it's the county that gets sued. It's not the developer. The developer is the real party in interest, but it's the county whose the litigation is typically filed against. And we will have another conversation with Mr. Kramer about that. If the motion that was made, I didn't hear a second. You did, okay. If that's ultimately approved and we're able to come back with something, we'll have another conversation about that.
I would appreciate that, because I do have some heartburn. I would like to have you have a more thorough conversation that's not on during a board meeting on screen. Well, what is the, please.
You can amend the motion, but I think I also, we received the direction to address that. Just because of the discussion that's taken place.
Yeah, I don't think it's just going to be a conversation. I think. So you just say the current motion that we have stands. It's okay for what we need?
Yes.
It's getting late, sorry. Nikki, did you want to read the motion?
What are we talking about?
Exactly what Director Ford said. Really, this is the amendment I have, and I can fill it out. You guys can help me out, but this is what I have. That the Board of Supervisors, don't judge me on my wording, that the Board of Supervisors have the intent to approve staff recommendations with the direction to be brought back with an amendment of working with the developer on PED and traffic routing rather than stoplights if feasible, and then I have nothing.
I think it's close, but...
It's very, very close. You did extraordinarily well.
Thank you.
So it would be the staff recommendation with the amendment to the condition requiring construction of 2 stoplights to allow an alternative set of improvements to enhance or improve pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, including a complete streets program, subject to the agreement of county staff and the developer.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I just don't understand. When you say complete streets, how far does that go? Does that just go to the impacted, to Chester and
Well,
W?
that's one of the things I wanted to think about a little bit.
Okay.
Is that it could go further, and frankly, if we wanted to be truly creative, to work with even HCOG in the city to make bigger connectivity with pedestrian improvements to fund a project. I mean, ideally, this is something that could make a material difference to an alternative form of transportation that is bicycle pedestrian and costs the development no additional money. And if there is part of the regional bicycle plan, and it's something that HCOG endorses and it's something that needs funding, and the developer is willing to write a check at that time for that equivalent to a stoplight, then the community wins, the developer wins, the board wins.
Okay,
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and what John is, I'll just give you an example. There is the potential connectivity from this community over to what will be the trail system, emanating from the zoo, for instance. And so that connectivity means that people who work in that space could actually really have very friendly bike ped access to the downtown as opposed to on the streets and that sort of thing.
But,
as an example.
No offense, it's just because I've lived out there for 62 years, 63 years. We've been riding our bikes and connecting through Sequoia Park and connecting to downtown, and now there's even going to be more when you get. It's got, like I said, Walnut's got bike lanes, both sides. So you've got Walnut. I'm just saying, I don't know how much more you want to do just to say we did. So I'm just saying.
I don't do this to say we did. I do it because
it makes a difference.
Yeah, and I think right. Thank you.
I know. I said, excuse me. I said one.
But I mean, I'm just saying. No. It really does. I mean, what we're seeing, you've seen it when you have separated facilities. They're very different than a bike lane, and so that's one example. And I'm not saying that that's what this happens here, but there's a whole host of issues within that community that could be addressed. I think that'll make a bigger difference than a stoplight. And I think this is the opportunity to make that happen. That's all.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Director Ford, so the intent would be to bring IDIS back? with talking to the developer and your staff and bring those ideas back to consent? Or would it be something that we would vote on?
I just bring it back wherever it's appropriate.
Well, we'll bring it back. I'll work with county counsel's office and see if we can put it on consent, since it will be technically new information. It's probably something that you'll need to allow public input on.
Yeah.
But that would just be on the new information.
Just on the modification to the condition.
I was just getting clarification. I wasn't saying we don't vote right now after all this. Thank you.
Speaking of voting, just find my computer back up. So, hopefully this system starts.
Well, I mean,
It's
I hope
tired,
so
maybe.
too. I think it's tired like we all are. Okay, so Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn. Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you to
All right.
staff. You guys have worked really hard on this project.
Yeah, and
to Mr.
Planning Commission night.
Can I finish?
And so I'm
Never
going to close this public hearing. We don't have anything else left on our agenda, do we? Because I'm not noticing it. No? Okay, good. Well, thank you all. And Eric, thank you for keeping us on air. And I think with that, we are adjourned.